Hello, everybody. It's Saturday night. Welcome to the pub. I hope you all are doing well. What we have down here, Last Dance. What's going on? RW, good to see you, man. A couple of new guys there too. Right on. Hope you guys are all doing well. In the chat, same people. In addition, we have Jess Stevo. What's going on? Good to see you. And did I see Scum down there? Scum TV, what's going on? Good to see you, man. Yeah, I was honestly just watching some of the hi English Bottle Cap, good to see you too. Some of the contentious debate press conference that Trump and Zelensky and Vance had, and yeah, certainly interesting. I think that's going to be a main point of discussion tonight. So hopefully you guys have all seen it. I sort of just watched, I think, the last 7 or 8 minutes of it, although I think I missed a little. The last 11 or 12 may have been a little bit better. And I haven't really watched it up until this point. So the whole way through, it was not exactly, in my opinion, a good moment for either side. So, but we can pick that apart as we get this thing going. Cool. We got private first class down there. Right on. Good to see you, man. Hell yeah. All right. I'm going to go ahead and get this thing going. You guys ready? All right. We're going to get Last Dance in here first. How are you, man?
All right. Good evening.
Good. Obviously, you are. Hi, John Nicholson. Life is good, man. You've seen it, I'm sure, right? This press conference.
I saw a YouTube clip, which I think was only the contentious
Right.
part of it.
What was
So,
your take on this?
I think it's not significant, first of all, in terms of U.S. policy. But as you said, I don't think it's. I think everybody had sort of a legitimate a legitimate gripe about what was going on, but that you got to have more control. You have to uh, those should be litigated in private,
Mm-hmm.
not out there in front of everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I think something that Zelensky was saying really pissed off uh, JD Vance and then Trump. Uh,
About you have the ocean between.
that I think it was even before that. That certainly really made him even angrier. But
Mm-hmm.
so you're the president. You have to exercise self control. Uh,
I
you
don't
know,
think the camera's there. I don't think it would have been as contentious and volatile without the cameras. It definitely turned into a macho thing for Vance and Trump. And I think that was a bad look. Asking Zelensky a question or two, then talking over him and not allowing him to answer.
yeah.
I thought that was kind of foolish, to tell you the truth. Completely changing the subject. And Trump kept bringing up cards. I'm fairly sure that Zelensky was confused with the cards
Yeah, that's the
reference.
other thing that I don't think Zelensky has as good a command of the English language as I would have expected. So
Yeah,
the something, an idiom like playing playing cards, that might not be something he can understand.
he had a translator there in the room, but he had to look at them and sort of attempt to read their lips to get what they were trying to say to him. It wasn't exactly a perfect thing for him because obviously he was a little bit confused by some of the references and some of the wording.
Yep.
And yeah, I don't know. I'm in a way glad that it happened because I don't think that's something. Oh, very nice.
New whiskey. Irish.
Teeling. Very
thought I would
nice.
try an Irish whiskey.
Cool. Um, I don't think we're going to see anything like that for a very long time, if ever again. Or maybe they'll make it the norm. I don't know.
I don't know.
But that was very rare. Um,
Yeah, it was rare because it was a lack of control.
exactly.
Uh, it's kind of rare for both parties to do that. So it was kind of amazing. Both the foreign leader and the U.S. leaders were unable to maintain control,
Sure.
self control. So
Hmm.
that was pretty easy. Hey, Smoke Wife.
Hey, wife. Good to see you. And Lee's here as well. I'm going to go ahead and get PFC on here now since I don't want to keep him waiting. You know him, right?
Yeah.
I do know.
RW.
This class is good to go, man.
Good to go. How you doing, man?
You're muted, bro.
I
Can't
don't
hear
know.
you.
Muted.
Okay, hear me? Hold on.
Now
Let's see.
that's
Can you hear me
better.
now?
Talking.
Sweet.
Yeah,
Awesome.
hear
I just
you.
got new microphones. Oh, can't hear me? Shoot. Let me see.
I can hear him. I'm turning you up right now.
Okay.
That
Yeah, I
should
just got a new microphone, so it might be a little bit, a little bit acting weird. I still gotta configure it.
Okay.
So sultry.
Awesome. How are y'all doing?
Let's see. Where are you at? Are you on a base?
Yes, good old 29 Palms, California, in the desert.
Oh,
I'm
cool.
on actually a podium here. I think concerts and musicians perform here, so
Cool.
I see some
can
grass.
see
It's
people.
not dry enough.
it's not as dry. I mean, not here. In the back there, you can see the mountains, so
Oh,
we
cool.
hike
Oh, yeah.
there, yeah, almost every day.
Nice.
Yeah.
So you're doing some advanced training there, I'd imagine.
Yes, right now I'm in the schoolhouse. So I finished with all, like the rigorous training for the most part. So now I'm just learning my job pretty much, which is
Cool.
communications and networking.
Good for you, man. Thank you for your
Yes,
service.
sir. Thank you. Thank you.
What exactly is communications? What does that break down to?
So communications is a very broad field. Actually, it's the biggest job in the Marine Corps, and so it really consists of giving the overall Marine Fleet Force a way to be able to be more lethal in combat, right? So we have different categories of communications: radio ops, satellite, networking, and data. So radios, obviously, they configure radios and they make sure that they're well and running for Marines to use out during field operations. And then, obviously, satellite Marines work with satellites, both on the ground and in space. And then the networkers, which I'm a part of, we basically provide internet. So we can literally be deployed to a remote area with no internet, no infrastructure, and within like 5 minutes we'll be able to set up something for officers to be able to send like emails um, and information back to the command. And then obviously data is like more like the advanced side. They just make things like applications and things like that. So for example, drone pilots, they use like software and stuff to be able to spy out other countries or other locations where they're working at. So data marines are able to basically provide this software and develop it for these pilots and stuff like that.
Cool, man. That
Interesting
sounds
stuff.
epic.
Yeah.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool. A lot of learning. Very intense.
Yes, it is for sure. Yeah.
Cool. Good. Did you get to see what we're talking about?
Yes, absolutely. I see it. It was one of the most legendary things I've ever witnessed in my life. Gonna be
Yeah.
honest. Yeah. I think I was definitely happy to see some more strength in the White House. I think it's something we've never seen before. And I used to be a fan of Zelensky, but as of now, I really dislike him. Um, and, obviously, during the military, my perspective on politics has changed a lot, and I'm pretty pissed off that we've been sending so much to Ukraine when we can barely fund our own Marine Corps. We could definitely use a lot of funding for sure, and I'm
Really?
able to see that firsthand. Yeah.
Where do
Yeah.
you think that money should go within the Marine Corps? Where is it lacking that you're seeing it?
So I think the main thing is living and welfare in general, right? The conditions are deplorable. They're not terrible, or they're not terrible, but I think for a military that spends over $800 billion a year, it is very, very questionable conditions, right? I think we definitely use the money there. And then overall equipment in general, right? Because right now, all we're using is leftovers. Some of the rifles that I used in basic training were over like 15 years old, and they jammed all the time. And by the way, if you're for those of you who shoot guns, if your gun jams, that is not a good day. It is a really bad day. That affects your performance and just your job in general. there's just a whole plethora of things within the Corps in general, and even the overall military that could use funding. And when you see the government, not even give a damn about you and just send that to a country that doesn't even, let's be honest, at least doesn't care about America, that pretty much pisses me off. And that's not only me, but that's pretty much most Marines at this point. So it's real. I'm really happy to be able to see someone who can finally stand up to that and be like, hey, you don't just come to my house and disrespect me and demand something because you think you deserve it. Like, you gotta you gotta put up with our deal. Like, he offered him, I believe it was like a mineral deal of some sort, which I think was
Right.
fair because we could definitely use the resources. But you're not gonna come to the United States in an unpresentable manner and just
America
make
loves
derogatory
resources.
comments. We love
Yeah,
resources, yeah.
I hear you. Yeah, I mean, I think part of him disrespecting it, I don't know if it was intentional. I don't know if he's intentionally being disrespectful or if he's maybe he is, but I can't see him doing something that would harm him in the sense of achieving what he wants, which is more funding. So,
Hmm.
um,
He did seem a little combative, though.
combative.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, like you said, maybe he was just confused, but he did seem like he was, trying to go toe to toe with Trump and Vance.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think he's not used to like confrontational powers, right? Because obviously before Trump, he had a president who would be like, "Hey, you want some money? Yeah, I need some money. Yeah, sure, here it is, right? No problem. Congress passes it ASAP. It's a done deal. It's a done day." Versus another guy who's like, "Hey, if you're actually going to take the American taxpayer dollar to fund your war, which by the way, you can't win because we all know Ukraine's not defeating Russia anytime soon, you're at least going to give us something back in return to pay for the money, which by the way, I don't think Zelensky's gonna be able to pay. Like most of Europe hasn't even been able to pay the money that we lended them since World War II.
Hmm.
Before
He's definitely dealing with a different power. Yeah.
Incarnation pulls his thoughts in, I'm curious if you have personally seen a difference in your experience in the military between the two cabinets, because you went into training during the Biden era and you've come out on the other side in graduation or advanced training in the Trump era.
Mhm.
And I'm curious if you've personally been impacted, not just in your mind, but physically.
Yeah, so definitely in the mind, right? So when Trump won, we were literally on the verge of graduating boot camp. So obviously, during election night, pretty much nobody could sleep. Like there was tension in the whole barracks. There was about 92 of us in that squad bay, and we were like, we gotta know who's gonna win, right? So the next morning we get up, we're heading over to the chow hall with the entire company. So it's about 600 Marines, and we ask our drill instructor, our senior drill instructor, we're like, I literally walk up to him, which by the way is not a thing because you'll get in trouble for that. But I picked up my courage. I walked up to him, I'm like, sir or staff sergeant, who won the election? And to sort of mess with us, he said Kamala Harris because he wanted to, like, sort of mess with our minds because everybody supported Trump. Like, there was no Kamala Harris supporters. Like, whether that would be recruits, Marines, drill instructors, like it was pretty clear who we wanted as commander in chief. But the following morning, he was like, "Okay, I was joking with you. Donald Trump will be your president." And there was a lot of rigorous cheering and celebration that day. And obviously, it's graduation day, it's family day, so all the families are coming in to see their new Marines, and so it was definitely an amazing day. And then the Marine Corps in general, you could just tell if people are happy about it, especially because Trump has been firing so many corrupt officers, so many corrupt legal officers as well, and pretty much reestablishing the freedom of expression in the military. Because I don't know if I ever told you, RW, but I am currently under investigation for my political ties as well as criticizing the former president. Something I've been doing for like the past 4 years.
I was not aware of that. That sounds like an interesting experience.
Oh yeah, it's been an interesting past few months. But the culture's definitely changed. Like people know that there's gonna be a new culture, right? We're focusing more on war fighting rather than on DEI or whatever, right? We're redirecting our funds and our efforts towards the welfare of members of the military rather than that of other countries. And so I'd say we're definitely happy right now. Well, obviously there's still a lot of work to do. He's only been here for a month, so I do have hope for the future.
Um, did you graduate in November?
Yes.
Right,
November 25th.
practically on the election day.
Um, No, I graduated a day or two before the election. No, wait, so the election was on November 8th, right?
7th.
7th, 8th, yeah, because obviously we didn't have our phones. So I'm trying to trace back. So Donald Trump won the election on the 7th, right? And then our senior general secretary told us on the 8th, which was graduation day.
At Paris Island.
That was San Diego. MCRD San Diego.
Oh, okay. I was at Paris Island on the 6th for my nephew's graduation.
Oh, sweet. What company was he?
He's gonna kill me, but I can't remember.
Oh, damn.
That's crazy.
What a crappy uncle.
Yeah, we have a lot of Marines. I know a lot of Marines here from Paris Island, so chances are I might have met him if he is in 29 Palms, but that's good stuff.
I think it was Fox.
Fox Company?
Yes.
Okay. I was Hotel.
Okay. Yeah, it was a inspiring ceremony, man. Very cool.
Smoke wife says Fox.
Yeah, Fox. There you go. Thank you, wife.
Yeah, I know the ceremonies are amazing. They're phenomenal.
I'm gonna just put up a poll here. I'm trying to write it while I talk to you guys.
Okay.
Hey,
Aphid Lip, how you doing?
Good. How you guys doing?
Bring him
All right.
in. You know that.
All right,
Great
man.
to see you.
All right.
Good
Okay,
to see
here we
you,
go.
PFC Nama. Have you been on before?
I have been on several times, but I disappeared
Okay.
off the face of the internet for some time.
Okay. Something
He's
about
like
you
seafood collar
was
now.
reminded me, but
Yeah.
couldn't be sure.
I remember him. I know what your name was, but I won't bring that up.
No, you're good. I'm basically pretty well known here at this point.
Did you used to be in your house, like, and there's people talking sometimes in the background?
Yeah,
stuff?
big family.
Yep.
that
Yep.
was me.
More into
Okay.
ASMR talking.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
that was funny. I had to be quiet because obviously, you don't want to stir people. That's why I'm outside, because obviously I have roommates and I don't want to subject them to my my rants.
Mm.
So it's a perfect, beautiful day out here.
Yeah. I'm sure my daughter wishes I would do the same.
Okay, we got 4 votes on the poll. 9 votes. Okay.
Hey, did you ever? You have somebody on who I haven't seen.
Incarnation.
Yeah, he didn't show up. He didn't show
Oh, hello, fellas. How are you?
Okay.
He's
His
he's
debut. I've never seen Incarnation's face before. Congratulations, everybody.
but you've
First
debated.
for everybody. What's up, y'all? How's it going?
Yeah, we debated him a
Trying to
couple
figure
of
this
times.
thing
Well,
out here.
Definitely
there we
not.
go.
Definitely not Crankle.
No, you're far too good looking. Not that it means anything, but
Whoa! Don't make me blush there. Whew.
Jeez.
Yeah. well, if you knew what this other guy looked like, trust me, it isn't much of. You know what I'm saying, Doug? I mean,
So you think Marines have low IQ, huh?
I didn't say that. I said Marines probably don't make the highest, especially not foot soldiers. Probably don't make the highest IQ. That's why we don't ask them to make the wartime decisions, and that's why we have other people
Well,
making these
I'll put up
these
your
high
quote.
end high-end military decisions. Yeah.
I'll disagree with that. I think we have phenomenal innovators who are restricted by Uncle Sam, but I'll keep it at that.
Oh yeah.
So,
hmm
sure, fair enough. I also disagree with your statement, Incarnation, but you're welcome to make it here. Obviously, free speech is important to all of us. So let me get this guy on here who's hampered by his government with their free speech restrictions, but we'll get him here anyways.
Oh, good luck,
Oh,
Wes.
sweet. I think I remember him.
Welshman,
Fuck Starmer.
fuck Starmer, yeah.
Starmer.
Yeah, now that we're out, you're on the hook, buddy. Fucking bye money, because I don't think we're sending any. So
Well,
You're-
Starmer said, "Well, we've had free speech longer than anyone else. I'm very proud of it." Just to let you know, someone was arrested for silently praying within 200 yards of an abortion clinic. Silently praying, just
You
to,
gotta stop doing that, Welsh. You're gonna get in more trouble.
Yeah. and another chap was sent to prison for swearing at a police dog.
It wasn't a good
crazy.
boy.
I mean, theoretically, you could call it, if it's a female dog, bitch, and you'd be totally fine, right?
Did the dog testify?
Well, it might have identified as a bitch. You never know.
Exactly.
Fair enough.
Exactly.
Good evening,
Yeah.
Based.
Good evening.
Yeah.
all.
And I'm gonna go back to the argument there. I think that I personally don't think Vance should have been there. I think he interjected in the wrong place. And I think them talking over Zelensky really detracted from the whole thing. I wanted to hear him speak. And Trump saying to him, "You've spoken enough," is like, no, I want to hear what he's like. Let's get thoughts out. Let's converse here. And then it turned into just a kind of a bully fest, 2-on-1.
It was definitely a display of bitching power. That was the display in my mind, and it definitely made waves across the whole world.
So I think Trump brought JD Vance in, and then Zelensky moaned and said that JD was shouting at him, which he wasn't. And then I believe then Trump said, "You're taking the piss, basically, and you want to wind your fucking neck in." And I think, yeah, you're fucking right. The vast majority of the people I've spoken to about it in the UK think it was brilliant.
Think that
That's
Trump was
shocking.
brilliant? Just to clarify.
Well,
Based?
Zelensky went in there for more weapons and money, and Trump's been obviously working behind the scenes to shut this down rather quick. And I remember saying by the end of February this will be shut down, and I was really right. But it looks like it'll be within a week or two. So
Well,
I think we're being very naive if we think the United States is going to stop selling weapons to Ukraine. That's obviously not going to happen. And two, I think from a political standpoint, what the United States did was fairly, I would say, low on the rankings of political gerrymandering. Like, this stuff could have been done behind closed doors. Like, it should have been done behind closed doors. It's not like it's the first time that politicians scream at each other. Like, the whole thing from optics standpoint just looks awful on both sides. And to be frank, it makes everybody weaker. It doesn't make the United States any stronger. It doesn't make Ukraine any stronger. It honestly, it weakens everybody. That's just my opinion.
Zelensky was high as usual. His nose twitching, finger twitching with the nose was quite prominent again.
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, well,
I don't know.
He's rightfully nervous. I mean, Zelensky's rightfully nervous. Right, but why wouldn't Zelensky be nervous, right? Like, this person right now is basically being extorted, quote unquote, by the United States for a crappy deal with no assurances, and the people who are trying to negotiate the deal on their behalf are being sympathetic to Russia right now. So I don't really see why Zelensky wouldn't be like this right now. Wouldn't say like this is retarded.
Well,
this is insanity.
If he holds none of the cards, which he doesn't, he doesn't hold any of the cards really.
He's the leader. He's the leader of a sovereign country who owns territory. Like, he holds many cards, and clearly, if we're thinking that the United States wants Ukraine's minerals, then clearly something in Ukraine's worth something. If Russia wants it and the United States wants it, there's something of value there, right?
Well,
so
yeah, it's the rare metals, etc. Yeah, I'm not denying that fact. But if America pulled out, Ukraine would fold within weeks. So let's not delude ourselves that Europe could hold afloat what America. They've given 350 billion.
They haven't. That's been debunked. This has been debunked.
If there's something I may add,
this has been debunked.
First of all, it hasn't been debunked, and second of all, I really hate this rhetoric that people often push. That, oh my God, so Ukraine is a sovereign democracy. Ukraine is a democracy. A democracy doesn't imprison church leaders, doesn't close down churches, doesn't force people right to join the military. I actually watched 3 different videos this morning.
Yes, they do.
3 different videos of people being torn away from their wives, their mothers, being forced to go to the front lines. They don't want to go fight this war. Ukraine is not. I find it funny because, I mean, I'm no expert on like war, don't get me wrong, but I think I've seen enough over the course of my 7 months in the Marine Corps to know that Ukraine will not defeat Russia. It doesn't even matter if we send them money. Unless, and by the way, God forbid, America goes in there and puts boots on the ground, but Ukraine's not winning this. This is just wasting lives and wasting money. We can use this money. The Marine Corps can use it, but definitely not
Right.
Ukraine. Zelensky is
down it.
outright corrupt. I mean, he's not running a sovereign democracy. He shut down the
I mean,
elections. Come on.
So this is
He did-
nonsense. This is nonsense. Zelensky is democratic. He got voted in. His country's in martial law. There is no election to be had when you have millions of your population that are currently refugees in other countries. When you
He's
have
less
millions of people
popular
on the
than
front
Justin
line.
Trudeau.
Imprisoning your
It
political
doesn't
opponents is
matter.
democratic.
It doesn't matter. What proof do you have that he imprisoned his political opponents?
This is
Like,
this
just
is on every single main
He
news
imprisoned
source out
priests.
there.
What
He
proof?
imprisoned Orthodox Christians, wasn't it?
Oh, okay.
Russian
Which
Orthodox.
Oh, okay.
Russian
So
Orthodox.
he, because he's being invaded by another country, created a quote unquote a concentration camp like every other country does. The United States did in World War II and Korea, and all of these threats because you can't have
You would be.
you can't
Just
you can't
because
have
the United States
hostile
did it
members.
isn't
Wait.
good.
You can't have hostile members in your country. So
Oh.
yes, if Russia's
Oh.
invading and declares war on you, you're going to go after
Oh.
the Russian sympathies
Okay.
in your country.
Let's be honest, but America, given the moral high ground and what they did to the Chinese and the Japanese in World War II, is ridiculous. The reality is, if you went to war with Iran now, would you imprison the priests?
Yeah, I would absolutely. I would
yeah,
go
Why
after
would you
their,
do
their
that?
imams.
Okay, so
Absolutely,
then
I would
it's
go
not
after their
democracy.
imams.
Well, there we go then.
Of course.
There we go. That's the difference.
Of course, I would
between
go
me and
after if their imams are deliberately undermining
Oh, here we
the
go.
democracy of a
Here's-
country,
Here's
then
the
yeah,
caveats.
absolutely. Why not?
Here's the caveats.
Why not?
No.
Okay,
If
so
they're
why-
spreading if they're
so
spreading
why do you
terrorist
imprison political
propaganda,
contenders? So why do you
if
imprison
they're-
political contenders? A democracy doesn't
which
work that way.
political contenders?
Imagine
Which
if
political contenders?
he
Which
imprisoned
political
several
contenders?
political.
It's no
Which
better than
political
Putin.
contenders?
No better than
So
Putin.
prove one.
All the
Bring
same.
one up. Okay. Bring
There's
one up.
a
Tell me what
democracy,
political-
Okay, a Kardashian, a democracy, regardless of the fact. I don't care who you are. A democracy specifically, not a communist country or dictatorship, but a democracy will, on no circumstance, imprison a political contender or any member of a religious group. Imprisoning a priest who has little to no authority over a conflict is not democratic. Imprisoning somebody who does not agree with your political views is not democratic. Like, there's
They're
no way you're
breaking the
defending
laws.
this.
If they are breaking
how is a political
laws, if
contender
they are breaking, whoa. Let's get one thing clear about democracy, okay? Democracy isn't the rules you decide they are. Democracy
Do they
is
have
the
a fair
rules that the
trial?
populace.
Did these priests
Yes,
have a
they
fair
have.
trial? Did they?
How would you know? How would you know they haven't?
Okay, so
How do you know they haven't?
Here's
How do
the
you know-
double standard.
You're making the claims here. You're making
Here's-
the claims here. You're saying they're
I'm-
corrupt.
I'm-
You're
I'm-
saying they
I'm-
imprison the priest, but we have no source. We have no data. We have nothing to actually substantiate that apart from Russian propaganda.
It's quite ridiculous. Ukraine has been known as one of the bentest countries in the world, not just Europe. And pre 2022, there were so many Vice, BBC, Guardian exposés about how bent and how backward this country was. But all of a sudden, they're beautiful and they're brilliant. He's no different to Putin. Putin's a bad man, but don't give me Zelensky's this angel, because he's a fucking
I'm not
bad
saying
man
he's
too,
an
a real
angel.
bad
He's
man.
the leader. He's
Well,
the
you
leader
are.
of a
You
democratic
clearly
country.
are.
He's the leader of a
You clearly
democratic
are.
country. He was elected by a democratic country, much like I can say
You'd be
Trump is an
calling us,
authoritarian
Putin
fascist,
stooges
but
in a
he was
minute.
elected by a democratic country by a peer of his people. Yeah, I mean, what's wrong with that? What more are we asking here? And then again, to say that a country that is currently being invaded by another who is in martial law, and then to say that, oh, they're not holding an election, therefore is a dictator, it goes against what the democracy of that country is, what the constitution of that country says. So it's undemocratic, if anything, to force a country to go into an election when their constitution clearly outlines that they cannot when they're at war.
They're clearly under a martial law that doesn't allow them to vote. What's unfortunate for them is that America is going to be negotiating with another country, most likely Russia in the end, because people don't have an option to change course.
What do you mean?
If they can't have an election because of martial law, that means that they're going to ride their country potentially into the ground with the current leader because they can't do anything about it democratically because that's shut down.
Okay, and if they have an election and they deal with Russia, who is a known propagandist country, and they have massive amounts of propaganda in their country, and the people of Ukraine who are now millions of Ukrainians are refugees across the world right now. They're not able to actually vote in Ukraine, so you're taking away the voice of millions of Ukrainians who would otherwise vote in a democratic process, and you've got soldiers on the front lines who are currently defending their borders to the
Soldiers
tunes
who
of
are forced
millions
to put there against
wouldn't
their
be
will.
stopped, who wouldn't. No,
Some
they're
of
not
them.
against their will. They're not
There,
against
there
their
has
will.
are,
been,
some of
but
them aren't.
okay. Incarnation, you've been asking for sources. I have 3 different videos that I can send you right now. All released today.
I don't want videos. I
Okay,
want
okay. So
sources.
here,
I don't want
okay.
videos.
It is a video that you can literally watch.
I don't want RN.
It is.
I don't want RN news.
Okay, so you don't want
that.
sources.
Give me,
So you don't
no,
want
I don't want
sources.
actual sources.
What you do is you pick. What you do
A
is you
video
pick
ain't a
and
source.
choose.
A
What you
video
do
is a
is
source.
what you do. You pick
A
and
video
choose
is not a source.
narratives.
Yes,
You
it
pick and
is.
choose sources that fit
No,
your
it's not.
narrative. That is all you're doing.
course it
Incarnation.
is.
That's all you're doing. A video is indeed a source. A video
What,
can't
really?
be used as evidence in the
How
court
is
of
it-
law. It can literally.
Really?
A video
Really?
can. Yes, it
They were-
can. The videos have
Oh,
been
really?
used multiple times as evidence in the
Really?
court of law. Incarnation. You know
Really?
this.
Do they have to be
Yes.
substantiated?
Yes, really.
Do
Yes,
they have to
really.
be substantiated?
Absolutely.
Russia. Let's go with the
Mm.
concept that Russia has all this propaganda that comes out, and people vote, and Russia takes over Ukraine. But in that process, the killing is over, and the war is over. Some people didn't get what they wanted, but also people aren't going to die anymore because of that war.
Well, let me ask you
where's
on
the good
that
and the
front.
bad?
On that note, RW, do you think Russia is going to end this if given 2 regions, Donbass?
I think that Russia would be
Lugansk,
more than willing to take the resources they've already acquired and keep them. Yes,
and that's it.
I don't
If
think they're
that
going to
deal was
continue to take risks. I think they have what they want. I think that port is what they wanted.
Really? Why have they been doing this for the last 120 years then?
I guess on a case-by-case basis, you'd have to ask the question there to gain resources.
Well, every single case with Russia has always ended with this type of crap. This has happened for the last 120 years.
Do you believe they're
Right.
going to push
Whether-
into NATO? Is that a talking point
Yes.
you hold? Okay.
Absolutely.
NATO,
They
NATO should
have-
be abolished. NATO should be completely abolished, in my opinion. NATO just should not exist. NATO is a bully. NATO is an asset of the CIA. NATO is a bully that
Yeah, there we
goes
go.
that literally forms up against other countries just to push a certain narrative or just to push what you call, by the way, Incarnation, propaganda. There's no reason why. Here's the thing. Here's
because
a
of
hypocritical
course,
thing.
because of course, sovereign nations
have been-
who enter in a defense alliance democratically and by choice, and
Do you
who
think
it's
it's
literally
fair
a
that
defense
the-
alliance.
do you think I-
This is just
Do you think
nonsense.
it's
What
fair?
you're saying
Do you
right
think
now.
it's fair
It's
that
nonsense.
do you think it's fair that the United States Air Force has Minutemen, nuclear capable ballistic missiles that are capable of striking Moscow within 2 minutes, stationed in Poland right now? Do you think that's fair to
Yeah,
Russia?
absolutely.
If I were president of
Absolutely.
Russia, I would not. No, you know what? If I were the president of Russia, I would not take that, because what that tells me is if the United States or any NATO country decides to take advantage of me one day, they can strike my country and kill millions of people within 2 minutes. And the fact that you think it's okay. The fact that you think it's okay is rather concerning.
Does Russia still have Dukes in Cuba? I mean, do they still have a submarine that's parked out like 1,000 miles outside of the United States that can strike Washington at any time?
Yeah.
What are we living in here?
And if
Come
they
on.
had bases in Mexico and
on.
Canada, I'm sure you wouldn't be laughing, would you?
They have bases in Cuba. They have submarines
No,
right now that are outside the continent. They have nuclear
weapons
submarines
pointing,
that are out.
nuclear weapons
Russia,
pointing at you
dude,
from Canada and Mexico.
Russia,
Listen to what I said. If you
Russia
slow,
has
I didn't
submarines.
mention anything about submarines. I mentioned about land. We were talking about land. So on the land front,
different
Russia
ways.
is
All right,
surrounded
all right.
by nuclear weapons, right?
All right.
And
There's
you
different
wouldn't be
ways.
laughing like some Cheshire cat if the
All
same
right.
thing was for you for Canada and Mexico. That's the point.
Okay, are you done?
So
Are
yesterday,
you done?
yesterday,
All right, so let's make one thing clear. Let's
Russia
make one thing
doesn't have
clear.
any military bases in Cuba.
They have missile silos in Cuba, by the way. They're still there. And second of all, they still have nuclear submarines with nuclear warheads that are patrolled outside of the continental United States. We're not worried about lands. Nuclear missiles can be launched from a submarine in the ocean.
You
We don't
thought it was
worry
funny
about
that
land.
Poland's got nuclear weapons pointed at Moscow.
Britain,
You thought
Britain's
you
got an
think it's
entire
all funny
submarine fleet.
that that's happening.
realize that
Well,
Britain-
if
you
you
realize that
reversed
Britain
it,
has
you
an-
wouldn't be that fucking funny, would you? You wouldn't find it that funny.
You realize that Britain has an entire submarine fleet pointed at Moscow at any given time, right? You realize that France has a strike first nuclear fucking. You realize that all of these countries,
Yes.
right?
Also-
On the
All of these
topic of NATO,
countries
though,
have defense measures set up against Russia
But
because Russia.
if
Let me
you-
finish.
on the
Russia,
topic
for the
of NATO,
last-
I want to.
Russia for the last 40 years has used its nuclear arsenal as a tactic to deliberately chip away at countries.
Russia's
And the
nuclear
West-
arsenal is
the
old.
West-
This has been debunked by the CIA
Oh my
and
God,
in multiple
here we go.
intelligence
Here we
sources
go.
for the longest
Just,
time.
he
Their-
literally just believes
their
everything
arsenal
off
is the oldest. And by the
MSNBC,
way,
this lad.
Also,
let's look-
correcting him again. Russia does not have missile silos in Cuba.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
and let's look at NATO, right?
Do they have nuclear capable
you wanna
submarines
explain-
sitting outside the United States? Yeah, they do.
Yes.
After
Yeah.
after
Google
after
away.
the
Don't have to be
clash-
Oh,
outside the
yeah.
United States, but yes.
Hold on.
Really.
after the clash
Listen,
between
listen.
Trump and
Why
go ahead.
ahead, Lee.
why is everybody getting what just hang on. Why is
Hey, Lee.
everybody getting so irate when you break? Well, no, let me just put the question to you. Just right when at the end of the day, Donald Trump has turned around to Ukraine and said, either you do a deal or we don't help. Off you go. It's as simple as that. It doesn't matter whether they're a sovereign country, who their president is. If you don't want to do a
Yeah,
deal,
I don't believe the
we don't
United
help
States is
you.
going to do
It's as
that.
simple as that.
I don't believe the United States is actually going to do that. The United States is still going to help Ukraine because at the end of the day, the United States, the people who actually defend the country, unlike the fucking stupid president of the United States, know full well that Russia is still a threat. So from a military
Russia's not a
standpoint,
threat.
you're never going to
We have
see.
bigger threats
You're
than
never
Russia.
going to see. You're never.
We have
Oh,
bigger
China,
threats than
yeah, okay.
Russia.
Russia's ally.
No,
China,
not
yeah,
even
buddy,
China.
okay.
The
Yeah,
biggest
yeah,
threat is
okay.
within our own country. The biggest
Oh
threat is
my
within our own
gosh.
country. That is the
mean,
biggest
there's
threat.
no
And on the
way-
topic
This
of
is-
NATO,
this is what-
here's the reason why this is so hypocritical. Okay, NATO claims that Russia's the biggest threat. You want to explain to me why Germany, for the longest time, has relied on Russia for their energy? They send money, they send weapons to Ukraine, they send leopard tanks to Ukraine to defend against Russia. Yet they get their energy from the same country which they consider to be the biggest threat to democracy. And they literally went with the United Nations and the European Union yesterday after the clash between Zelensky and Vance to stand in solidarity with Ukraine while it's still getting energy from Russia. How does that even make sense? That is an outrageous double standard.
It's a pretty simple. It's a pretty simple explanation for
It's
that.
not a simple explanation. It's just stupid.
Europe tried to make nice with Russia economically for a very, very long time, and as such, they created a dependency with Russia,
So
which is
you're
part of the
getting- so you're
reason why
paying the government-
Russia, which is part of the reason why Russia is actually has the
So you're
power
funding the
to
monster.
confront
You're
Europe,
funding the
right?
monster. So
Well,
Germany is
that's their own
actively
problem.
Germany is actively funding the monster that they claim to be
Okay,
dangerous.
and that's a mistake they made. That's a
That's a
mistake they
mistake
made,
they
and it won't be, they won't be making that
I,
mistake again because
you agree with Trump then? You agree with Trump because Trump said that in 2017 at the UN meeting, and everyone laughed at him. But now you agree with him. It's funny that.
with what? What are we talking about? Agree with what?
That
Germany relies Germany's relied 45% of their energy supplies on Russian gas and oil.
Yeah, that's a
And-
problem.
and
We've been saying this. We've been saying.
Trump blew up about it and said it's ridiculous. They're a
We've been
traditional enemy.
reading. We've been reading
You
about
agree
Europe
with Trump?
dependence.
You agree with Big
We've
Bad
been
Trump?
reading about. I've been reading about European dependency on Russian energy for well over 20 years now, and it's always been an issue, and it's always been a concern about European energy in Russia for well over 20 years now. So no, it's not just Trump.
Why
It's
did
not just
Germany-
anybody.
okay,
We've
okay,
been
okay,
saying
you
this for
agree
a
with-
long time.
Why
You
did
agree with
Biden-
Trump. You
so-
agree with Trump. That's
No,
good.
I agree with Bush. I agree with Obama. I agree with
Well,
every single state. I agree with every
receipts.
single
Get the
leader of the
receipts.
United
Get the
States
receipt
that
to me
have,
then.
that have said this. So
Give me the receipt then. Give me the receipt then.
So when Joe Biden was
Look,
president,
just one receipt.
when Joe Biden was president, why did not? So Joe Biden cut off all the pipelines. Where America was energy independent during the Trump administration from 2016 to 2020. Joe Biden cut off the pipelines, right? If these pipelines had stayed open, Germany could have said, okay, we actually have an American country, right? That is complete energy independent,
Which
right?
pipeline?
So it's instead of
Which pipeline?
the Keystone Pipeline, we have many pipelines in Texas,
Keystone
many
Pipeline would have
pipelines
never have gone
in
to
Alaska.
Ukraine. Keystone Pipeline was going to Texas. Keystone Pipeline never would have gone
Germany
to
could have
fucking
bought their
Ukraine.
energy from there, but Germany chose
It
the
never would have
biggest
gone.
threat
Why
to
would
the
you-
world. Germany chose the
Why would-
biggest threat to the world to buy their energy instead of coming to the United States for that. And you mean to tell me that Russia's the biggest threat?
Yeah,
It's
they
not
are,
adding
they
up.
are.
Incarnation,
Oh, they're
your
not.
argument,
Hard
it's
enough.
not adding up. And what enrages me
don't
more is that
And don't forget as well, ever since 2014, Zelensky's been asking for membership of NATO in the EU. There is known as the Kiev, or
Zelensky.
I think it might even be Ukraine Fraud Bureau. If you look at that website, and that's Ukraine being trying as an open book, all the cases that they've already prosecuted, all the cases that are already coming
Sorry,
up, they just
when did
not meeting
Zelensky
the
become
quota
president?
to be able to
When did
join NATO and EU.
when did Zelensky become president of Ukraine?
Well, irrespective if it wasn't 2004, they've been asking to join. It's part of what they want to do.
Oh, Ukraine's been asking to
the
join.
Western-
Yes, because Russia is a fucking problem. Russia is an aggressor against Ukraine. So yes, Ukraine has been looking for some form of security in NATO.
Yeah,
Like,
Right.
wow. I mean, I wonder why Sweden's joined, why Finland's joined, why all these countries have joined. I wonder. I mean,
I'm
I
agreeing
wonder.
with you. But,
I wonder.
but let me
Yeah.
answer the question then. You roll off all these other European countries that are in the EU quite correctly, but isn't it strange that the EU countries don't want Ukraine to join the EU because it is as corrupt as fuck? It just fucking
No.
is. It's the way they are. It's in their DNA. And United
No,
States of America
that's-
and Germany
again-
and Spain were voted on it, along with about 8 other countries, for an invitation. Not to join, they have to have an invitation first. Denied them it.
Why isn't Ukraine in NATO? Do you know why? I mean, there's a couple of reasons why, and it's not because of it's not because of the reasons you're saying.
Oh, they're as corrupt as anything.
Corruption is definitely one of the reasons.
I guess all the countries. I guess
Germany
if
arrested
the
all
cop out for
citizens.
every problem. Hey, listen. So if the new MAGA cop out for conservatives is that I can do whatever and I can shit on all of my
This is not about
diplomacy because
MAGA
it's
incarnate.
corrupt.
It's not MAGA.
Yeah, it is about MAGA because
No,
the only
it's
thing you're
not.
saying, the only thing is like, oh, it's corrupt. 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 Oh, this is all you have to say. Oh, this country's bad. Why it gets corrupt? I don't know why they're corrupt. They just are because Joe Biden. I can't tell you why. I can't give you any explanation why. They're just corrupt. That is the new
So
way.
we
That
just
is
keep
the
on giving
new way
money.
now.
We're just gonna continue
No,
giving
they're
money
all
to a corrupt
facts.
institution. Yeah, we see
What
corruption. You
facts?
know what?
Bring up a fact. Bring
We
up a
keep
fact.
giving money to a corrupt institution,
Look
right?
for February 7th or February 11th, 5 Ukrainian businessmen have been arrested for being prepaid 97%
How is that
of
corruption?
rocket launches. Hang on. Because they
How
were
is that
paid
corruption?
97%
What?
of
What?
the contract.
What?
When they were asked to provide the rockets,
Yo,
rocket launchers, they couldn't supply them. They've been arrested by the Ukraine Bureau of Fraud, and it's constant. The health minister, the ministry.
Okay, sorry. So they were paid to do something that they couldn't deliver. Wait. So they were. Wait. So somebody was contracted to do something. They didn't complete their contract, and they got put to jail for it. And that is supposed to be corruption. I don't understand.
Anything. They didn't even.
Okay, so the country paid them. So the country paid a company. The company didn't produce the product that they were supposed to, and now because they're arresting them, that's corruption. Come on, make it make sense here.
Where's the fucking money gone then?
Well, clearly the company who didn't deliver on what they were contracted to do are corrupt. What does that have to do with the government of Ukraine?
Because they're Ukrainian.
Oh, okay. So just because they're Ukrainian, they're corrupt.
All right. Let's just jump in a sec. You're so disingenuous, right? You can look back on the internet, and it will show so many articles of how corrupt and backward and violent, right?
So it should be
the
really
Ukrainian government is. It's not a conspiracy. This is fact. But all legacy media is reported on the state of Ukraine. But you're making out Ukraine is this perfect country, and it's fucking far from
Did I ever say
yes,
they were
you
a
are.
perfect
You
country?
are. You're making out.
Nope.
You're insinuating.
Not even close.
Right?
All you
You're
have to do
insinuating it's a great country. Zelensky's
state-owned
brilliant,
oil
and
company
it's the
in
fucking
Ukraine.
complete opposite. So disingenuous.
Yeah, that's my job.
Mhm.
Right.
Mhm.
Aphid, I disagree with your comment, by the way.
Which comment?
The one that you haven't made the whole time.
Oh yeah. Well, there's been enough talking.
Did you watch the argument? I guess we'll call it, Aphid Lip.
Yes, I did.
Do you have a take on that?
Well, I mean, I think it's been kind of what I don't remember who it was that said it, but it was just embarrassing for all parties involved. I think JD was the fire starter in the situation. I don't think it's gonna do him well with his relationship with Trump if he keeps that. I think Trump's gonna realize that having the bobblehead Pence, agreeing with everything he says is going to be better than JD jumping in all the time. Because I think that's why Trump took over, was because JD couldn't keep his mouth shut.
Interesting take.
I don't think what JD said was wrong, but it's like if you walked up to Stephen Hawking and was like, "Ha ha, you can't walk." You know what I'm saying? I mean, that Zelensky's at the, he's got no options. He's at the end of his rope. I mean, of course, everything he said was right, but
he has options.
He didn't mean he should have said it.
He has options, though. He just doesn't like the options that he has.
Well, yeah.
What are his options?
I think if Zelensky really wanted to save his country and really wanted to put an end to the bloodshed, if he really loved the Ukrainian people so much, a true leader would be like, okay, you know what? Let's just say maybe I don't even agree with what President Trump is saying, but I love my people more. Let me just take this deal so that the bloodshed can stop and so that we can have assured protection from Russia. It's that simple. It's that simple, but no.
What if the Ukrainian people don't want the deal?
Yeah.
What if the Ukrainian people don't want the deal? What if the Ukrainian people
They do want the deal.
They hate Justin. They hate Justin.
You have no way of knowing this.
Incarnation, you're on the front lines.
He's less popular than Justin Trudeau. He's less popular than Justin Trudeau.
Neither of us right now can make any kind of claim to say that the Ukrainian.
Well, let's have an election then. Let's have an election.
Yeah, let's have an election. You really got to do what the people said to have an election.
We can. So we, right now, we have no way of knowing what the will of the Ukrainian people are.
You think Ukrainian mothers?
We're gonna get interrupted again, right? Of course, maggot retards can't say
you really think Ukrainian mothers?
Right?
Man, incarnation. I seem to take this. I seem to take this role on, and I'm not gonna sit by. You talk so much, dude, and you got a right to talk.
Right now.
It doesn't matter. I know, dude, but you gotta just take your time, because you talk over everybody, and then you complain about people talking over you. It just don't hold water, dude. It don't.
Yeah. Of course.
No, you've gotten more sentences in than probably anybody on this panel. Go back and watch.
There are 8 of us here, so.
Sure, I'll shut up.
You're so good at math, bro.
I
doubt it.
You're spitting in the faces of mothers, who have to see their sons go and die, who never see them again. You're spitting in the faces of wives who witness their husbands get taken away by a government who's.
It's that incarnation going.
Why are you in the military? Why are you in the military? Why the fuck are you in the military?
Why am I in the military?
Why are you in the military?
Why am I in the military?
Oh, look at it.
Yeah, why are you in the military?
You want to know why I'm in the military?
This is so low IQ.
Why are you in the military?
The reason why I'm in the Marine Corps is because somebody has to get off of their couch, and go do something that's going to protect the greatest country in the world. That's why I'm here.
Okay, great. So Ukrainians feel the same way. So who are you to tell them otherwise? Who are you to tell them that their mothers are crying? Who are you to tell Ukrainian mothers that they don't want to tell?
No.
He's so disconnected from reality.
It is so disconnected. Ukraine is not the United States.
That was my main point. Yeah, they do want to fight for their country. They do. But if they want the United States help, they've got to sign a fucking deal. And if they don't, let them get on with it. And I don't want us getting involved either.
It's literally so simple. It's literally so simple. This whole situation. This is why Vance was the way he was. And for those who don't know, Vance was a corporal. Okay, that's the way Vance talked to Zelensky. That is literally how every corporal is here in the military. They're straight on, super honest. They are a no bullshit person. They will literally tell you things right to your face as it is. It's literally so simple. Take the deal. Stop spilling blood. And stop getting people killed. Stop sending people to war.
Kiss the ring, bow to the king, and I will protect you. Yeah, sure. Said everything
yes,
before.
We give Ukraine the money. Ukraine will not be paying back that money.
So does Europe. Yes, they will. They've already had
points. Amazing points.
Has Europe paid back the money we've lent them in World War II? Have they paid back that money?
Yes, absolutely.
No, they have not.
Absolutely. Fuck yeah, they have. Then some.
United Kingdom made their... Hey, the United Kingdom made their final payment in December 2006. You can look it up. That was our final debt payment for World War II.
But I say Europe as a whole.
So why? Oh yeah, I get that. But so why the hell should Ukraine get it for free? No, I think USA.
Ukraine isn't getting it for free. Nobody's getting it for free. These are all loans. Like nobody's getting this for free. The only thing I will say that no, they're not. And the only thing I will say that the U.S. is disadvantaged compared to Europe is that Europe has over $230 billion of Russian assets currently, sort of held and hoping that they will be able to use this as reparations to Ukraine and potentially to pay back some of their loans. But the United States isn't giving money, first of all, not giving money, straight cash to Ukraine, but most of the stuff that the U.S. is giving to Ukraine is on loans. There is an expectation of being
You're going to
repaid.
give it. You're
And of
going to
course,
give
the
it back
United
40
States,
years later.
and if,
Like it,
well, you know
like with
what?
Iran.
It's, hey,
You're going to give it back.
you know what? You know what? If
What,
Ukraine
what?
doesn't exist, can I get a sentence in? So if Ukraine doesn't exist, the U.S. won't get their money back. If Ukraine exists, the U.S. will get their money back. So it's not into the advantage of the United States
If Ukraine
to let
didn't exist, we
Ukraine.
would never give them money in the first place.
So,
Their logic is
just
so
a-
screwed up.
Just another correction: a significant portion of what the U.S. gives to Ukraine is direct grants, no repayment required, and that includes most of the military aid.
Mm-hmm.
It's worth every penny.
We're sending them howitzers. We're sending them ammunition. We're sending them javelin missiles. We're sending them rocket launchers. We're sending them mortars. We're sending them everything.
What about
Everything
condoms?
that we as a Marine Fleet force can barely afford. Well, guess what? Ukraine's eating our lunch, right in our faces, and I'm expected to just sit there and be like, Slava Ukraine or whatever they say. Like, come on, dude, come on.
Yeah, because the U.S. sending, yeah,
because out before the meal was served, so they literally ate the meal that was for that meeting.
Oh yeah, that was funny.
To a point, I do think, being that Russia is our enemy first and foremost, I don't mind funding a war somewhat to harm our enemy. But I think that ship has sailed long ago.
Yeah, Steve, we're talking about 750,000 dead on each side, maybe.
Yeah. I'm saying that ship has sailed.
Small price to pay.
That's a theory, you know. Yeah, well,
Huge
we're
number.
not fighting a war; they're fighting the war, and it's weakening our enemy. But Russia is.
Well, it's exposing their weaknesses too.
But they have a way more resources. I don't think it's going to be possible for Ukraine to be successful here. So why?
No.
It does seem to me like they are prolonging the inevitable.
Right.
They're just trying to weaken Russia as well. I mean, that's what the Biden admin basically admitted. I think was it Blinken said that basically every day it just makes Russia weaker. So you know, when you've got that sort of attitude, you know you don't really care about the Ukrainians. There's no care about the Ukrainian life. Just keep on, and keep on.
That might have been well and good all maybe at the beginning for the first, couple of volleys or whatever. But at this point, I think the reality is Ukraine can't win. Russia's not going to stop. Why is Ukraine really? Are they trying to argue to get a very specific deal that is going to be the most beneficial to them? That could actually cause a lot more guys to die. Is the deal that bad that Trump offered them? Do we know specifically what it was?
No, I don't know what it was. It was there, as Trump said, raw earth. What he meant to say, or should have known to say, is rare earth metals.
No, what he meant was raw dog.
That's what I was thinking. He's probably thinking raw dogging. Probably saw somebody in the crowd he liked.
Jesus. Yeah, I don't know. All I'm saying is it seems inevitable. Why keep prolonging it? They're gonna lose Ukraine. I hate to have to say it, but they're gonna have to lose. I guess, what do they call it? A province or two
provinces in Crimea.
Yeah,
I think also the fact that it was pointed out. It was pointed out by Vance, wasn't it, when they were having their spat, that when Zelensky was over during the elections going on, he went somewhere and was campaigning for Biden, which that Trump doesn't let things like that go by. I honestly think the only way that I think the only way that peace will happen from Trump's point of view, I think Zelensky's got to go. Because I don't think he's prepared to deal with him. And if he put a new leader in, that could change everything.
I feel like I can hear a drill sergeant yell in the background every once in a while.
Oh no, people are playing soccer right now. Got Marines out there drilling, doing a lot of stuff. It's Saturday.
Cool.
I think that Zelensky and Trump should have just shook their head, explained why they can't do what he wants them to do, and I mean, what was the point? They were just kicking dirt in his face.
Yeah, but
Zelensky,
don't
Zelensky
you
has always
think
been
he?
disrespectful.
It doesn't
Don't-
make any
don't-
sense to
don't
me.
you think he? Don't you think that Zelensky proved that he's a bit naive in that situation as a politician?
But didn't
I
he
mean-
go in there? Didn't he
He's
go in
fighting-
there
he's
for
fighting
more
for his
weapons
life.
and money? He
I
went in
know.
there
It's
for
the
more
U.S.
weapons
that's
and money.
naive. I think it's
But
the
I'm not
US
saying-
that's
I'm not
naive,
saying-
not Zelensky.
And
the
I
U.S.
think-
is naive in thinking that this deal is going to keep Russia out of Ukraine. Like the U.S. is the one that's naive right now.
No, what I meant,
not
incarnation.
Ukraine.
What I meant by that was the fact that he shouldn't have rose to the bait. I just think if he had been a bit more savvy, he knows who he's dealing with.
Agree.
It's Donald
I
Trump.
agree.
So he could have maybe, just
I
eaten
don't
a
know.
humble pie and just said, look, if I haven't said sorry today, I'm really apologize because of course the whole nation is so thankful to you, blah blah, and not risen to Vance's. I just think there was a bit of naivety there. He actually goes back and challenges Vance. And then it all
Well,
goes
I think
I
he
agree.
did. I think he did challenge him too much. He didn't know how to swallow his pride, which is why I couldn't be a leader because I wouldn't be able to swallow my pride. But I think that, like Last Dance said at the beginning of the show, that I think there might be more of a language barrier than we're aware of, and you couldn't really understand what Zelensky was saying a lot of the time too. So I'm not really sure if he was being combative or trying to calm down the situation. By that point, it was too far gone. But
Equally. I thought
Well,
that
at least he dressed like a leader this
bringing the
time.
finished deal to the table, and then once the meeting started, it was not a done deal at all, and that's why that's part of the problem.
Yeah, negotiating the deal live like that.
Yeah, that was stupid.
Ridiculous.
and I'm sure that was. I don't think that was a Zelensky idea.
He wanted cameras there, though.
Yeah,
He
Zelensky.
did-
Zelensky actually, so that this was actually reported by a major news source. By the way, he did request for the media to come in. That was not the original. That was not the original
Like, but
plan.
did he agree to them being
He's
there, or did he
If he's
request that
requested
they were
No,
there?
he requested it.
I'd
He
like
requested
to.
it. Hold on,
Last thing,
let
can you bring
me
up
see if I can
Don
find it
Trump?
for you.
Well, and maybe so after the whole telephone, that wonderful telephone call that happened a few years ago. Maybe he thought that that things would be more out in the open if
I think he went in there quite naively, thinking he could somehow how he thought that he'd be a bit like Biden, and he'll just
badly advised. He was badly advised, definitely.
yeah. I mean, because he just looked completely out of his depth, and then when he started back chatting, then basically it was game over, wasn't it? Then at that stage, and from what I took from it, right, was that he went into the meeting talking about weapons and cash, not talking about peace. Well, from what I take of it, I think Trump has been working on that deal privately, to sort of, and then obviously he said he went in with the wrong attitude.
I would be skeptical if Zelensky requested cameras.
I heard it. He heard it. So if it was untrue, then it was a fact that we both heard, and PFC and I.
I mean, I could see him maybe agreeing to it, but actually, like, saying no, I want cameras there. I just don't. I mean, if it happened, it happened. I'm not saying that I'm right and you guys are
The
wrong.
only
Yeah, I
reason
don't
I
know
could see
either,
that,
but I would
the only reason I could see Zelensky wanting cameras there is because he probably wanted to push back on the bullshit propaganda that fucking Trump and Vance have been spewing about him being a dictator and Russia not starting this war. So that's the only reason I could think why he would want a camera there, to publicly say, hey, this is bullshit. Of course, he didn't really do that. He made himself look worse.
Yeah, I mean, when Zelensky starts talking about Putin as a terrorist and stuff, that is the wrong attitude. You could definitely say at that point, at that time, when you're looking to do a peace deal.
Well, I definitely think I could see his point of view. I mean, as always, you got to put yourself in each person's shoes. And if I put myself in Zelensky's shoes, saying that Putin is a terrorist is probably being diplomatic. I'm thinking much worse.
Yeah.
I mean, would you say that when Trump was saying you're being disrespectful, was Trump saying you're being disrespectful to us or to Putin?
Yeah, no.
I think he meant it was
No.
to Trump.
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah,
see it.
Trump
I don't
doesn't
think
care about anybody but Trump.
Yeah, exactly. I can't see
I
him.
think
Exactly.
As much as it comes off like he loves Putin, that's a step too far. I think.
But I don't think he does. I think Trump wants to always maintain some kind of ability to negotiate with people, and what I think people perceive as him having this, quote unquote love for Putin is just him trying to continue
Having
some
a
level of
relationship.
communication.
I mean,
Yeah, it's like Rocket
Yeah.
Man.
you
Remember
could be
Rocket
right.
Man?
You could be right, Smokesteve, but in the end of the day, it doesn't matter what he thinks. It's what the whole world thinks. And right now, for the reactions I've seen, from our allies and the people that live in our allies' countries, it seems like, they're like, what the fuck? What is this? We've never seen anything like this from the United States. So it doesn't really matter what his point was.
Wow.
Or if it was right what he said, or any of that stuff.
I think we're watching different news channels. I understand that
I didn't watch any news channels.
traditional legacy channels will say it's bad what's happened, but from what I'm hearing, everyone found it.
I watched the
quite
reaction from
refreshing.
I looked at the reactions from our world leaders. I didn't look at any news source. I saw a
Yeah,
list from world
I-
leaders.
I think you're right, Aphid Lip. That has been the reaction of
World
Europe.
leaders seem to be backing Ukraine and very hard.
Yes.
Yeah, Europe has always been a backer of Ukraine, but I have a lot of things against Europe in general. So it's like I don't really care about their opinion in this matter because I mean, what have they done? What have they contributed to NATO since they've been a member?
They're
Barely.
backing him on Twitter,
Like
though.
NATO has literally been funded this entire time by America for the most part. So like, what does their opinion mean anyway?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
The UK
Harsh,
paid,
but I kind of agree with
have paid what it's due to pay every time, so we've always paid.
the countries that have the money have paid. Some of the
Well, no,
countries
some
don't
of
have the
There's
money.
many countries in Europe that don't hit the GDP figure with 2% or more. And one of those,
2.5,
which
right.
makes me laugh about Macron trying to take the world stage, is France only hit their target in 2024. Do you know what I mean? He wanders around like he's lecturing Germany and this, that, and the other. Well, pay up, my dear man. For
No,
goodness
France
sake.
is funny. Yeah, France is funny for sure. Yeah, that's just hilarious.
It is. It's unreal.
What about
Well,
the concept of the
France-
economy?
France has a nuclear deterrent, so they don't have to worry that as much.
No, but they still have a target, last dance. They have a target that they have to hit to contribute to NATO.
Okay.
And the first time that they've hit it was the end of last year. And that was because Macron knew, shit, we better do something, otherwise it's going to look even worse.
Yeah.
You can't turn. Well,
the
I tell you what, the
2%,
United
the
Kingdom, we've
2%
got
target is too
nuclear
low anyway.
missiles. Last dance, United Kingdom have got nuclear missiles. So why don't we just pay 1% and go, oh fuck it, we don't have to pay 2%. We've got nuclear missiles. No, we do the right thing.
Well, I got news for you. 2% isn't enough. You should
Well,
be
no.
more like
It
4%.
It isn't. It isn't. And I agree with you. And now it's going up to 2.5%. And even they're saying that's not even enough.
In my opinion, America should contribute 20, and Europe should contribute 80% of the entire funding for NATO.
Well, if we
not,
had mine, we wouldn't have one.
that's what I'm saying. Which is why I honestly think it's useless. Because what's the point? And
Wait, the Russians are coming.
I'm cooked. I am absolutely cooked. Yeah, we have colors in 5 minutes. But
Reveille.
Reveille.
y'all better run. Yeah,
At ease.
Well,
it's basically when every colors we retire the flag, which is all the way over there in the distance, and then you gotta stand at attention, and those in uniform have to salute the flag as Marines take it down for the night.
So patriotism isn't canceled?
Yes, it is.
Are
It is.
you,
It
are
is a
you
requirement.
obligated to be present for that?
Yes. As long as you're outside. If you're outside, everybody must. So as soon as the hymn starts to play, you must stand at attention. And if you're in uniform with a cover on, you must salute the flag. It's tradition, pretty much.
Cool.
Now, the point you were making just a minute ago, which I think is a good point, which is, I don't really care about what goes on in Europe. It's the fact that it's, America, of all they've ever known in their history, is that Europe is always fighting. There's always a war going on, and they have to stomp up the money to sort it out. Mm-hmm. Now, it's about time the European countries stood up and said, we've got to defend ourselves. The security's got to be played. America can't keep being the sole person that contributes the most money.
Yeah. Well, America wanted to be that person, and America deliberately prevented European countries from from making their own strong
America.
militaries. Like
So
this,
America. Who's
did this.
America?
This was
Who's America?
the United
America's
States
not
of
me, bro.
America.
That's not me because
Bro,
I didn't want
that's
this.
your country, son.
I
That's
did
your
not
country,
want this.
son.
I did
Well,
not.
73
I did not
million
go to
people.
the White House.
73 million people didn't want the Cheeto in office, okay? But he's in office. So guess what?
Absolutely not.
When
That is
the
not
leaders
true.
of your country make decisions for your country, they make the decisions for
That
your
is
country,
not
and you
true.
take them.
The
right?
majority
Yes, that
of
is
people
true.
did not want to get involved in a war. Most of the
73
time,
million people didn't vote
most of
for
the
Trump,
time,
buddy. So
most of the time,
okay?
people do not want to get involved in useless wars, which are just going to waste
Okay,
a
that's
ton
why
of money.
NATO is there.
By saying
That's-
America,
that's
don't
why
say
NATO is
America.
there.
Say Joe Biden. Joe Biden was
No,
president
America. Dude,
when
America
Ukraine
since the-
invaded. When Ukraine
America
invaded in
since-
2022,
Oh, man.
Joe Biden was president. When Russia invaded in 2022, Joe Biden was president. Joe Biden was the one who said we stand unequivocally with Ukraine. We're not going to look into how Ukraine operates. We're not going to send terms for Zelensky. Absolutely the fuck not. We're just going to give them money blindly without care whatever the hell they do.
Great.
That's what we've been
We
doing
did the
until
same
Trump
thing
came
with
in
Obama.
office.
We did the same thing with Obama when Russia.
And I
actually
condemn
invaded the
that.
first
I condemn
time.
that.
And then Trump did absolutely sweet fuck all when he was in office, and Russia was still occupying Ukraine.
Russia
right?
would not
So
do
we
it.
agree
Russia
that
would
we
not dare.
agree that Russia was occupying Ukraine while Trump was in office.
Russia would not
That
do it
is a
under his.
fact, right? That is
Russia-
a fact, right?
Russia-
You agree to this fact. Russia was occupying Ukraine
okay.
when Trump was in office.
Repeating
Yes
the same
or no?
thing.
Agree
Repeating
this.
the same
Gotta
thing
agree.
multiple times.
Agree to this fact.
Repeating the same thing
Russia
multiple
was
times is not going to get you
occupying
anywhere.
Ukraine when Trump
They
was
didn't
president.
invade.
Repeating,
They didn't invade.
right?
They didn't
They
invade
they were
areas.
still invading the country. They were occupying the country.
No,
They were,
no,
So repeating the
they
same
already
times
occupied
over and over and
Crimea.
over
They had
is not an
occupied
argument.
Crimea.
Oh, this is so
They
retarded.
occupied Crimea. They'd already occupied that. They didn't invade Crimea when Trump
okay,
was in
so
power.
they occupying. I'm glad we agree with each other.
What is it?
Russia
It's
invaded
a difference.
Ukraine
It's a big
in 2014.
difference. It's a
They
big difference.
occupied Ukraine up until they did a full-scale invasion
No,
in 2022.
Crimea.
This happened when Trump was there.
Incarnation,
Crimea.
This happened when Trump was there.
Incarnation, can I ask you a question? You know, you've said about the Ukraine. If the Ukraine people being asked, they're a sovereign country, they love their country. This is fact. Look it up. Why is it then when Vance touched on this when he was saying you've got low soldiers, you can't score? Why have 700,000 men from Ukraine left the country since the war started? 700,000 because they don't want to fight.
Military age men.
They don't. Yeah.
Yeah,
between
and 170,000 has deserted. 170,000 has deserted.
He left.
I mean, that's okay. We can continue talking.
Yeah, I did want to say goodbye to him and thank him for showing up.
Does he really like Carnation instant breakfast? Sorry, I hear incarnation. I was thinking that.
Weak in ease, weak.
So
Where did he go?
listen, yeah, it's a meat grinder. Is it upsetting that he does seem to be sending his guys into that shit pretty easily and willingly. I mean, I certainly care a lot about our soldiers. You know, I would never want to imagine sending them into something like that. And I would want that every possibility of negotiation.
He has to stand
We
attention.
Maybe mute
We
him.
can,
Yeah, is that rude?
no, I don't mind.
Where's
if
your
it-
patriotism, Aphid? Damn.
I mean, Steve, if you think about it, the only way Ukraine could win, right, is if we came in there, NATO, right, and that would mean World War III. So that's the only other result, because they can't win, because I think they're down to, like, I don't know what's in the country now, maybe 9 million in the country. Russia's 125 million. Right? So if you just talk on manpower, that's not going to work. If you talk on weapons, it's still not going to work. And if NATO get involved, that means nuclear weapons, which means World War III. So that's the only other result.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, like I was saying, just think about it. If you apply it to our own troops, could you imagine being so willing to just, rather than end it, you're essentially begging for more money and resources to keep this. I'm going to just call it what it is. It's a fucking meat grinder, man. Guys are just getting killed like on both sides, left and right.
Yeah, I guess I don't really understand, and I would like to understand Zelensky's point of view there. Surely he doesn't believe that he is going to be able to roll back
What's your view on
Crimea,
it?
and Donetsk and Luhansk.
He's
I
not
mean,
going to re-liberate them
I don't. I mean,
or liberate them.
has
I
anyone
guess.
got any other ideas of how Ukraine could win this war apart from getting NATO
Last
involved?
Dance and I have always
'Cause I
been.
can't.
I think we've been on the same page. That Last Dance and I've always said the way to do it is you turn it into a demilitarized zone.
Oh, country.
Yeah. It is the border between the European countries and Russia.
Yeah. That's
And,
what it should have been all the time.
unfortunately, part of that deal will be that he's going to have to accept that 20% of his country is gone, because he isn't going to pull back. He just isn't.
But he's holding all the keys. Putin's holding all the keys. They're literally hanging on. They've been hanging on now for a long time. Okay, they're literally holding them, but then they're not making any ground at all. They're just losing them every day.
They're losing ground every day. Yeah.
yeah. I don't want to. I don't want to make it sound like I'm a Putin fan. One reason Putin holds the keys is because he also doesn't care how many of his soldiers are killed, and he's perfectly willing to, trade his soldiers for Ukrainian soldiers until Ukraine runs out. So I don't think Putin is
You could
anybody.
flip it. You could flip it for the US with weapons. It's like the US doesn't care really. That's all they care about is making Russia weaker. They don't care about the weapons they're losing, in a way.
They don't care about the weapons. They don't care about the Ukrainian soldiers.
It's like Putin doesn't care about his men.
They don't care about the economic devastation that war causes across the global economy. They're just counting dead Russian soldiers as wins, and it didn't cost any American soldiers. And in that respect, yeah, it is cheap. If that's the only thing you care about, all you're doing is spending your, some dollars that you're going to waste on some other shit like whatever. But no, sorry.
Sesame Street in Syria or whatever.
Sorry, Aphid Lip.
Iraq, 20 million. Sesame
All right,
Street, Iraq.
it's Aphid Lip's turn.
Well, I mean,
yeah, but don't forget also that Putin knows that the land that he's taken also has rare minerals under the ground that are worth billions of pounds. So another reason why he's not going to pull back. He wants what's under the ground. He needs it as same as USA does and same as Europe does.
Yeah, this was always about
money,
minerals. This was always going to be about minerals at the end.
Mr. E has a valid point in the chat about so they were arguing about democracy difference between America and Ukraine before, and the difference that I saw is that in Ukraine the soldiers are being conscripted. There's no choice for them, but Nama is choosing to be in the military, and that makes a big difference in my mind.
Yeah, I'd say so. Definitely, it's voluntarily, right? And like I said, man, the reason why the military is an interesting place is because you got to learn how to follow orders, right? You don't really get a say, and Trump is essentially reversing that, right? By really transforming how soldiers get to express themselves, right? Because under the Biden military, under most most presidents in the past, you could not, as a private like me, you could not hold your leaders accountable, right? If an officer or someone tried to do something which you thought was a little bit fishy or weird, if you spoke out against it, well, guess what? You're going to get NJP'd or court-martialed. Well, that's changing, right? We're expanding the privileges and rights that service members have to hold their leaders accountable and be like, hey, like, I get it. Obviously, I have to earn the respect because you're higher ranked than me. But if I think you're doing something wrong, I should have the right to tell you man to man that, hey, I don't think what you're doing is right, and we can, discuss it as men instead of positioning yourself as some sort of dictator, above me. Which, by the way, if you were to do that in Ukraine, you'd be put in prison. You would be killed. That does not happen here in America. I don't know if Incarnation's still here, but I wish you would hear that, because I would do that in America. I have the right. I'm protected by the First Amendment. I'm protected by the Constitution. That's not the same thing in Ukraine.
Yeah, I hear you. A Biscuit up here says, he says, where is it? I lost Biscuit. Oh, fuck. Did I delete
Biscuit Vapes?
Yeah.
He was saying Zelensky already said that he would concede the land. He just wants security guarantee because Ukraine has been here before with Crimea.
Right. So we're not going to be the security guards, We're not going to put like 40,000 guys there.
No, I mean, that's the threat of that is what Putin argues is the reason he invaded. So that doesn't make any sense. You can't get the security guarantees. That's just not in the cards. That's not going to happen for Ukraine.
That'll provoke Putin anyway. The men there, 40,000 men there.
Possibly, if
we will be back in a few years.
I don't want to give Putin the benefit of the doubt. So I'll just say that it's possible, had we given Russia guarantees, that we would never give Ukraine security guarantees, which is kind of what I think Obama hinted at or was thinking about. It's possible that he would never have invaded Ukraine. But like I said, I don't want to give Putin the benefit of the doubt. He doesn't deserve it.
Even without the benefit of the doubt,
you took a break from riding Putin's cock, didn't you? Last Dance.
Yeah, it was chafing. He doesn't use any lube, asshole.
Yeah. That's what we were talking about. No,
I mean, what I was finding a bit crazy with that lad is that how he's insinuating that Zelensky's fine and Ukraine's a normal country and not corrupt at all in any way, which way. And you're pointing out the glaring obvious that everyone knew. Just go on Google, go pre-2022, and look for corruption in Ukraine, and there'll be multiple stories. And there's dozens and dozens of stories. But he's like, oh yeah, I didn't say they were perfect. I'm thinking, no, you were just making out that they were perfect. You weren't making out they were perfect. And it's they're both bad people. Zelensky and Putin, bad people.
Yep. How many people care about Ukraine versus not wanting it to move farther into where they are? Like, do people actually care about
Ukraine personally? Okay. Yes,
that's cool.
To be fair, I would suggest maybe 2% of America knew where Ukraine were on a map before 2022.
That's generous.
All right, gentlemen. I hate to leave, but I have to go, and I'm starting to get late here. I have to go back to my barracks. But thank you for having me on. I will definitely try to come on again.
Please do.
It was great having you.
Yeah,
thank you so much. Yeah. Great discussion, and y'all have a good night.
All right, you too. Take it easy.
Good night, Marine. Right on. Hell yeah.
It only took about 6 months, but I finally got him on the show.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it did, man.
Oh, I thought it was him that had the music in the background. Which one of you guys has got the music in the background?
I got some music in the background, but it's pretty far away.
Is it like guitar? Like,
yeah.
You can hear it totally good.
I can only barely hear it.
My girlfriend's taking guitar lessons.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, is she getting a lesson?
I'll deal with it.
No, she's practicing the Indigo Girls.
Oh.
Closer to fine?
Closer to fine.
Well, maybe I take it back. Tell her to shut the fuck up. No.
I like her voice, but
I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding.
But even if I didn't, I would say that.
That's too far, but I couldn't help myself. I apologize.
Can we talk about a very popular presenter, the best race baiter in American politics, the American legacy media, Joy, what's her name?
Joy Reid.
Joy Reid.
That's the one. Joy Reid. She just got taken out.
Well,
I don't know.
She got fired. She's a MSNBC host.
Was?
Yeah.
Is she a colored lady?
Yeah.
I think I know who she is.
Yeah.
I don't know what the right polite way to say it is. I'm sorry.
I think
she's black.
She's a racist. That's what she is.
It's it reminds me of when Phil Hartman played Sinatra on SNL, and he was talking to Sinead O'Connor. Hey, Baldy, right? Isn't she bald?
Yeah.
Sinead, yeah.
No, Joy Reid.
Joy Reid is also.
Oh, she's bald. Oh, maybe I don't know who she is. Then.
Yeah, she's bald.
So, she wears a Trump toupee. She wears a Trump toupee. Yes, she's got a Trump toupee.
I don't know. Wife says they fired 5 people of color.
MSNBC or what are we talking
about? Wow. They're racist now, are they?
Well, you know that's all progressives are counting, right?
Yeah, I know. It's not. It's just it's black people. If it's black people, it's got to be something.
Well, they probably
Yeah,
fired the
sinister.
people that got paid the most and had the least audience.
You would think. Well, the only thing that makes sense with.
Well, the thing was, if you looked at her ratings, the ratings were plummeting, and it was going down every week. So
yeah, but doesn't she have a really late slot? I mean, how good can her ratings be?
I try not to look at
well, if it keeps on going down week after week, though,
Yeah,
and that happens over like a 9 month
yeah,
year
no,
period, then it's time to go in it because obviously it's not working. You're not getting.
I wouldn't, I wouldn't question MSNBC's business moves. They do it for business reasons, I'm sure.
I mean, I think they pay Rachel Maddow like $30 million a year.
Yeah, for one show a week.
Yeah, I think
she's only got one outfit she wears. You think she'd get a bigger outfit?
Her ratings are quite good. She probably gets higher ratings by far than anybody.
Oh, are you serious? I've only seen her show a couple times, and it is just horrible.
She probably brings in 10 times what she gets paid.
So. I mean, I felt the same way about like Tucker Carlson too, though, and I'm sure some of you guys, well, not all you guys, but some of you guys think he was great.
I never actually saw Tucker Carlson.
I mean, what was funny is that when Rachel actually brought up Joy Reid's firing, she said, and she wasn't the only black person that was fired. I thought to myself, so wait there. So what you're actually announcing, I'm going to show the pays you $30 million a year. Right? You're insinuating that the company that you work for is racist.
Did you happen to see what Tucker Carlson's? I have trouble saying his name. It's just phonetically odd.
It's French.
His tweet regarding this Zelensky argument with Trump and Vance.
No,
I can read it. It's kind of wordy, but one of the most striking things. Hold on 1 second.
I'm already bored. Next.
I could put it on screen. We could all read it together. One of the most striking things about yesterday's Zelensky press conference was Lindsey Graham's reaction to it. Did anybody see that?
I did. I saw his reaction.
Well, I forgot it already. I forgot it.
Well, Graham and Zelensky are old friends. Graham's visited him, I think, 9 times. But Graham disavowed Zelensky within an hour. This was more than just transactional disloyalty. It was scapegoating. Lindsey Graham knows what's coming. Over the past 3 years, with the tacit support of his Western patrons, the Ukrainian government has committed a remarkable number of serious crimes. The Ukrainians sold huge quantities of American weapons on the international market at 20 cents on the dollar. Those weapons are now in the hands of armed groups around the world, including Hamas, cartels, Syria. God knows what the Ukrainians have done with the pathogens in American biolabs in their country. Even U.S. intelligence agencies aren't sure. The Ukrainians have also murdered a number of people in various countries in political assassinations. Back dollars. Shut up.
Really?
20 cents on the dollar.
We can talk about home fuel.
Biolabs.
So not 240 characters, huh?
No, he cheat that system.
The Ukrainians also murdered political assassination and tried to murder others, including American journalists and a European head of state. This is all true, and it's all going to come out at some point. Better start blaming it on Zelensky now.
Yeah. What is the summary of that?
The summary is that
what I just said.
Ukraine's, I mean, of course. What's the? Did it say the percentage of the stuff we supplied them with that was gone, or is this just like several small instances that?
It's probably pretty big, but it's probably not a majority.
No.
Oh, if it's even close to 20%, that is astronomically huge. I would just argue that those were probably known before we gave those that was most likely going to happen.
Oh, I think you're absolutely correct.
Cash. Is that why? Because they needed cash as well.
Well,
so
just because
they got cash. They washed cash, washing it.
They got cash too. They got
That-
cash.
More cash.
They got billions in cash.
Cash.
Yeah. And they got hardware, weapons. So
Crazy, man.
That was into the plan.
I mean, an interesting
But I
shift
think it-
by Lindsey Graham, seemingly after being a big proponent.
Well, what was he gonna?
of-
What was Lindsey Graham gonna do? Stick up for Zelensky?
No, we know what he's going to do.
But
He's got to
he literally
bend the
attacked him,
knee.
though.
He's got to
He
bend the
attacked
knee.
him.
I
to the-
did. He did. He could have just kept his mouth shut or not said as much. He did. But it is time. It is. I as much as I think that I don't think that the money was wasted. I think that going forward, there is a time when is it worth continuing? And I think that time has probably come. It's over
Yeah.
with. We
Yeah.
bloodied the nose, or the one thing is if you polled every human being on this planet, they would probably say that I'd like to think that they would think that America's number one, China's number two, and they would probably, if you polled every human, Russia is number three. Well, their GDP and their world standing, besides them having nukes, why are they number three? And I think that this maybe didn't take them out of the third place spot, but it proved that they are weaker than a lot of people thought that they were.
Well, wouldn't you count Europe as one?
Well, that's a really
If you-
interesting point, because tonight, when Zelensky arrived in London, went to see Keir Starmer, and they did their old handshake and best of friends, and we're going to back you and support you. By the way, not putting troops on the ground, back you and support you with aid and to try and come to some sort of peace agreement. Now, the pundits outside, all the political reporters, were saying that probably options are still on the table with Trump. Is there a way that maybe he can go back and make peace? It's because the whole of Europe's defence is so degraded, we haven't been investing in it properly, that the facts that they were saying last night, which I thought, wow, was that if America stops all aid tomorrow, then it won't be a matter of months. It could be a matter of weeks that the whole of Europe supplying Ukraine won't be enough. So that's why I guess Trump is so emboldened that he holds
Yeah.
the cards, as he said, because he knows
Right.
without the US, Zelensky and Ukraine are going to lose.
Yes,
Can I ask Aphid a defining question?
sure.
When you say that Russia is showing itself to be weak, do you mean that it's in conventional warfare it's weak, like if it can't use its nukes?
yeah, I would say that's true.
Yeah.
In conventional warfare, they've shown themselves to, well, to me, it seems like they've shown themselves to be pretty weak.
Right, because I watched
I-
the
I-
documentary showing just how
I
powerful the
disagree.
nukes are, and
I
I can see
disagree.
them. I can see
Or
why people are
possibly-
hitting them in the leg.
Pardon?
I
Possibly they're
wonder.
not
I
used-
wonder after this whole event how, what their nuclear capabilities actually are.
I don't think.
I mean, I don't want to test them,
Don't
But-
be Dank Brandon.
But the thing is, they
No, not at all.
Run
not
that
at all.
war game, bro.
the Russian
And I think it's important. I think it's important to keep.
I'm going to trust you, Anna.
I think it's important to keep situations like this in check because
Hey, good to hear from you, Anna.
good to see you, Anna.
Sorry, Aphid.
Yes,
No,
can you
that's
hear
all
me at least?
Hi, Anna.
That sounds great.
But
No,
Aphid-
I'm willing to shut up for Anna.
Aphid,
No, I want to see it.
the whole of Russia is on a war footing. Their economy is doing well. They're producing hundreds.
It's doing better than I think anybody expected it to do.
So I don't think they're weak. I think they are building and ramping up constantly, and he's got the workforce and the population.
I
to
just
do
don't think they have the. I just don't think they have the manpower. Like they couldn't invade another country. Like I think that's silly talk. That thinking that they could go further out and spread themselves
Russia?
even thinner.
In Russia,
Right now, no.
Oh yeah, of course. I don't think they'll put one step in a NATO country. You trigger Article
No,
5.
but I don't think it's possible for them to step one foot in another
I
country.
don't either. Nor
Where
do
I think before this, I think that a lot of people thought that it was.
yes.
Well, I don't think
You
that I don't think that they
You
could.
get these
Well, I
people,
have
then, you get
I
these
have-
people, and they're saying they're going to go to Poland next, and they're going to go to
No,
Hungary.
I don't think it.
Oh,
That's
think
going to take.
it's
That's going to take a
destroying the
decade
world.
before they're able to do something like that.
I think
I'm
some
not-
evidence that they don't have the ability to go is that they have to have North Korean troops
Exactly.
backfill their
Exactly. And
their
drain
forces
their
in
prison
Russia.
systems to get
right
the
so-
man feet on the ground.
it's a good way of getting rid of wrong uns, though, isn't it? It's a good way of getting rid of wrong uns. I mean, can you imagine? Someone like myself, I'd have them all lined up, all the proper wrong uns. I said, yeah, you're going in the meat grinder, lads.
Well, you think there's so many pedophiles in Russia that they can have a whole army fight a war? That's not a good sign either.
They should put them on the
There's a
front
huge
lines.
criminal element, huge underworld in Russia, I'm sure.
Oh,
You know
yeah,
that.
it is. It's a big thing. They've been taking a lot out of prisons, and they have been sticking them into like fucking.
I think per capita, we probably got more.
I want to bring
We're
an
all set.
information point from the chat. He's stating that Russia has war experience now, and other people don't, like Iran and China. And he's saying that North Korea is gaining military experience, which is not good. Towards the last point, I'm not sure how many of those boys are going to go home and help their own country.
There's a little bit of truth to that, but it's the whole experience thing. I mean,
I don't know. Never underestimate that the lessons that countries will learn. If they don't do well, then North Korea will take that lesson and
what I've seen from the North Koreans is that they were supposed to be being killed, but they weren't being killed. It took 2 months because they didn't go straight into the front line. They didn't get touched up. But as soon as they start making contact, they've been looking really like they didn't know what the fuck was going on, especially with the drones. They were just running around in open fields.
But I thought that was mostly when Ukraine pushed into Russia, that North Korea troops were on Russian soil, attacking Ukrainian troops in wherever they were.
You can let them in. It's not Last Dance.
Okay.
I mean, they haven't looked good at all when being.
Jake, Brandon, how you doing?
Welcome back, buddy.
Good to see you.
He heard his name mentioned like 5 minutes ago, so he
came. It was like the bat signal.
He came running.
I just got back from doing DoorDash, man.
We're on. Or go ahead, Walshman, if you want to finish your point. I'm sure he'll pull right in.
No. It's just that North Korea have been looking like a duck out of water, if you know what I mean. They haven't been looking fish out of water. They haven't looked good. But like you said, they will learn. But I don't think they've ever really come across warfare like that, with the drones.
Besides their troops being in the Ukraine war, I haven't paid much attention to that nation. It hasn't made much noise on its own soil.
Now, someone's saying that there are no North Korean troops. How would we really know? We see pictures of Asian-looking troops on these drone videos, but those could be Mongolians or troops from that area of Russia.
So they caught 2. One died, and the other guy survived. So, but I think that it's I just think they said that they killed them before they killed them with the propaganda. That's how I see it. That's the only fibbing I see. They said they killed them 2 months before they were really on.
Isn't there?
I need to keep myself from being culturally inappropriate right now.
You can do it.
Mongoloids. Is that what you're going to say?
No. Just...
I don't know where you're going to go, but
it's probably not. It is.
Anna, can you give us some more voice? Just talk for a little bit on your thoughts.
Yes, I don't know. I don't want to interrupt. No, it's interesting what you say. So yeah, I just listen and I don't want to interrupt this.
No, that's fine.
That's cool.
You're good.
I'm just testing
if only everybody that came on the pub had the same manners you did.
I'm not Zelensky after all, right?
Oh, ouch! I like your thumbnail, Anna.
Oh, it's very old. I don't know why I put it up.
That's what Wellington wears on a daily basis when he walks his dog.
Okay, well, Incarnation says that South Korea says they are. So I believe that South Korea too.
Dank, Brandon, do you have any thoughts on the interview? The Zelensky-Trump dance altercation?
That fucking train wreck.
That's an accurate description.
I mean, I don't really see how anybody can say that Trump is not lapdogging for Putin after all of that.
Yeah, I'll say it.
All right, well, we have that.
I don't believe it either, to be honest with you.
I mean, it's obvious. He refuses to say anything bad about Putin. Refuses to say Putin started the war. He doesn't even know when the war started. Doesn't know that Putin invaded in 2014. He doesn't know any of the history.
No, he didn't.
No, he
And for
didn't.
somebody like me, it's fine to not know any of the history because I'm not a fucking president.
Wait there. In 2014. It was Ukrainian government bombing Ukrainian citizens.
No, it was Russia taking Crimea.
No.
Whoa, how many people died in Crimea when this happened?
Crimea is separate to where they were bombing in Kursk and stuff. They were bombing Ukrainian citizens. The Ukrainian government were bombing Ukrainian citizens in that time, and that's why they went to Crimea. It's because of all that shit that was going on.
I thought the most conflict was in the Donetsk region.
I can understand the Ukrainians don't want to be slaves to Putin. I mean, nobody wants to go back into that. He's attempting to gobble up back all the Soviet states. That's his goal, and the Soviet states no longer want to be slaves. He has his slaves within Russia, and he's sending as many of them out to die as possible.
Well,
very strong term.
You could say that about Zelensky. There's no way that Zelensky's going to win, and he's been laying his men out to die for over 2 years.
All the people in Ukraine that didn't want to fight got out.
No, they didn't get out.
The only ones that weren't allowed out.
I've seen them getting dragged out. I've seen them getting dragged out their houses, getting dragged out into vans. Yeah, they're literally just picking them off the streets, mate.
They conscript the fighting age men, but there are also the majority of Ukrainians are willingly fighting. I remember when the war started, there were old women fucking.
Of course, when the war started, but then reality kicks in. And when reality kicks in, and there's a Bushka mama there who's lost 2 of her sons.
The reality
died, and after 2 years of this, and the citizens seeing this for 2 years, you'd be hard pushed to find a Ukrainian to say, keep on fighting, keep on funding, keep on fighting.
No, you wouldn't. Ukrainian Anna's always saying it.
It's worth noting.
Not when they've lost their 2 sons. And they've got no one left.
She lost her fucking father.
It's worth noting that the fighting age, based on the article Last Dance gave us in the back chat, is up to 60 years old.
Yeah.
They're running out of men. They're running out of men. And I told you, 700,000 of them have fled because they don't want to fight.
They're a small country that has been fighting a larger country that was supposed to have rolled over them in 2 weeks for 3 years.
It's that you've got a small country. Ukraine is a huge country, and you've got a bigger country, right? And you said they've held on for 2 years. Is that it? Right.
I mean, in 2014, you basically
it reminds me of another underdog story of a country, one that was under the rule of a king that wanted to continue ruling and taxing without representation.
I don't see
that country rising the fuck up
George Washington
and starting a war backed by another country who gave us the money to fight.
That comparison is.
You know why that comparison?
That's not a right comparison. You don't see the American spirit in the fighting Ukrainians.
Yeah, England lost, and they also quit because they didn't want to do it anymore.
And Russia is losing.
Russia's not losing.
They are. Dude, they were supposed to win in 2 weeks.
Where have you been?
They were supposed to win in 2 weeks. Look. If
They're
I
not losing.
if I go up
They're
to
not
a fifth
losing,
grader,
mate.
if I go up to a fifth grader
Yeah, they watch us at
and I tell him I'm going to
MSNBC.
beat his ass,
Brendan,
and I'm
look
going to
at
beat
the
his
map.
ass in
Look
5
at-
minutes,
Brendan, look
and
at
it
the map.
takes
They've
me
lost
2
20%
hours
of
to
their
beat
country.
his ass, and I'm black and bloody by the end
Brendan,
of it.
how can you say they're losing? They've taken 20% of the country.
Please don't shout. Headache.
Because
They're not
because the
losing.
landmass they take gets taken back.
When?
Oh
They've
my God.
they've lost men, they've lost artillery, they've lost a fucking
Okay.
majority of their goddamn
Go and look at the maps,
fleets.
Brendan. Go and look at the maps.
I'll say this, Dank. Russia has probably lost more men than Ukraine has. But
Yeah.
that's perfectly acceptable to them.
Yeah, but
They're
but
willing
how?
to
how,
lose.
how
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
yeah, but Hank. Yeah, but
why
Hank.
does Russia
How many men?
why
How
does
many
Russia
men have
need to get
died?
North Korean troops in?
How many men have died in your estimation? Do you think? How many men have died on the Ukrainian side? Guess.
I don't know the fucking numbers, dude. I
Well,
know
you should
that
do.
Russia
You
has
should do
lost
because you're
way
talking
more
about you're talking
people.
about war.
I know that
Like
Russia has
are
lost
losing.
way
You
more
don't know the
people than they
numbers.
should have
Okay, how much have
lost
Ukraine
fighting
lost?
a shithole country.
Yeah,
How
you
many
might
have
be right,
Ukraine
but
lost?
that's still not
Just
a
answer
formula
it.
for
Just give me a guess. How many have Ukraine lost?
Dude, again, if I go up to fight a fifth grader and I'm
Oh,
supposed to beat that fifth
if you
grader's
can't
ass
answer,
in a matter of
if you can't
minutes,
you
and
can't
it
give a
takes me 2
guesstimate.
hours to get
Give
black
it.
and
Look,
bloody.
just give a
Dank,
guesstimate.
they're going
Hank,
to
please.
Ukraine's going to run out of soldiers before
Right,
Russia.
right. Let me
Russia
just give
has
you.
already run out of soldiers.
Oh,
No,
right.
They're having to pull
No,
people
they
out
have
of
not.
prisons.
come
They're
Okay,
having to pull people out of
This is
North Korea.
okay.
They had an
Hank,
entire battalion turn
please
around
just
and
be quiet
attack
for a
their
second.
own fucking country.
Hank, be quiet, please,
That
for a
was fun.
second. So let me tell you some. Let me tell you some population. Right,
Gagosian.
Russia has 125 million people. Ukraine currently might have about 10 million people. So let's just get that one out there. All right, the amount of people that have died on the Ukrainian side and the Russian side could be as much as 750,000 on each side, at least. Some estimates are saying about 1 million on each side. Now you can all well and good and say,
I've also seen much lower estimates. That's fine.
Ukrainian figures. Ukrainians said about. But my point is, we're under no illusion that the numbers are huge.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, right? When he says that they're beating Russia, they're not, right? If it wasn't for America, it would have been all over in a fucking couple of weeks, right?
Just like if it wasn't for France, it would have been all over for America in a couple of weeks.
The difference is there's nuclear weapons now, chum. It's different now. With nuclear weapons, you're playing with nuclear weapons. You're not playing with fucking
stop.
machine
Wait.
guns. No.
Let's think this out. Let's think this out a little bit logically, okay? Who is the richest ruler on the planet?
Elon Musk.
No, it's Putin.
Well, he's really not a ruler on paper. He's just got his dick shoved straight up Trump's mouth.
I got the answer right. What's the next question?
Anyway, Putin is the richest ruler on the planet.
Yes.
He got that way from his KGB days, and also while he's been president for like the last 40 fucking years.
Got to do with the war?
He has been selling off shit of Russia. I don't believe Russia has any nuclear weapons. I'm pretty certain that Putin has sold them all off to terrorists.
You're entitled to your opinion, but I'm telling you, nobody is banking on your theories anywhere in the world, including.
Unfortunately,
in the
people are banking on Donald Trump's theories, and Donald Trump's theories are a lot worse than mine.
No, they're a lot better than yours.
No, they're not.
Donald Trump might talk might talk a bit of smack, but on your case, you've been smoking smack.
And give China fucking Taiwan.
I guarantee you that Russia has not sold its nuclear weapons on the black market.
Top, we'll get on here, dude.
No, Russia has not. I guarantee you Vladimir Putin probably has. He knows he's about to die.
I guarantee you he has.
God.
Yeah,
he knows he's about to die.
Oh my God! I mean, it's so ridiculous that someone would come out with this, right? They said 3 years ago, 2 years ago, that Putin had cancer, had MS, had polio, had strokes. He was dying multiple times. Was dead. He was dead twice.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
And,
And
wait
guess
a
what?
minute. How long?
Putin is still fucking here.
Was it?
Right?
How long was it that what the fuck was his damn name?
Joe
Do you
Biden.
remember that?
The senator
Hank,
in Arizona.
Do you remember how many times he's had cancer? He's had strokes. You remember how many times he told you all the stories?
How long was it after McCain was
and guess what? He's still alive.
That he died.
He's still alive.
Well, not McCain. What about Carter?
Yeah.
Carter had brain cancer, terminal brain cancer for like 10 years.
Right, I just wanted to look this up.
He got on hospice when Pikes Peak was a pimple.
Exactly.
I forgot what this topic is about.
I just wanted to look this.
What are we talking about?
I give you these figures, right? They're from February. They're from February the 6th. Okay, just a few days ago, which is the latest army figures for Ukraine and Russia. So the manpower available to Russia, 69 million, Ukraine, 18 million. Active soldiers for Russia, 1.3 million, 900,000 for Ukraine. Reserve forces, 2 million for Russia, 1 million for Ukraine. Paramilitary units, 250,000. Ukraine have got 100,000. Total aircraft, still to this date, February the 6th, Air Force for Russia, 4,292, 324 for Ukraine. Helicopters, Russia, 1,651, 136 for Ukraine. Fighters, 833, 70 for Ukraine. And attack helicopters, 557 for Russia, 39 for Ukraine. So I don't think Ukraine's got fucking guts.
Who's winning?
Yeah, Russia. Yeah, he was winning. Yeah, too right.
Yeah, and honestly, I was shocked to hear recently.
The country that was supposed to have been rolled over in 2 weeks.
Well,
yeah, but it would have been. It would have been. I mean, their men have fought gallantly, but they fought gallantly with American and Western weapons, right? And they have fought really well. But there's a point after like a couple of months when the bullet hits home that they're not going to win. They're not going to get direct help from any Western country because it'll cause World War III.
After a couple of months, bro, it's been 3 years.
Well,
the reality is they're just being slaughtered. Don't you understand it? It's just death. There's no option for
They're
winning.
not being slaughtered. They are fighting.
Idiots.
They are fighting, dude.
Well, they're fighting.
They're gallantly
if China
slaughtered.
landed on the shores of America today, every American would fight till their last breath. I'm sorry, MAGA would not. They would just fall in line with whatever Donald Trump said.
You're getting
they would fall on their knees and they would beg their new rulers to spare their lives. But all of the true patriots of this country would stand up and fight.
Let me ask you this. Do you want the war to be over in Ukraine now? Do you want a deal?
No, I want Putin to turn his people the fuck around and go back home.
Okay. So you would not concede any land or be
me personally, hell no.
So you don't think they should?
Russia should lose land. Crimea, they should lose Crimea because it doesn't belong to them, and they should lose some of the territories around Ukraine at the very least.
You're fully comfortable by saying that
Crimea was owned by Russia for hundreds of years.
Lee, hold on. By saying that, you're fully comfortable in the fact that you're definitely going to be losing a lot more Ukrainian soldiers for something that may not be even realistic.
Yeah. So Hank,
what's your idea?
What's your idea of how Ukraine? How can Ukraine win? Tell us how Ukraine can win. Well, from this point on,
with the help of America and the rest of the world.
Okay, so by giving them more weapons and more monies, yeah. So that hasn't worked.
Yes, by giving them more weapons that we're not using. Yes,
3 years now. So 3 years now that hasn't worked. And by the way, you've given them all.
I mean, Donald
weapons.
Trump's already stealing their mineral wealth. So
well, he's not.
There's nothing for us to worry about.
The country's not
spending money. We can go ahead and spend all the fucking money we want to because Donald Trump is stealing all their land wealth.
Okay, so by repeating what we've already done, and that hasn't worked, do you think it's going to work this time?
But what hasn't worked?
Well, giving them money right?
Really,
And weapons.
giving them the weapons that they have used to fight this 3-year war that was supposed to be over in 2 weeks. That hasn't worked.
So the end
Seems
result
to have
is
worked pretty good for
the
me.
end result is that the hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people are dead. And for what at the end of the day? There's no resolution. Tell me a way out for Ukraine. The only way out for Ukraine that I see, and correct me if you don't agree with me, is that NATO and America get involved, or NATO get involved, and then that will cause World War III, and then the nuclear weapons will get involved. Because that's all I can see. I can't see Ukraine winning. Can you explain how Ukraine wins?
Can we agree to just say fuck Ukraine and change the topic, please?
Oh, all right.
I have a
Yeah, we can always circle back. We can circle back. What's your topic, Anna? What do you got?
Oh, something else, not just nuclear weapons, whatever. I don't know. This word is stuck in my head already.
Nukes are fun.
What are you drinking?
Okay, go ahead.
Last Dance. Read it. Tell us what it is. Teeling
whiskey,
Nice,
Irish.
Cheers.
Irish whiskey, product of Ireland. Single
Cheers.
malt.
Cheers, everybody.
North or south?
Cheers.
Got some shock top on the top right.
It says Ireland, not Northern Ireland. So,
all right, good enough for me then.
I'm drinking some roasted dandelion tea.
Oh, that's so sweet.
That's roasted.
That's fucking precious.
Roasted.
Precious.
Not dandelion, dandelion.
Do you guys want to derail
I gotta
to
go
the...
upstairs and put the kids to bed and smoke a ball. So,
Well,
what are we talking about? The redacted
Thanks
list
for
that
stopping
we-
by, Dank.
Yep.
You can smoke a bowl on the pub too if you want.
Yeah,
I
smoking
gotta
a
put
lot.
the kids to bed.
Okay.
All right.
Take it easy, buddy.
Your fatherly duties. Just Evo having some Maker's Mark, one of my all-time favorites. Right on, dog. I love it.
That's the one with the red wax on it, right?
Fake wax, yeah.
No, it's fake wax.
That's Kentucky bourbon, right?
Maker's Mark is bourbon, yeah. In order to be bourbon, it has to be
from Kentucky, yeah.
Yes, that's why Jack Daniels is whiskey, because it's from what state?
Tennessee.
Bingo.
Which is almost Kentucky.
Dawn's having some ham and pea soup. That shit will fuck you up.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you let it sit out for a couple days.
For Last Dance, that would just be pea soup, which is really not as good.
Pea.
You gotta have the ham.
And some more peas soup.
Just peas.
Chunks of carrots and potato. Come on.
Take out the only one good thing in that soup.
What is that weird bottle there?
Topple, it's good to see you, man.
What's going on? I missed out.
Yeah,
Last week when I jumped on, he jumped off. I was gonna have fun.
Well, we had him, a new guy, Incarnation, on. He was pretty lively.
He's still in the chat. He's still in the chat.
Oh, he's still in the chat. Okay. And we had Private First Class Nama.
Private First Class who?
He's been on before under a different name, but now he's off doing his with the Marine Corps at 29 Palms
in a bit.
Oh, really? Cool.
Which, by the way, is not far from the Anza Borrego Desert.
He's very knowledgeable for a young lad. To be fair, he's quite equipped to debate for his age, isn't he?
Well,
I'm pretty sure he's still 18. If not, he's barely 19.
Yeah, it's
youngster.
He was
right
certainly
around there.
passionate. I'll say that.
He's a good kid. I like him.
He's been moving towards politics since I met him a couple years ago, and his father sits on a powerful stage as well and thinks at a higher level. So it definitely is rubbed off.
Cool, good for him. I like it, and I hope he does well in his endeavors and joins us again.
I think he got the name of the pipeline wrong, but apart from that, I mean, whether you agree with his views or not, for an 18-year-old to speak that confidently,
I'm happy to hear his voice. Period. I don't interact with that age group very much.
Yeah, he's good. Anyone's good here. We like all opinions, you know.
I don't know. I mean, he just looked like young and perfect, and so I took a hatred to him right away.
Everyone's got the line.
Boomer.
Exactly.
Well, we might as well get your opinion about the Oval Office happenings.
Might as
it's all
well.
fun.
Oh, cigar, Monica Lewinsky.
Yeah.
Fast forward a little bit to the
I'm still
current
back
time.
then. What's that?
Fast forward to
Not Lewinsky.
So I went on.
yesterday.
So I read what Last Dance said, and I went back and actually watched the whole thing, not the last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Different. Is it true that Zawinski wanted to do it in front of the media?
Well, we were debating that earlier.
I haven't seen any definitive evidence that that's true.
Okay.
And to me, it seems unlikely.
Because if he
agree.
wanted to
Two
be in
people on
front of
the
the
panel
media,
said
it
he
was just
did.
to set up it from the beginning. But if not, it's Trump. It's Trump.
Yeah, it wasn't very. It
Is
wasn't
it? I
surprising. It wasn't
I didn't
surprising.
disagree with everything he said at all. It was how he presented it. And
Zelensky.
no, Trump. Well, Trump and
Yeah, but I think Zelensky went into it like unprepared with the wrong tactics, and he
there's
made
supposedly a
himself-
video of the lady that's something with him.
Yeah,
and she
ducking,
just kept
yeah,
putting her.
ambassador.
Yeah, it was a
She
shit
was the
show.
ambassador.
That was her
She's the-
translator.
Oh, was it?
No, the ambassador
No,
of
not the
Ukraine.
ambassador.
Yeah,
ambassador.
the one that had her head in her hands.
Yeah.
That was the ambassador.
It was a shit show, but at the end, I think they got the point across. We're not Trump, even though I hate
We're not Biden.
you
We're
have
not
no
Biden.
cards to play
Did you
with.
see,
You have no
did you
cards
see
to play
when
with.
did you see when Zelensky arrived outside the White House? Did you see it right from that part when Trump comes out to meet him? He shakes his hand and they just turn to the press, and he kind of points at him and goes, "I see he's come dressed for the occasion," sort of tongue in cheek and laughing. I think Zelensky should have pricked it right then and gone, This might not be as good as I think it's going to be, because then the reporter asks it again about respect. Why aren't you wearing a suit? Which I've long thought he would get a lot more respect around the world if he did. But
That's stupid.
He has nothing to do with the army. At least Che Guevara killed and murdered people. This cunt.
Winston Churchill used to go to international meetings with his one-piece jumpsuit thing that he had with the buckle on the front.
He was a veteran.
He was a veteran, and he was in a state of war. This would have been during World War II.
I never saw. Yeah, but Steve, I never saw once Winston Churchill give a speech, whether it was to Congress or to any other country, in a t-shirt and combat trousers. He always had a suit on when he was talking to people that he needed the support for their England.
Yeah. In this particular case, he did do Oval Office appearances in his one-piece romper thing that he had, because that's what he wore often in the UK, because they had to scramble so quickly for cover from bombings that he wanted like a simple garment that he could move around in. Then it kind of became his trademark per se in certain situations. I'm not saying I'm comparing Zelensky to Churchill by any means.
Well,
his country is in a time of war.
Right. He's got an identity that he's trying to project, and just like anybody,
I get that, but I just think if you mean business and you need people to help you out, you go in.
Steve Lloyd has a good point.
Smartly with your shoes polished and everything else. I just think it just looks like a fucking joke, and a lot of people feel the same way as well. It's just and he's been pulled up on it.
Well, I know I don't give a damn what Zelensky wears, and I doubt.
I think it's
Trump
stupid.
does. I doubt anybody even really matters.
It would be like Starmer wearing the English kit if England got to the final. He said, "I'm supporting the side." It's like, shut up, you silly cunt. You're not part of the football team.
That wouldn't bother me.
No, I mean that's a far out comparison, like way far out.
Thanks, RW.
What is he saying?
He prefers Fetterman's garb.
Yeah, Fetterman.
Now we do have a lower bound that Zelensky didn't even get close to. So
I don't think Fetterman ever wore that outfit in the Oval Office.
God, I hope he never gets that close.
I quite like Fetterman, though. I do quite like Fetterman. Now, in the sense that he's got better. He can clearly talk now, and
It only took a stroke to do it.
Yeah, but
it's only when his brain was destroyed that he became more conservative.
That's not. That's their.
He was the first Democrat to say, "I'm going to work with the Republicans and all that." He got a lot of stick for that. He's spoken out again and said, "Well, of course I'm going to work with them." And he's clearly gone a bit conservative after his stroke.
Yeah, well,
become conservative until the syphilis ate the best parts of his brain.
Have a stroke, no longer woke. That's what they say.
No, you have a stroke, you start thinking like a Republican. That's what happens.
I know what he wears. I know what he wears, but he can't wear it any worse than he wears it. It's like real, like crazy clothes, and he wears it really bad. He wears it really bad always.
He looks like a raincoater sometimes, like he's just about to go. And that.
I mean, he kind of dresses like this: black hoodie, silver zipper, black strings, blue T-shirt, blue jeans. You know,
tempting offer,
jogger bottoms, and flip flops.
Leather boots. Maybe he's not even leather boot guy then. Flip flops. I don't like.
I seen him in Congress, and he literally had joggers on and a hoodie, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
That's all right, as long as you can, kick some ass. Can't kick shit with flip flops on. That's for damn sure.
Well, you'll get more shit on your foot. That's all.
That's a figurative expression. Where'd the dog go? What? We get no dog? The fuck?
Come on, that's the best part.
Best part. Where's your Gimp dog? Get Gimpy up there.
Right
come on, Chip.
He's right here. He's always 2 feet from me.
You don't want to hurt his busted wing, so leave him down there.
Yeah.
No, his leg's pretty good. He can jump up on the couch and stuff now.
Oh, he can? He go upstairs?
He can't get up. He can't get on the bed.
Now, you never had surgery done, right?
No.
That's okay.
Well, he can't have surgery because he's got a condition that won't allow him to have. He's special.
He's canine.
What is the reason that
he's got canine?
What, RW?
What is the situation? Is it a healing situation, or it is what it is?
Oh, he's healed.
No, with his leg or with not being able to have any kind of surgery?
With his leg.
He messed up his. Well, he gained a bunch of weight because he had this condition going on, and then I think he got outside and went to go chase a squirrel and thought he forgot that he had gained 10 pounds, and he's a smaller dog, so
that's why I stopped chasing women myself.
Yeah, exactly.
Literally, you ran after them.
He actually.
Yeah,
RW used to chase squirrels.
I can see why it didn't work. The running after them is generally
they never wanted to have a conversation. They just they didn't understand.
He was chasing a squirrel when he ran into.
How's Trigger?
Let me show you his leg. There you go.
That's way better, dude.
That looks pretty darn good, actually.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like a horror scene anymore.
Yeah.
That's just a scar, right? It's not an open wound.
I can't tell what part of him I'm looking at there.
I don't know what it is.
Knee, at the knee level.
Oh, okay, there he is.
There's his face. Okay. Oh, okay. Now I get it.
It's his nostril.
Oh man, I'm so glad that he's still with us right now.
Yeah,
seriously.
Yeah, I mean, so the end result of that was 3 by 3.5 inches, and now it's about 1 inch by 1.5. So, yeah, really happy.
It sounded bleak a couple months back, man.
Sure.
Yeah, it was. He got infected as well.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Cheers to Trigger.
Absolutely.
Cheers indeed.
Cheers to Trigger. And
the funny thing is, lads, after 2 weeks of the operation, he wants to jump up and down, go up and down the stairs.
Right.
And I held him really for about 4 to 5 weeks, I think, basically. So I wouldn't allow it, because he was just. But he did want to run, and of course, when he went for the toilet, he does a thing where he kicks his feet back, like dogs do. So he kicks shit over the wound near enough every time, and I had to keep it open. The wound had to stay open because he gets infected. Crazy.
Yeah. But. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Well, I guess we. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say you didn't pay all that money to find out, what his prognosis is, right?
Yeah, I didn't
I don't blame you. I wouldn't either.
What do you mean? What do you pay? What do you find
Right, so-
out? What the hell
yeah,
is that?
Lab
Well,
fees.
Yeah, so I had to pay another £225 to find out.
For
If,
biopsy.
if it was going to be terminal or not.
Right.
Yeah, what's the point?
What's
Fuck
the point?
that.
Right.
It's not going to
Yeah.
change it, right?
No, and
No.
it's just gonna make you depress the time you have left with them. Enjoy it, and think of the best, and
It's not gonna
hopefully the
change
best
how
happens.
much time you have left, and
Yeah.
Have a great night.
Bye,
The
Anna.
only thing I
See you,
am
Anna.
is-
Yeah, see you. Good night. Till
all
next
right.
time.
Thanks
Good
for
night.
stopping by, Anna.
Nice one. The only thing I am concerned about is he seems to swallow quite a lot at the moment. But it could be just me getting paranoid because
Right. You're looking for everything.
I'm looking for everything. So
As long as he doesn't start coughing a lot, you should be all right.
yeah, he's
Oh
eating
shit, I'm
everything.
coughing a lot right now. What's that mean
Yeah.
for me?
Let's go. Let's
Yeah,
go take aphid lip hunt.
Heart failure thing. I don't think it's the same issue.
He hasn't. He's done no throwing up at all. He eats everything I offer him, and he'll eat more.
The eating is the. I mean, probably all of us at this age have had a dog going down. The eating is the sign, man. When
Yeah.
they stop
Not me.
eating, it's like, oh shit.
Never
Yeah.
had a dog in my life.
Absolutely.
I coaxed my last.
You sound like you're proud of that.
Not one motherfucking dog has ever been.
So proud.
Bitch.
So proud.
The last one I had, I was like, because every time I opened a can of tuna, he would just come running, you know. And I was like, "Come on, man! I'm gonna let you have this can of tuna if you want it." And he wouldn't even do that. And I was just like, "Oh
There's
man!"
dolphins in that can. I don't
You
want
knew
it.
the end was near at that point. Is that
Yeah,
what
I
you mean?
knew it was. I think the
I got
next
you.
day I took him to get put down.
I always make a steak for my dog.
Well,
That's going
uh,
down.
I've got it. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Base.
Well, I got a similar story like you, Aphid, where my sister's dog, Foxy, had to. Well, basically, it had a condition where it was going mad. It was. I can't remember what it was now, but I fed it 2 Mars bar ice creams, and he was going to be put down, and my sister was crying on the phone. She was abroad at the time, so you know,
They're all
it was-
broads.
well,
I was hoping nobody would jump on that.
yeah, she was working in like Spain at the time for like the summer season, and you know her childhood dog is basically was going to get put down a day later, and I said, well, fuck it, he loves Mars ice creams, give him Mars ice creams.
Yeah.
Fucking right. So I give him one, and he
Absolutely.
boffed it down like it was fucking no tomorrow.
Oh.
He'd done the other one, and then all of a sudden he wanted to go outside about an hour later, and he died. And I rang my sister up and told her, and she was happy because you know.
Yeah, why not,
I mean,
bro?
Yeah, it was better. It was better than the vets, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. I've had this discussion, maybe even in the pub before, but like, what's wrong with, you know, if you know that that's what you're gonna have to do, why not give them like sleeping pills or something like that, so they can just go wander off in your yard and die instead of that cold hard metal table that they got to get the shot in, you know?
You mean that in the sense of they might just go to sleep and not even realize what's happening?
Yeah, just I tried to talk my wife into it. I don't know if I did. I don't want to put her in that position, but I'm fine with if like let's say tomorrow I have to take my dog to get put down. Give him a bunch of, you know, put it in some cheese or something that he's gonna like, and let him eat it, and set him out back and let him wander around until he lays down and goes to sleep, instead of, you know, taking a dog to the pound to get him put down is like just horrible for everybody involved.
After I lost my dogs, I vowed that I would wait until I was pretty much sure I was going to die before I got another dog.
Yeah.
So that he could take me to get put.
Right.
That's the deal.
Basically, if we ever see a dog on your screen, we are going to have a different conversation. Yeehaw.
Topple almost just lost his fucking nose. That thing just flipped out on him. I saw that.
It's called love.
He went crazy at the end there.
He shows his teeth, that dog.
No, she doesn't.
Oh,
Rose,
she.
That's a
she.
girl dog. Y'all are
Man,
breeding.
one night, I don't know. One night we were on here and you had her just ramped up and she was like ready to attack.
she has
Yeah.
that attitude in her.
She's a
You're
rat,
right.
right?
Aphid, you're right about dogs going outside and dying, because another family dog, Bouncer, it was scratched the door to go outside, went outside and died outside, and like my mum buried him in the garden, right? and she put loads of lime down, and the grass never grew, so she had to put a picnic table over the top of that. Then,
Well, that's fine. That works.
but yeah, they do tend to go outside, Aphid. You're right.
Yeah, I just think, I don't know. To me, it just seems better than taking them to the
I remember I
pound.
had to bury a cat that my dogs killed.
Oh, jeez.
Are you in the room when the dog gets put down?
Yes.
Yeah, I was.
How do you know?
Why I heard.
No,
I was.
So
The
while I
place-
was in the vet,
the
I was
place
in the
I
vet.
go to, they have a couch. And the last two I had to put down, I got to hold when they did it, which really sucks. But they're in
Yeah,
a comfortable
dude.
place when they go.
So
Yeah,
I was in there every week near enough for Trigger, and I seen the one day the woman wouldn't even look at me or the other people in the room, and it took me a while to work out what was going on. I worked out what was going on. She was collecting her dog's ashes because I think it had been cremated as well. She was picking it up, and she couldn't look at anyone. She was just literally, you could see she was obviously devastated. And I looked outside when she collected the ashes, and she just sat in her car sobbing. You could see it. It was horrendous.
Sure.
So,
Smokesteve's like,
yeah.
enough of this dog talk.
I
Fuck
have a
dogs.
derail. I have a derail because we had some documents released recently that were super important.
Documents.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about high school again, so I'm going.
Well,
with
yeah,
documents.
let's talk about at some point the Epstein files. That's a good laugh.
Epstein.
I just
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
my
go
concern.
documents, R-dubs.
My concern.
Yeah, but-
Those were the documents. My concern is that if we're supposed to be going green, I'm very disappointed with the amount of black ink that was posted in these journals that were released to certain people.
Wasn't
This
that
is
that
just
bothered
not-
me too? The
The
block
amount
of redaction.
Do you know how much that costs? That's not cheap.
I
don't want
do.
to talk about it. You guys
But-
talk amongst yourselves.
That would take an entire cartridge from my printer.
They
It
were
just
given
bothered me.
everything they received was already been leaked and unredacted.
It was already in the
They-
public domain already.
In
Everything.
2018.
Yeah, years ago.
So
And they're all
on
sitting
that-
there like, look what we got.
on that,
The most
on that
transparent
whole-
administration ever.
Idiots.
that made
It's your
them-
head that's transparent.
that event, that choice of what they did, definitely made Pam Bondi look like a shill.
She's
now
like
a
an
shill.
idiot.
That's it.
Yes, she's an idiot.
She failed.
Well,
That's
there's
for her.
a huge cover up going.
No.
That the way that everyone knows this has already been released. They're supposed to give documents, and they can break it down into like 4 drops or whatever. But it needs to be substantial, doesn't it? I mean, doesn't need to. This should have just been dropped by default and
If
unredacted.
official
How was
came
I'm
it
not
out-
sure what
redacted?
you're saying, Based. Are you saying Pam Bondi didn't know what she was handing out?
Well, from an interview, she seemed to say it was completely shocking, but she should have known that everything she was releasing was already being released, unredacted. I mean, it was.
Was it the same document that was unredacted, but she was
Yeah.
releasing a redacted version of it?
Yes.
It's foolish.
Yes. So she released a redacted version that was already leaked like 4 years ago, unredacted.
If an official came out and said to the public, we're not going to release the Epstein files because too many elites are going to get thrown under the bus, and then just give them the middle finger and walk away, would you
That's
be better
basically
with
what-
that statement?
Well, it would be honest, so I would be better with
Yeah.
it.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's just like, let's just be honest. Come on.
But I'll tell you,
That's what's
RW, I
happening.
don't really believe there are such a thing as Epstein files.
I'm still
If-
so
if-
shocked
if
by
the
this. Me and
information
you have it out
in that
all the time
release-
on this.
There, in that information that was released, there was a lot of hard drives. All of the data on all of those hard drives must have information on it that's damning to somebody.
Well, I mean, I
Otherwise,
see
why
what you're
would it be
saying, and
that?
I tend to agree. There must be somebody's name somewhere published that, I mean, not published, but in Epstein's records that they don't want out there.
The
All I
thing
want to
is,
see is one incriminating name, and I'll be satisfied.
So what is
Clinton,
phase two?
Okay, I'll take it.
What is phase two? I mean, what is this? I think
I don't know what phase two is. Is there even going to be a phase two?
my
There's
understanding
no.
is there's a phase two. I'm
yeah,
just
yeah,
like,
yeah.
how
There's,
can they
You
drop
hear
all
about
others?
people talk about Epstein's client list. I don't think he had a client list. It's not like he was, a pimp who got paid and had to keep
that's
a
exactly what he
ledger.
was.
Well, but he didn't have to keep a ledger of what people owed him in money wise. It was
Well,
all in his
the whole,
head. He could just say it. Maybe
well,
you'd think he must have something, right, to
so
blackmail.
so this is something we do know. He came from nowhere at all, and all of a sudden he had this huge penthouse that was formerly belonged to a fashion tycoon. I can't remember which one, some real popular one. And he literally came from being a school teacher to owning a £70 million fucking flat. It's like, what? Literally come out and he had a lot of money and he kept on getting a lot of money. And it's just, I know it's not evidence, but when you look at it, where did he get his money to start with? He just come from nowhere. He just had loads of money. You
We
wonder why.
do have entrepreneurs in America who come from nothing
Yes,
and
but
make a lot of money.
entrepreneurs normally leave a trail of a business
There is
transactions.
quite a collection of them at the inauguration as well. The ball being dropped by Pam Bondi. So Aphid was saying a couple times that just give it a period of time, and people are going to be more than happy to watch CNN hit pieces on Trump. And I think Pam Bondi dropping the ball on this release of the Epstein files or whatever they're meant to be, I think that was, in my opinion, the beginning of the ball rolling in that direction.
Well, they've
was the
already been
first
laughing
thing.
about it. I've seen it. They've already been going, laughing and saying,
Here's my reaction. I wish I had seen that happening live. So I'm thinking maybe I should be watching CNN for these things because it's a spectacle that I'm missing.
The release that she had the day before she released the files was like, this is really sick. The information is really sick.
Yeah.
And you can tell in her face like she didn't actually have anything. And if you go back and watch it, she's like, I'm so fucked and I already know it. That's the whole look on her face as you're watching this release to the press.
You know what bothers me? It's just shows she's lazy. She didn't even look at it and do the research herself to see what was already out there.
But
she
the
had
people who
she had
received
some
it-
underling do it for her who didn't really know what was out there, and they gave it to her and she passed it on, and nobody sort of did the work, the legwork to figure out what was being released that was unique.
If they didn't realize what they were releasing was like not exclusive and new, then it's terrible, awful. Just incompetence.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened.
And if that is the case, then it's awful, and it's not a good sign for the future, especially for her role.
No, I agree. It's not a good sign.
It's not matching the efficiency narrative at all.
No.
He won't last long if that's the case, though. He won't keep it for long.
But I mean, if you're just going to fire people as soon as they fail and get the next one and fire them, that's a shitty look, man.
Sounds like Trump won.
It sounds like Trump won, yes. I was expecting a little bit different, but
I think if you make one mistake, it's one thing, but if you make two, you're gone.
I just want a different theater experience. I don't want an old theater experience. I want new and exciting.
I don't want a rerun, please.
I don't want a rerun.
Mm-hmm. I think J.D. Vance, I know you give him a lot of stick, but he surprised me since he's been announced, and every time he spoke, I generally agree with him.
I generally think, and you guys can mark this down, I think yesterday started the beginning of the end for J.D. Vance.
Well, I don't know.
He started his next run for the next Republican president.
He is by far the most articulate political leader we've had in the U.S. in a long time. So
albeit
that doesn't mean that Aphid Lip's wrong. It might be, he's stuck to Trump, whether it's good or bad.
Easy,
right.
he can be forced out.
Bingo.
He's glued to Trump.
I just don't think that if he keeps I don't know if we'll see him in a situation like that again. I don't know. I think he overstepped his maybe Trump, I could be wrong. Maybe Trump was like, interject yourself, I want to see some fight from you, and show me what you got.
I think that's the worst thing. He wasn't thinking for himself in that situation. It seemed to me like Vance was playing a role. I do think he has the ability to think for himself and step back and debate. It might have been even more interesting to have Trump not there and to have Vance without any fucking orders or without any anything, Cheeto Bandito hanging over his head just to fucking talk to the guy. But,
I agree. I'll tell you that reminds me, the worst part of that press conference was, this is why I hate listening to Trump ever, is he just descends on these tangents. And he ends up talking about Biden's laptop and,
oh my God.
God almighty, somebody drag me away. Somebody shoot me. It was just
he started talking about Russia and Russiagate, but then it devolved into Hunter and Biden and Hunter.
Oh my God.
He just like his mind, he just always gets on these tangents. And
I mentioned it at the time when he mentioned it during that. I was like, look, that's got nothing to do with this. I was literally in my brain saying, why are you talking about that for exactly?
It's always about something, there's some grievance of his he just can't let go of.
What he seemed to be saying was Putin had to deal with the accusations of Russiagate, which were actually coming from Hunter Biden's laptop. So you should have sympathy for Putin because of Russiagate, which was such a bizarre concept to be pushing in this setting. I kind of read it that way. Am I wrong?
I didn't. I think he was getting there, but the way Trump's brain works is he hears the last thing he says and then goes on a tangent based on that. So once he got to Russiagate, he thought, Russiagate, the Hunter Biden laptop, the 51 intelligence agents, and he just went down that tangent. He couldn't get back if his life depended on it.
Yeah.
So what was bad that JD Vance said? Because I've been saying this for a while. That
can I answer that?
Yeah, but between the two of them, sorry, let me just qualify.
Mm-hmm.
JD Vance articulates himself far better than Trump all the time. Where Trump goes off on tangents like he does. And you know that JD wouldn't, so
no, absolutely.
That's how I feel about it. But
no doubt.
So what did he say that was so bad, JD? Because I just thought
it wasn't JD I'm talking about. It's Trump I was talking about.
Yeah, but everyone's been having to go with JD and what he said.
He just lost his temper and started bitching. It wasn't the end of the world, but it was. You got to control yourself. You're you're talking to another foreign entity. You got to have some diplomatic politeness and control.
In a pure
you could say that about Zelensky. You could say about you could say that about the begging man, this begging bowl again. I don't want peace. I want money and weapons.
Of course,
I agree, BW, but that happens.
What was JD's point of even interjecting himself in the first place? He should have just sat there. I mean, BW, he's the vice president. He's not.
Those hard negotiations happen in private. And that's fine. He could tell. I don't care if he tells Zelensky in private, you got nothing, and I got everything. Right. I'm telling you how it's going to go.
Right.
But to do it in public, no, you don't do that.
Yeah, but from a standpoint of an observer like us here now, it's like a radio host or a newscaster saying, "Yes, do more of it." But
no, that's true.
It's we never see it for a reason, but the spectacle of it was fucking insane and amazing.
Yeah, it was. I agree with that.
So JD Vance is a narrative for the MAGA crowd. He's backed by the MAGA people. He was elected by the MAGA people, and the MAGA people are very much interested in a bulldog that's willing to have a problem with something that they disagree with and fight against it. I don't exactly agree with being an asshole to anybody, but I don't have a problem with somebody that's going to snap back against somebody that's not.
I'll just say this
either.
RW, even if that's true, you're always hedging your bets. You're always compromising. You're always splitting the difference. You're always trying to win, to take both sides. That's
I understand that, but
that's
to a
the
point.
skill of a politician. That's how you succeed in politics. It might not be something
that's
you
why I'm not a
admire.
politician.
Yeah, it
I
might
can
not be
understand it
something
to
you
a point.
admire, but that's how politicians move on to the next round.
I have a question for you though. Do you appreciate the concept of the vice presidency of Vance or Kamala Harris better? Would you rather have someone that says something too much and makes a mistake
You know
that
what
way?
the answer to that question is. Why
Yeah,
would you even
exactly.
ask him that?
I mean, for my politics, it would be Vance, just from principles. But yeah, I think he's also much more articulate. Kamala was an invisible vice president. Let's be honest.
Can you
Which is
imagine
totally-
the scenario yesterday?
Which is totally okay for a vice president. Their job is just to be,
That's
you know,
right.
the heir.
That's
Their only job is just to break ties in the Senate, but they're just going to vote the way the president tells them. Their only job is to be around in case the president dies or is incapacitated.
They shouldn't be the topic, especially with a narcissistic president like we have right now, and that's why I think it's going to be the beginning of the end for him.
When true, when somebody asked Harris if she had been to the border, and she had some weird nebulous answer about this, that, and the other thing.
I haven't been to Europe.
Right, and then I thought that Zelensky hit Vance with a little of the old razzle dazzle.
Yeah.
Same thing when he asked him, "Have you been to Ukraine?" And Zelensky. Vance comes out with something about videos that he's seen. What, on YouTube?
And then
Cool. We've got the same credentials as Vance. We've seen them too.
It wasn't a winner.
Right
did you hear what Zelensky said in response to JD Vance when he said he watched videos on it? He was hot mic'd and called him a suka.
Bitch.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yes.
That is questionable, but they say that did happen.
I don't find it as questionable, and I don't blame him for his response. Like, if two guys are going to have a heated argument, to each their own. At the end of the day, it'd just be nice to see some type of progression.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Progression.
I don't see what's wrong with the vice president being more active either. I can appreciate that, historically their job is just to be alive in case the other president isn't, but I would love to see more leadership towards advancing America into a strong nation.
This is one of the reasons why I defended Kamala when people asked why didn't she do more as vice president, because she can't do more. You really don't have any authority. It's not like she's the number two, because that's not how it works. But she doesn't command the bureaucracy the way Trump does. It's not like she's the executive vice president in a corporation where she's, everybody is under her command except the president. Nobody is under her command.
Yeah.
But the vice president doesn't control anybody.
Authority.
She's not the boss of anybody.
There's a difference between initiative and authority.
Their biggest thing is when they have to be the deciding vote.
The biggest thing is that if the president becomes incapacitated or dies, they become president, which is a big thing.
But
right?
That's a what if thing. But
that's a what if thing. Breaking ties is the thing they do most often. Yes.
The Speaker of the House theoretically is far more sway and importance than the Vice President on everyday existence in life. Maybe you could name a few other people that probably do.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
What's that?
Please repeat that point.
The Speaker of the House.
Yeah, they're much more involved.
Much more. I mean, the Vice President is almost comically uninvolved with everything.
Right.
But does it have to be that way? What's wrong with an initiative? And Eastwind Farms' point is that the vice president has the authority appointed upon them by the president. So if that's
true, but only because it's the president's directive, not because it's the vice president.
Right. It's not that they would be in opposition to each other, but they could both get stuff done. I don't know. I just don't like the placeholder concept, like a free paycheck. That's bullshit.
Oh, don't worry about the money.
What is it?
As long as they're not worried about the money.
I think it's $250,000 or something like that. Yeah.
Interesting. All right. Time for my first drink. So get some subjects going here, guys.
Man, you haven't had a drink yet? I've been.
Oh, just beers.
I'm already
not
buzzed.
There's no alcohol in Bud Light. We know that.
I've had, I believe, six pack. Not that much. So
smooth, man.
Okay, that would put me in the emergency room.
Right.
You're made of different stuff, Smokesteve.
Yeah, that's right. God damn it. That's right. That ain't much. Be right back.
What topics do you guys have? I've been busy this week.
Well, what was that? What did I want to talk about before? And you said, oh, you did talk about that.
Yeah, it was pretty quick because it was pretty nothing.
Yeah. I'd already forgotten what it was. That's
what we didn't talk about is Kash Patel's involvement in that situation. I didn't quite understand that. It's like the fingers being pointed back and forth between Pam Bondi and Kash Patel for that ball being dropped. And I haven't paid enough attention to care. I just know that I didn't get any information.
Well, I just know that Pam Bondi was front and center. So, she's taking the heat. Whether or not maybe he set her up. I don't know.
And there was a little bit, Kristi Noem, there was a little bit of infighting from public posting that happened prior to the release, if you saw that.
No, I didn't.
She wrote a letter. She posted a letter on X showing that she wrote a letter to Pam Bondi basically demanding the release of the information and what's the holdup, which I don't think was meant. I don't think that should have been. That's a house divided. I don't think that's a good look either.
No, you're right. So why did Pam Bondi or anybody in the administration explain why so much was redacted?
For protection of something, for protection of assets or not assets. That's not the right word. There's people that, based on the wording that I remember, people that aren't exactly guilty of anything have names in there, and they don't want them to be thrown under the bus just because their names are in there. That's the only thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, well, that's suspicious.
It's
not that I'm suspicious. It's that people who tend to be suspicious, like Based, will say that's just protecting the guilty. That just means
right?
That just means, and you RW, you're kind of that ilk. You think it's just that's just somebody with pull who wants to be protected, and the names that will appear are those people who don't have the pull.
I think the best defense is transparency, because if you're not guilty, it'll be transparent.
Well, I'm not sure that's true, but I do wish it were true. I do wish that if some innocent person's name were in there, they could go and explain why they're not guilty. And
is it not true because of corrupt individuals in the chain, or what is your?
Well, it's not true because people's first impressions are sometimes the only impressions they get.
I will not deny that.
Because they're not engaged for the entirety of the life cycle. They hear something and then they're out, and they just retain that information, and it's wrong, or it's right. But if it is wrong, they'll never know.
Here's another thing that happened. I saw a video that was released on Truth Social that President Trump posted himself of an artificial intelligence created video of the Gaza Strip being rebuilt. Did anyone here see that video?
No, I didn't, and I'm glad I didn't. It sounds like it would be
I don't even know how to comment on it. It was beyond trolling, and I can't believe that it was posted.
Well, you say Trump posted it, or?
Yeah, I can get the video if you guys want to watch it in the back chat or something. But basically, blasphemous isn't the right word, but absolutely giving the middle finger to many people for no.
Yo, RW, send that to me. We gotta play that video, bro.
All right.
Where'd that
He's-
sound come from?
He's pissing in the corner.
Long
Oh,
piss.
okay.
I think it was Mr. E said he had a piss bucket under his desk. I think maybe he's right.
That might be right. Trucker's helper, that's what it is. Well,
yeah,
you know,
we got to play that video. That shit was fucking bizarro world.
Trump
Trump put it out.
Trump got a lot of shit for his the Riviera in Gaza. And
Yeah,
his
Trump Towers,
ego,
Trump Gaza.
his ego won't let him accept that he might have
He's
misplayed
got
that.
notes. He's got notes coming out the sky, just flying out the sky.
Well, it's
amazing.
He met with the leader of Jordan like shortly after that to force him into possibly, accepting some of the.
Just persuade him. I'll skin nicely.
Like the leader of Jordan is going to fall into that trap.
All right, there you go, man. Good
Jordan's got big money, dude. They were just meeting up with our governor here to. Jordan has money. I mean, they are big investors. For an Arabic country, they're definitely, obviously pro-West, at least when it comes to money.
Yeah, but it's kind of like it's similar to the Assad regime in that it's kind of a strange minority sect that took power, and their power has always been sort of precarious. And I don't think the King of Jordan ever wants to get out ahead of something that might threaten his power, because it is precarious.
Interesting. Governor Maura Healey likes his money, that's for sure. Destroyer of democracy, hater of the Constitution, Governor Maura Healey.
That's your Massachusetts governor, right?
Oh yeah.
Are we going to watch Trump's, Gaza? What's it called?
Yeah, well, she's got his box of tissues out, so let's get on with it.
This is fucking hilarious. This is so fucking off the scale. If you haven't seen this, this is fucking crazy.
It's fucked up, dude. There's no other definition for it besides it's fucked up.
Well, it's in the private chat, right?
Yeah, it's bottom of private chat.
The problem is, I have this login sign up thing over it.
I might be able to do it.
You want me to try it?
These days, Steve's got
I
really
don't.
poor
I
these
don't
days.
have that.
He's got really poor these days.
Can we
Steve. He used to
present?
be much better than this.
Let me see if I can run it.
Present.
Yeah, you can play it. It'll just that. Oh yeah. If
I don't have any.
If you have it on your screen, then you're winning because I have it on mine.
Mine says login, sign up. You guys are obviously all members,
No, mine says login. Mine says sign up too, and I can't maximize the screen.
That's my problem.
Yeah,
I can't max. I don't know if I can.
Logged in.
What happens if I maximize the screen?
There's no button to do it.
It's. Are you saying it's only? Is it this 33-second long thing?
Yeah, maybe. You know what?
I don't have that.
No, now think about that. How long is the video?
Bring another link forward. Kill
Hold
that
on.
link.
I think it's on Twitter,
30
bro.
seconds long. That's interesting.
I don't know which
it's
one
on
I need
Twitter.
to share here.
Let me try.
I'm gonna find it on Gaza. On Gaza.
Hey,
On
Gaza.com, man. That's what's up.
Just put Gaza Trump in.
Oh, I got so many screens going here.
All right, here we go. I got it.
Okay.
Well, I got it too.
You all should play it at the same time.
This computer I'm on has 3 screens.
Dude, you never have less.
You found 2 of them in a dumpster and one of them in a fucking.
I didn't pay much for any of these.
Hey, I'm not knocking you, brother.
One you got at Costco's for a really good discount.
Fine.
Remember that one time you went to the estate sale and the guy said, "I'm not dead yet," and then you put the pillow over his head and took his stuff.
All right, get ready for.
Yeah, this
greatness,
is what I
boys.
had. Yeah.
All right, max your screens out, boys. This is intense.
Yeah, max the screens up, man. Let's have a look at this.
Donald's coming to set you free, bringing the light for all to see. No more tunnels, no more fear.
Elon.
Gaza is finally
What
here.
the?
Gaza
Hey.
Oh my God.
Look at that.
Right there.
What
Belly
is?
dances.
Yeah,
Kim
what are we
Jong-
seeing here?
Kim
You
Jong
haven't seen
Un couldn't
nothing
have done
yet.
it
You haven't
better.
seen nothing yet.
You
Gotta
just
watch the rest.
saw President Trump troll the Muslim
Wow.
nation.
Golden future, a brand new life. Feast and dance, the deal is done.
Nice.
Trump Gaza, number
Look at
one.
that money.
Trump Gaza,
That is not Elon Musk, but a reasonable facsimile thereof.
All
Yeah.
AI. It's
It's
all
all
AI.
AI, isn't it?
Yeah, that's all AI.
future, a brand new life.
Look at that gold
Feast and dance,
statue.
the deal is done.
Like
Who's
Saddam
that?
Hussein.
No, that's
Oh, man.
is that
Talk
Bibi
about it.
Netanyahu?
Yes.
Talk
Yeah.
about personality.
Yeah,
cult.
it is done. Yahoo.
And are those
Trump Gaza.
alcoholic
There you go.
beverages in a Muslim
Trump
country?
having his
They're
beer.
liberated, bro.
Yeah.
Nice.
Trump Gaza, number one.
All right, so if-
unreal.
I can't believe you posted that.
So what was
Oh
that
my
shared? What
God.
was that shared on? What was that?
That was Trump's
Social.
personal Truth
True
Social.
social.
So Trump shared that.
Trump
Yeah,
posted
yes,
that on
yeah.
his.
Oh, you got to be shitting me.
No, no.
That's what we all want. Is a president
I
of the United
can
States
literally see him
trolling.
being like, "I like this. Did you see
He-
that?
he-
Let's
he-
share
he-
this. I like this."
Yeah,
you know?
you're right.
He's the best
That would
troll.
be
He's,
him.
he's the best troll. He's better
He's the
than
best
Elon.
troll.
Yeah, but to a certain extent.
That's what we need. Is a trolling president of the United States.
Oh, like Biden was trolling.
The leader of the free world.
But he's never changed. He's always trolled on the
Bring his
internet.
free world to Gaza and make them all trannies, and they're going to worship his golden paraphernalia. So, I mean, just the middle finger that was involved in that video was top shelf.
I'm sure you were particularly offended at all the craven imagery.
I mean, it's all symbolic. It's all symbolic. But even if you don't go to that level,
Well, how about the golden calf as Trump?
Yeah.
The AI music is like so generic as well because you know this. It's, I don't know what software it is.
So, yeah, is
But
he saying he's the golden calf? Like he's some kind of a false prophet? What the hell is that?
Sure, he thinks
The
of himself
golden
that way.
statue is a
knows, really.
Nebuchadnezzar reference, and you kneel down to it or you die.
Bizarro.
So
You know, it's not like Trump created these images.
no, but even if
Somebody
it's
created
not
that, and he
animated,
saw it, and he thought, "This is awesome."
Right. This is how it should be. Where
Here's
Trump is a
when he saw
god.
that. This is Trump.
That people bow
Oh,
down
yeah,
to.
baby. I like this.
No, he's got one thumb because he's got a cheeseburger in the other hand.
Okay.
That's
I don't know. Speaking of which, remember the picture of RFK Jr. and Elon and Trump when they all had McDonald's in front of them?
On the plane?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Was that trolling?
I don't know.
I think that was a
knows
real
any-
picture of real time in American history.
So then RFK's entire existence was just disproved if he's eating fucking McDonald's.
Well, I don't. I think he was. It was just. He was just. You know. He
I don't
was.
think he. If
I
first
don't-
of all, even if he
I-
eats one McDonald's burger, it doesn't invalidate his
He had a mixed fish.
Right.
existence.
It's just
No, I mean, to be honest with you, I've seen him work out. I don't know what age he is, but he's extremely fit, man.
he's fit as fuck, bro.
Toned. He's toned as fuck.
Who? RFK Jr.
Yeah, I've seen him do press ups and
He
sit
was
ups.
a fucking H addict. I guess. I
Yeah, for
can't believe that
14
shit.
years. He admits it.
He's clearly not now.
Yeah, well, it's always good to get religion at some point, but
What's his religion? Anti-vaccine?
no, it's health now. He's like a religious health guy, but he was a heroin addict for the rest of his life. Maybe still is, right? You never really know.
You're always an addict. Is he?
Yeah.
Is his shtick of anti-vaccine just that, a shtick?
No.
I mean, he now says all his kids are vaccinated.
I wouldn't reduce him to that, a couple statements.
Yeah.
I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, but he doesn't really. I don't know. We'll see. He doesn't really impress me as much as he impresses much of the right wing. But I'm willing to give him a chance. Let him give. It's not like there's a Health and Human Services was the most functional place before. So we'll see. He has a different way of doing things. I have no reason to immediately dismiss him out of hand.
Well, who was it before? Was it the dude, lady from Wasn't it that transgender?
No, close. I think that was the deputy.
Okay.
Well, let's think. Is there something going on in Texas regarding measles, which has a
Yeah.
infection rate of about 90 fucking percent?
Extremely infectious.
And you can't give the vaccines to people under 6 months old. If a
Correct.
baby gets it, an infant under 6 months, they have an extremely high mortality rate.
Yes.
The place that's got these vaccines, these measles outbreaks, have voluntarily have an extremely high rate of non-vaccination for measles.
That's correct.
That's not a good sign. It's a small like microcosm, a small picture, but you got to be careful with these types of claims, man. Unfortunately, people are fucking stupid, and unvaccinating for measles it's insane.
Free choice.
It's insanity, in my opinion.
Three times this week I saw opening up on Facebook, which I usually just open up on Facebook. I see like 2 posts, and I'm like, I'm done with Facebook.
Now you should do what I do. If it's political,
I told my wife
for 30 days.
I told my wife that that's your strict policy. But anyway, it was a picture of the guy from Leonardo DiCaprio from Django Unchained, when he's like sitting back laughing. You guys have seen it with like millions of things posted to it, and it says "You sound vaccinated," and that's like the pop, at least at this part of the world or whatever right now. That was the popular thing this past week to share. So
dismissing the whole
dismissing any vaccination.
Yeah.
And it's troubling. It's troubling.
Did Kennedy come out and say that the measles vaccine? Well, in the U.S., the kids never got the measles vaccine.
MMR, yes.
They did?
Measles, mumps, and rubella. Yeah.
MMR. That's a very controversial vaccine in the Kennedy mystique. That's the one that causes autism.
Which has been...
That's the one that he was triggered on? I thought it was another one.
That's the one. Some of those vaccines you can actually request if you have a cool pediatrician to get them that are made without mercury, which is very important. Mercury should not be in vaccines.
Yeah, mercury is retarded.
The vaccine part should be...
Hell, I'm retarded. Don't call mercury.
Without mercury should not be there. It's there to be as an antiseptic, basically.
I mean, just I found out a fact the other day. I think by the time your child's something like 6 or 12, you've had 40 odd jabs, more than any other country in the world. Yet your autism rates, I think, is like either the top or the top 3 in the world.
I refuse to get into this debate.
Yeah.
Pull that the curtain right across your head. Then that's just ridiculous comment.
I mean, those are 2 different things. You might think they're connected, and it should be.
They might not be.
It should be checked, but
yeah,
right. I'm not against. Right. How do you discover things you didn't know? Well, you do have to look for anecdotal things and then pursue those.
I think it's Hep B. I think children get a Hep B in the first 24 hours or something crazy, and I think you can only get that, or is it Hep C, through sexual contact? Which one is it?
I'm not sure. It's one of them. You're right, though. I think it's Hep C, but I'm not sure.
Right. So babies get a Hep C. So what are they trying to say? Now, I understand they might say the mother might have it. Well, test the mother, right?
You follow these things more than I do,
baby within the first 24 hours.
Like
another baby.
Yeah, I've never heard of a baby getting a Hep C vaccine. I didn't have my child get that.
I'm pretty sure I have heard people debating it because it doesn't make sense for them to receive something that they're not at risk for.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the whole point. That's why it was a thing.
Then they wouldn't get it. I mean, that would be my knee-jerk reaction. So there must be more to it.
Measles, mumps,
You have to ask
rubella,
if part of
pertussis,
the mix.
flu, those are common vaccines in younger ages, infancy.
Something
now
that is worth
apparently
noting. Sorry.
pertussis is popping up apparently, which is something I only had heard of in reference to a vaccine. I don't even know if I'm saying it correctly.
Is that whooping cough? Is the other word for the pertussis?
Whooping?
I think that's still no. I don't know.
Or is that
What's
different?
the cough that kids have when they sound like a baby seal?
Wolfen cough.
Woofing cough?
Yeah.
That's what your rat terrier gets.
Whoopie-doo.
Fuck you.
Whooping.
WHOOP.
Yeah.
It's whooping.
Whooping.
Like those cookies from up in Pennsylvania.
Whoopie pies?
Whoopie pies.
I
I don't know if it's the same spelling.
Okay, chaps. So I just did it now, and they just said yes. Hepatitis C vaccine is recommended for all babies in the United States of America at birth.
Thank you.
First 24 hours.
Does it say why?
See?
Why?
This is because babies are unable to fight hepatitis B virus as well as other older people. But if you can only catch it through sexual contact, then
hepatitis C. Hepatitis C mainly
B.
attacks the liver, and babies have a very inefficient liver. I'm sure those two things must be connected.
But
a lot of
it's a
babies
matter of
end up going
getting-
yellow, and they have to put them under that fucking weird lamp and shit.
If the baby is not going to use needles or have unprotected sex, it should be okay to wait till it's an adult to have that option.
Well,
my baby is a modern baby, and it will be doing all those things
Yeah.
if I have any say in it.
My baby's a punk rocker, man.
Exactly.
Needles,
That's
unprotected sex, rock
That's
and
just
roll.
part of the.
Whoa.
That's the entry fee for being in that social club.
The fuck is going on here?
The trolling possibilities are so endless, but I'm just not going to do it.
That's true, cup of tea. There's Whoopi, who's not more correct, is still much more interesting than Joy Reid. If you had to have a black woman, and that's what you really.
So the CDC recommends that all infants receive a dose of the Hep B vaccine within 24 hours of birth. The vaccine is usually given in 3 doses over a 6-month period. Just jab them up, innit? Fucking hell.
I need to make note here because I know Welshie. I mean, you and I are both we're free choice for the ability to take these things. And if you're pro-Trump on this, you have to remember that Trump created warp speed, and it is released that he spoke with Bill Gates recently, and they were in agreement that it would be a great idea to continue to create mRNA vaccines for different things. So as long as people are given the choice to take them, that's fine. But the concept that he's not interested in that technology it would be incorrect.
So if you're done, let me explain what Grok says, which you can dismiss because Grok says it says infants in the United States do not receive a vaccine specifically for hepatitis C.
Yeah.
There is no approved hepatitis C vaccine available anywhere in the world.
No.
You might be thinking of hepatitis B, which is routinely given to infants shortly after birth. The reason it is given is because hepatitis B can be transmitted from mother to child during birth. If the mother is infected often through blood or bodily fluids. But that doesn't explain why you can't just test the mother if she has Hep B.
And you have to give the baby the vaccine inside the womb.
It doesn't say that. It says after birth.
But if you think of the logic of that, if you're giving it a vaccine for something it already contracted when it was born, that's odd. It doesn't make sense.
It says
I don't really know
perinatal transmission. So it's during birth.
I think this goes back to something we talked about with COVID, the public health approach. Vaccinate everybody and don't give them a lot of facts. Just if they're all vaccinated, then our numbers will be the lowest from a public health standpoint.
And sorry, go on.
I'm just saying, and we'll have less overall infection is all they care about.
And there's another even more mercenary consideration. It's that it's probably cheaper to give the vaccine than it is to test everybody, test all mothers, and then give the vaccine.
Sure.
Yeah, but it's not the safest way. Eh?
Depends. Is the vaccine a dead version of the hepatitis B virus? If that's the case, it's probably incredibly cheap.
So perinatal transmission refers to the transfer of an infection or disease from the mother to the child during the time just before, during, or shortly after birth.
Just test the mother.
It's distinct from infections passed earlier in pregnancy or later via breastfeeding or contact.
Right.
It zeroes in on the critical window around delivery when pathogens can cross through blood, bodily fluids, or direct exposure. Kind of gross, isn't it?
Yeah, there's other things that can happen with too.
Yeah.
It can happen with their eyes and other
Yep.
various areas of the body. And it's it's not exactly something I would normally talk about at a pub, but that's our pub. We have a special pub.
Smoke Wife is the expert here.
I mean, I just don't see why they just don't test the mother, innit? I mean, whether it costs more cash is not really what it's about. What it's about is about the health and safety.
Yeah, but what's the drawback? What do you?
But the thing is, there should be options. Like if they
I
said,
agree,
all
there
right,
should be options.
If they
That's where
say,
the
all right,
problem happens.
base Walshman, fine, your wife doesn't want to give this, and we have an option for an extra $125. We'll test her right now and then verify that she doesn't have it, so then your child won't need it. There should be that option. It can't be
I
that
don't
much
know.
to do a simple blood test.
See, you don't believe in equity. Equity.
No, I don't.
Equity would tell you everybody gets it or nobody gets it.
No, I don't believe in equity.
When
And
you-
you know that. DEI, equity, affirmative action,
that's
it's all fucking
Marxism.
horse shit, bro. Fuck all that. You brought yourself there. You made the money you've made. Why should it matter what you want as to what anyone else wants? Of course. I know you think that way, but
To answer your question, Aphid, risk versus reward, I think, is the answer to your question.
Yes.
Interesting. Urban Roots. Urban Roots dropping some actual knowledge from his experience. That sucks, man. Urban Roots, thanks for being here and sticking it out.
And Incarnation points out that Hep B is not just a theoretical problem. It kills millions per year. And even those it doesn't kill, it damages the liver, I assume. So it
just another jab. Don't worry.
shortens your life or makes it quality of life much worse.
Right. Well, we're not taking away from the pervasive, intense aspect of the disease itself. And then that's the public aspect, the public health aspect of vaccines, which we saw during COVID, and it comes with everything else.
Yeah, the kind of the worst example of that was the Sabin polio vaccine.
Is that the one that they gave polio to the people?
Yes, it was the oral live attenuated virus vaccine. And, Sabin and Salk were both contemporaries, and they fought, tooth and nail to get, each one wanted their own theory of vaccination to be the dominant one in public health. But Sabin won the day, and they gave the live attenuated vaccine for polio, which the benefit there was that it could confer immunity even to people who were not vaccinated, but who recently vaccinated person came in contact with. The downside is that for some of them, the virus was attenuated by weakening somehow, and for some of them, the virus would mutate in their bodies to the full strength version, and they would get polio. And I don't believe it ever happened to the child who got the oral vaccination, because the speed at which the virus mutates and infects was slow enough that the immune benefits would take a hold before the mutations could cause harm.
Oh,
If
should
other
we talk
people,
like iron lung level polio?
I think it was polio, like polio. It was just full polio.
Jesus.
It
That's a
wasn't
tough
common, but it
That's a
wasn't
tough shot right
extremely
there.
rare.
World's
And
worst shot.
Salk, Salk always said, "Don't do this. Give my vaccine. It's a killed virus. It can't it can't cause polio in you or anybody else."
I'm out of here, lads. I'm fucked. See you later.
Okay, well,
Oh, see ya.
Later,
Cheers,
Wilson.
boys.
it was always
Cheers, man.
it's always great to have you, Base. Thanks for showing up.
See
Have a
you.
great
Yeah,
weekend.
nice one. Been a pleasure, lads. Cheers, man.
Okay.
Based. Always love based.
Well, incarnation, that's because they're cheap. Saves them money. I agree that's definitely something, a data point.
Vaccines are a good thing for the most part.
Yeah, no, I'm
There you go. You threw a caveat at the end, bro.
For the most part, yeah. But the that most for the most part, outweighs the drawbacks of them.
I'm trying to look up.
That's a hard pill. That's a hard pill to swallow for people that suffer consequences of vaccines harming them in some way. Or the
No,
same way.
I don't think that is a pervasive thing across all vaccines.
no pun intended, right?
I don't think the COVID vaccine was necessary as much as they said, or as effective, which we all know it wasn't.
Yeah, I don't. I think it was clearly not a winner for young people and children.
I mean, it was as is said in the name, it was a novel virus. It was a new virus, so their approach was novel. It was completely new territory. They attempted to
Yes and
do
no.
what they did, and I think the virus turned out to be less problematic than they thought. The vaccines turned out to be less effective than they thought.
That's true. Both of those are true. The virus was worse in the beginning, though. It
was.
mutated to a less lethal, less virulent form.
Right.
Although it also
Through their
mutated
natural immune
one
system.
that spread more readily too. So.
Right.
But according to common virology, generally they become more transmissible and less pathogenic.
Yeah.
Right. It's beneficial
It's-
towards an organism, correct?
Right.
Yes.
It's safer. Let me put it this way: it's safer to bet on most vaccine presented to us than not to.
Well, no, I'm not.
What was the statement?
I'm not belittling people who took the vaccine. I'm a little angry that at the authorities who knew these facts that Smokesteve just outlined early on and failed to communicate them.
True, but it did get people back outside and spending money, which got the economy rolling.
But at the risk of what?
I don't think the truth would have.
What
hurt.
was the risk?
I
Tell me
think we're
that.
going to be finding out more and more as time goes on.
I don't
there's
think
definitely
so.
people that were affected negatively by it.
That was not worth as much as getting our economy rolling again. I completely disagree with that.
That was a political decision. If people were just allowed to go
Yeah,
outside
it was.
and life,
It's playing Monday morning quarterback to debate it.
Yeah, I think that's fair, though, Aphid Lip. I agree. It's Monday morning quarterbacking, and I think that Monday morning quarterbacking, even after you've had three whiskeys, is even though you can't.
what does that mean?
can't
What does
say
that
it.
mean?
What does what mean?
Monday morning quarterbacking. I don't know what that means.
It means in hindsight you have information that the
After,
people that made the decisions didn't have because they didn't have the hindsight.
Yeah,
but there was. I had.
it's
the same
easy.
view
It's
as I
easy
had
to
then.
judge it like now down the road.
I am
but at
judging
the
it the
time,
same as I did then, though. I understand that there's people that are now in hindsight doing that, but I haven't shifted my view.
but what are you saying?
I mean,
what are you saying
you
that was
work in the
harmful? Like,
industry,
are you
bro.
saying? Are you saying people like that took the vaccine were harmed in some way that outweighed the
yes, I
people getting
believe
the economy
based on-
rolling?
I
don't
believe
think that at all. You'd have to prove that to me, and I think it'd be a hard
In
thing to
what
prove.
format do you want proof, and how much?
Aphid Lip is just saying that it was Trump's best policy.
Okay. I think the risk was ignored, and it was rolled out, and it wasn't necessary. and it was forced upon people, and they did it, and now they just have to deal with whatever happens.
Yeah, I still don't think the risks are well understood. There's kind of a lot of noise and heat, but not a lot of understanding. And I don't blame. I don't blame that on the people who are saying that it's an unnecessary risk. I blame it on the way it was rolled out by the federal government and what they allowed the vaccine companies to do or not do.
The only thing I disagree with is how like people were like are
Last dance.
Fired.
Let him
is
on.
somebody coming in.
If you want.
Absolutely.
And he wanted.
You're on, Incarnation.
I just want to hear Aphid's point real quick.
Oh, how they were like, you can't do this or you can't do that if you're not vaccinated. I didn't agree with that at all.
Well, it's punishment, really.
That's coercion. I don't like it.
Coercion and punishment. Coercion to do it, and if you don't do it, punishment for not doing it.
Right. Because it only leads to like the situation we have now, where people aren't going to get a measles vaccine, and we're going to get possibly or any kind of vaccine. If there's any new thing that's presented to us as human beings right now, we're less likely to trust that we should go get this right now. And that is because we are forced to make these decisions against our will.
Right. There's an individual that I knew in Australia that was halfway or more into their doctorate and had spent gobs of money to get to that point and was not allowed to continue unless they got vaccinated. So they already had a massive financial sink into something, and they're like, I'm fucking doing it.
Right.
That type of choice is not, I'm glad I didn't have to even comprehend that choice for myself.
If you don't want to do whatever you don't want to do, then that's fine. I might not think that you like the flu vaccine. Like I've talked to tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people with my videos that I used to make on vaccines. And I think that, everybody should get the flu vaccine, and people are totally against it.
I haven't had it for 15 years, man.
I know. I think that you should. I think you should.
And I always get the flu vaccine.
Yes.
You understand the technology of the flu vaccine. What is being offered to you in that vaccine?
What is the? I understand. I've done a lot of research.
He's contrasting that with mRNA.
Not mRNA. Not even the mRNA. I'm talking about virulent load. So they get a strain that is abundant, and they grow it up and they get it in people's arms. But the problem is, by the time they go through that whole process, that strain is mutated, and it's no longer effective against all of the new mutations. So
possibly,
while it still helps you,
not always effective. That's true.
It's sometimes it is very effective.
I'm just
this flu season, it doesn't seem to be very effective at all. I said this flu season, it doesn't seem to be very effective at all.
I think you guys are touching on the point, though. I think you guys are touching on the point of why these vaccines shouldn't be compelled, right? Like the government shouldn't be telling you, or shouldn't have a structure in place to kind of force you or compel you to do it, because these vaccines are mutating quickly and whatnot, and fine. But the other thing, though, employers are allowed to put stipulations on employment contracts, and if you're in the medical field, it's guaranteed that your employer is going to force you to have every single vaccine down the yin yang, and that's part of being in the medical field. And just like in the military. Yeah, in the military, I was going to say as well. In the military, it's the same thing. Like they're going to be forced to take all those vaccines. There's reasons for it, and those reasons are legit. It works. But do I think a warehouse employee should be fired for not having a vaccine? I think that's where it gets to be a little bit much, right? Like.
Well, my point is not that. It's that when you force people to do stuff, it might cause people that might get that vaccine willingly to not get it because they were forced to, or because they don't agree with seeing, how it was forced onto other people. And I think that is wrong, because I think that you would have a more cooperative unit to go ahead with something like that if you didn't take those measures, a more authoritarian measure like that.
Right. And with the COVID vaccine, it didn't make any sense at all, because there was talk about it going on and how you're going to help your neighbor and you're going to help the people around you, and then it slowly started to come out that actually no, it's still just as contagious. It just you won't be as symptomatic and it won't be as virulent the way that it affects your body, but you'll still get it, and you can still pass it on just as much, but you just won't have as severe of an infection from it and a resulting sickness. So
Well, not only that, but you only really have good immunity for like 2 months for the COVID vaccine, and then it falls off quickly. But you're not going to get a COVID vaccine every 2 months. You're not going to get 6 shots a year.
Yeah.
So you're still having to live
that attitude.
in a nether region where you have, some immunity, but much less than you had for the first 2 months.
I mean, I got COVID 3 times tested, and I think I had it 4 times. And I think that each
got
one of
tested
those
3
times
times?
that I had it, I achieved as much, if not more, natural immunity than I did from the friggin' shots,
Oh, I think that's
And I
not
still
even
got it, even having had a couple shots at the early days.
And and I think that's not even disputed. But in the early days, they kind of argued that you would get better immunity from the vaccine, which really only targeted the spike protein, than you would from the actual virus, for which your immune system would target a whole range of parts of the virus, not just the spike protein, but every protein it could get at.
Right. Exactly.
I mean, for us, it was marketed definitely a lot differently. Where I live, like we didn't like. For us, they were very clear. They're like, these vaccines are targeted for more immunocompromised people or older people. The idea is to kind of like just get a few antibodies into your system so that if you get the virus, at least you've got a little bit of a head start. It was never sold as this miracle vaccine, though the governments used those vaccines to instill some pretty draconian shit. That's for sure. But it was never marketed as a fucking be all end all solution. It was clearly told like, okay, and how they rolled it out. They rolled it out for elderly people first, and there was never a push to have the kids get vaccinated either. Until the end, when some quacks started to get like some quacks within the school boards that were like they kind of branched off from what the medical field was saying more or less, and they really wanted to keep the jig going longer than it had to.
Yeah, those people are fucked.
Yeah, like those are the people who are in your school boards and going to your school board meetings and like being way more vocal about things than most of the people are. That's why they say, like, as a parent of a daughter, I believe in this, and you know what? I've heard it, and if you want to make a change or you want to know what the fuck's going on with your kids and in your kids' school and even in your city, show up to those fucking meetings, man. Like, it's very important.
Yeah, it definitely makes you wonder, man, for sure. Yeah, you wonder if people do know the difference between COVID and measles. Some vaccines are extremely important. Some vaccines aren't. And if you're not educated, you might think they're all bad or that you must have them all. And to paint either way with either brush is wrong, and it's uninformed. I think you have to be informed to make these sorts of decisions. A lot of people aren't, unfortunately. And a lot of people choose the partisan side and say, well, my side goes with this.
Right,
and,
right.
Yeah.
The problem. That's the problem with everything.
Right. Sucks, man.
I don't think most people understood how the mRNA vaccine worked.
I think people were so.
But I don't think they
craven.
need to know.
They
I
were
don't think
so
they need to
craven.
know.
They were so craven for it to be over with. I mean, there
think
was
that's
yeah,
what it was.
I do remember that. I remember personally. I remember this. This was one of my thoughts. I wish I could go to a baseball game and be surrounded by people.
Yeah.
I remember thinking that. I just wish I could be in a crowd of people and enjoy that experience again, because I thought we would never get there again. That's how extreme it seemed to me at the time.
Yeah. Well, because it seemed like it seemed like every time they're like, oh, things are getting better, like, oh, here's the next wave, and it's just like, all right, here we
Yep.
go. Like,
Yep.
Yeah,
And I never went to a baseball game.
It's funny. I haven't been to a football game. Or maybe I've been to one football game since. Actually, it's funny you say that.
I still see people wearing the mask, and a lot of times they're down by their chins, which just seems silly to me.
Yeah, I see that too. And it's always like, I assume you're wearing the mask because you're concerned about your own health, not because you're concerned about transmitting virus to somebody else.
And that's fair.
But then why
That's
wouldn't
fair,
you be
though.
very sort of religious about keeping that mask properly fitted
Right.
at all times?
Well, the one that gets me is like that. Like those people are lazy, but it's the people in the car still. It's like you'll be driving down and you'll see some people with a mask in the car, and like it's just you're asking yourself, you're like, okay, is it just because it's like you're too lazy to take it off, or is it that you're that fucking paranoid
I
that
think
you
it's
gotta
a
have it in
little-
your car?
I bet it's half and half.
What happens when drives by and coughs?
I gotta show you the mask. The mask tonight.
What's that?
The first mask I bought.
Topple, say that again.
What happens if someone drives by and coughs, and you hit like the car in front of you?
Dude,
they're
I will
coughing.
tell you with the legalization of weed,
Uh-huh.
like you're driving like 70 mile an hour down the highway and still getting whiffs of weed.
Yeah,
like weed is so like potent these days, and the
That's
the
nuts.
smell. I don't know what happened with the smell of weed, but like like when we were like rocking out to Weezer at some festival, it was like, oh, you smell that, but now it like smells like skunk, like
Well,
like
it's the
something I
thing.
don't want,
At the festival, you were smoking it, but if you are walking around, like I walk a lot on my lunch breaks in an area where a lot of people drive by and smoke grass, and when I'm not smoking, man, that stuff smells strong. But when you're smoking, it doesn't smell barely like
I
anything.
agree with you.
It smells great.
Oh yeah,
that's
you're
construction.
You're only cared about yourself when you wear that.
Yeah, that's got the diaphragm for exhaling. So all you
I was gonna say you're worried about the dust here. You're worried about the dust here.
You remember when you were like scrambling to get toilet paper and mask, anything?
Yeah.
And you just bought it, and you see what you got.
I used old
I
masks.
thought I was getting a regular N95 mask, and this thing shows up, and I was like, if I wear this, people are going to be angry at me because I get to.
A lot of people didn't know the difference.
But I'll be honest with you. Like, there's a lot of there's a lot of construction sites, as an example, that those are the only N95s that they approve. Like, you cannot those are the actual N95 masks. The other ones are the imitators. So those are actually the real ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
But in public, Last Dance, you throw a piece of tape over that exhaler part, and you're fine. Or even
I
if you make a little,
I could easily exhale. It was nice.
If you make a little mini mask to put over the respirator, the center of your your big
That would
mask.
be adorable, man.
Yeah,
I wore this when I was going outside. Don't you? If you remember in the beginning, we were told, "Oh, you got to stay. Even outside, you got to keep your distance from other people. You're jogging." And it was like,
I try and do that normally.
How old is that mask, dude?
From the beginning, so 2020.
Jesus, that thing's loaded with COVID. Get rid of it, man.
I never used it. It's unused.
Oh, Aphid's not here. Damn it.
The metal part isn't even bent.
All right, yeah.
The seal hasn't been broken.
That would be very bent.
Oh, I got my own COVID lab right here in that mask.
All right, yeah.
Those masks do expire, though.
Oh, I know. It's well expired.
I wish Aphid was here because I'm curious if an old mask is worse than a used belt.
Oh,
so if you were forced to choose one or the other,
yeah, Aphid,
which would be the worst choice?
If you were forced to choose, Aphid, between having an old mask that was used or a belt that was used, which one?
Ooh.
Choose wisely, young man.
You have to use it too. You can't just take it. You gotta use it.
Like, did I use the mask?
No, someone else did. You got.
Oh yeah, I did go for the. I go for the belt.
Go for the belt.
I go for the
Sure.
belt.
What are we even talking about here?
Oh wait, what we're not talking about is how the belts are a gateway to fecal matter that you don't realize until you think about it.
You know what? I'd rather take my chance with a little bit of piss on a belt than somebody's cough on a.
Oh, it's not
mask.
piss. It's not piss. It's not piss, my friend.
He's talking about how after you take a shit, you pull up your pants and do your belt, and then you go wash your hands.
No. That's only half of it. The other half is when you flush the toilet. There's an aerosolization to a certain extent of the feces, so that it enters the airstream all around you.
You did this already.
I don't think I want to see the MythBusters like proof of which is worse. I think somebody else's mask. I don't think I want to wear somebody else's mask.
Apparently, this is a thing though in prisons where lifers will tell you need to piss sitting down, and the reason for it is they don't want the piss splash, all over the fucking jail cell. So basically, when you're in like a lot of the lifers in jail will make you you have to piss, you have to sit down to pee. They won't allow you to stand up.
It's not safe till the tip touches the water, is what I always go by.
So as you guys get older and your balls start to sit in the toilet bowl water,
yes,
you start lowering the amount of water in the system. Is that the solution? You just lower the tank water?
No, you get a bigger bowl. You get a taller toilet seat.
A taller toilet seat. That's right.
All right, like platform shoes for the seat.
Exactly. You compensate. You learn to compensate.
I mean, yeah, the whole subject is disturbing.
This is the real information that we should be discussing.
That's right. Why are we wasting our time on Ukraine?
We always end up back on fucking toilet talk.
I was thinking tonight that those Europeans
dudes,
they're so closer to Ukraine, so it's more relevant to them, which I get, but
that's true.
But because of yesterday, it was actually finally relevant with us Yanks over here.
Apparently, in a lot of foreign countries, something very popular that's not so here is the bidet.
I have a bidet. I told you guys that.
Bidets are amazing. Bidets are amazing. Once you get over the weird feel, they're just amazing.
I do agree that they do serve a purpose, but the problem I have is that there's no good way for me to put this. That the balls act like a backsplash to the bidet. So when you stand up, they just drip all over the place.
It's not like it's a surgical instrument. It's like a drinking fountain, right?
Do you have it?
Yeah, I got a
I don't have a bidet.
Is it hooked up to the toilet water?
Yeah,
it's hooked up to the water.
No, it's hooked up to the fresh water.
Yeah, but it's cold water then.
It is cold. This time of year, it's extremely cold. But it does cut down on like if you got a problem and it's gonna take you this length of toilet paper, the bidet cuts it down to about this much length of toilet paper.
Yeah, but aren't you drying off your testicles and asshole?
That's the first step, is drying off the balls.
The first step. As you get older,
drip on your belt
and stuff isn't as nice as it used to be, you're gonna have to run that bidet for 5 minutes.
Well, you gotta let me tell you something. And then this might come as uncomfortable to those that haven't used a bidet. You have to learn how to relax yourself so it really gets in there and cleans out what it needs to clean out.
You have to invite the water in.
That's right.
You cannot hold the door closed.
Yes, there's a learning curve to the bidet.
This?
Now,
there's definitely a trick to it.
Why not just a wipe? I mean, come on. How about a wipe? Simple.
Because you can't flush it.
I've always been a damp the toilet paper kind of a guy, but in the bathroom that we have, just because
it's urine for, right? Or is that just me?
Then the fecal matter transfers right through the layers onto your hand.
Called a brown ballerina.
You got to use enough layers.
Well, I guess that's the point of the. I don't know. To me, it seems like a wet wipe and in conjunction with some standard high quality toilet paper should be more than sufficient. And that this
Oh, I don't
water
like
jet
that.
that's cold, mind you, all it's going to do is blast things around, but it doesn't necessarily clean things or make them, antiseptic or aesthetic.
And
It
you're
just-
still going to get that aerosolization problem.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I think we should just take a shower. I think the real solution is you just shower,
Maybe
and
that's-
then every time you just shower, and problem solved.
That's what the slivers of soap that when you get left over at the end are
the
for.
ends, the bad
Those are
ends.
the-
that you-
and
Don't
that's
throw them
the-
away.
That's the ass cleaning
They-
soap.
they
I
fit-
know why you're
Don't you
so
notice they
good.
fit perfectly now?
Man.
Oh man, have we descended into?
Based
This
on
is a
Ace's
problem with having only
manners,
dudes on the
his
show.
belts are just atrocious. That's why.
I only know why you don't like belts because as soon as you stand up from the bidet, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, it drips on your belt. That's
Yeah.
why.
Well, yeah.
Smoke wife, get us out of here.
I'll
With
start
your
talking
wisdom,
about
please.
home heating systems if we don't calm down.
What
Oh,
is
I'm
Lee
telling
saying
you.
here? Lee's back on corona. Coronavirus can spread through the eyes, just as it does through your nose and mouth. Virus particles from an infected person can spray from their nose, mouth, and other person's face. Yeah, totally.
I'm
So,
sure
like-
that's true.
So, but Steve, bro, you said you flush wet wipes.
No.
Well, they have to say flushable on them.
No,
Doesn't
no,
matter.
don't do
Doesn't
that.
matter.
That
No,
doesn't matter.
they don't break apart.
Yeah,
break
you have
apart
to
over
keep that
time,
system
But it
more.
was
Like
still fucker.
months, years.
Well, if you're on plumbing for a city, they're fine.
No.
No,
It's for the city.
no,
No.
they're not. No, they're not.
You know what your sewer line to the street is? The distance?
What do you mean? Yeah, of course I do.
It could clog in there.
Well, so be it.
If you live in a condo, your condo board's gonna fucking hate you.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I'm a self-sufficient person.
My girlfriend lives in a condo, and they're telling them to use like Scotch toilet paper, and I was like, you might as well just use your hands if you're using.
That's one ply. Scott's is one ply, dude.
Yeah, I know. You might as well use your
Use-
hands.
Use the 3-ply. Well, you can fuck off. Use 3-ply.
Exactly. I use a roll of Scotch. That's my solution.
I will say that Angel Soft, I believe, is what we get. They finally come to the realization they've got it so big that it takes a couple spins before it spins freely in there. So they've finally packed it in. It's like a mega roll or something they call it.
Oh, yeah.
I like the one with the puppy. You wipe the puppy on your ass, whatever one that is. It's got a puppy on the box.
I really hate dogs.
You guys have too much time to
You know
stop.
what?
This might seem like an
I'm a
oxymoron.
big fan. I'm a big fan of the Roman ass scrubbers. I think we should just go back to the Roman ass scrubbers.
corn
You're
cobs.
exfoliating.
Roman.
The 3 shells.
You have to build up some callus, though. It's not. You gotta. be careful.
I don't want to pay the Romans that much. I'm just cheap.
Taffy throwing us a compliment. Combined sense, boys. We got
Yeah.
combined sense. We got it. Thank you, Taffy. You're the man.
Welcome to the party, bro.
Oh,
Urban Roots,
I'm not
too.
American.
Hanging tough.
Are you Canadian?
Yeah.
I could tell
Sorry.
by his accent.
You could tell by my accent. I don't really have an
Yeah,
accent.
it's not as strong as Skunk
I haven't-
accent.
I don't hear any.
I haven't taken. I mean, I could give you the Canadian accent, but the problem is I'm actually French, so that's a real problem.
Are you in
don't
Toronto?
sound French Canadian.
Quebec.
No,
Quebec?
I'm not
Really?
Quebec. No, I'm not Quebec. I'm in
You
Ottawa.
don't sound like Quebecois.
Yeah, I don't hear any French accent in there.
No, I hear it.
I'm born and raised. I'm born and raised French. Yeah, I'm in Ontario. I'm born and raised French in the capital of Canada. On the east side of Ottawa, which is where all the Frenchies are.
Un, deux, trois, quatre, cinq.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah.
Allons-y. Allons-y.
Wow,
Oh,
you're
yeah.
what did I hear someone call Canadians recently? Frostbacks.
Frostbacks. Oh, there we go.
donut operator. Donut
yeah,
operator.
I mean, it is.
Donut operator. Jesus Christ.
I mean, I do have about our snow.
God damn it.
We do have like what? Probably Canada is America, dumbass. Isn't America, dumbass? Oh boy.
A dirty South.
I've been to Ottawa twice.
Oh, nice.
Ottawa
That was a
is
decent place.
name. It means
It was
great.
a nice.
Where the river
clean
meet.
city.
Where the rivers meet. Yeah.
That's what
Or,
it means.
Or so it
Yeah.
seems.
Oh, excuse me.
I mean, there's a few. It's contentious. The Algonquin tell you it's about the rivers, and then the people who want to tell you what the Algonquin really said say it's something else. But I'll go with the natives on this one. And the natives, they distinctly say it's about all the rivers because out where I live, from a geographical standpoint, there's considerably a lot of rivers that kind of meet and merge into the Ottawa River. So and that's where the name Ottawa. That's the Ottawa is how they say it. But anyways, where the rivers meet.
Sounds nice.
Yeah, I guess.
Lots of lakes up there. Taffy.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh no, Taffy! Don't say that.
Taffy's bringing the heat.
Yeah.
Something's going on here.
In the comments, it's okay. He's making a joke. It's all right. Joke's a joke.
I can't see them, so it's fine.
I can't read that one. I don't think. I don't know.
You'll have a disclaimer on your YouTube channel.
Probably that new thing they have after. It's always about global warming. We have that
Yeah,
ticker
that's the joke. That's the one. The global warming
shows up under the pub sometimes. Global warming. Maybe it'll show up now after we said it a few times.
Yeah, global warming.
You're gonna get some greenhouse.
The stupid UN. You need to look to the UN for information.
Right. Yeah, I'd love to get a write-up about something else besides global warming.
What was Urban Root's question about Tulsi?
Like
or
bidets. What's
What
the
was that
UN's
question?
opinion on bidets?
Bidets, yeah.
It's a waste of water, though, if you look at it.
I don't. I think Carnate doesn't know what we're talking about. YouTube, if you say something that triggers their algorithms, like they'll put a little warning under your video after you're done with the live stream, saying for good information.
This is disinformation. The Earth isn't flat.
Right, exactly.
Yep.
Except I don't think they care about flat Earth.
No, they do care about.
Oh, they do. They do. Yeah, if your comment section talks about it too much, or your video like mentions it like too many times, they'll flag it as a disinformation, and then you get throttled. So
I can't believe they care about flat Earth of all the things.
So, Incarnation, you come from some Discord that RW is a part of, or something?
yeah, I mean, sure.
Well, I'm just curious.
Like, I mean, the story, yeah. So it's still part of it, but yes, through the Nexus, which was was because I'm not really involved in the server anymore, but it was a fairly big thing for a bit. We had like 4,000 members for a while. It was a fun show.
Right, so you're not on
RW, you invited some. You posted something in that Discord tonight or something.
Yeah, I went back to the Nexus just to check on it because I used to be a part of it, and I am now an admin again because I said I don't want to be, and so I just
They know you're really
invite down for the chat, and then we got Winton and Incarnation here from it, and I'm not.
Well, if you're part of, if you go into that Discord, how come you don't come into our Discord anymore?
I'll go into your Discord, man.
I don't care if you come in there.
And that was his name.
Yeah, he literally. He
Winton.
literally popped in. I hadn't talked to RW in I don't know months. I think it'd be at least 6 months.
He nuked his Discord.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
Yeah.
Who did?
I did.
RW.
You had a Discord?
You wouldn't know about it because you never joined.
Oh yeah, I didn't know.
I
don't like the Discord because
we talked about you behind your back. That's the only reason it exists.
The notifications always bother me.
Yeah, I took care of that. I disabled them all.
Oh, it's so annoying. The red, anything that's red, it's like.
Well,
you need to look at me,
I thought it was the sound it made. It just commanded your attention.
Ugh.
Like if I'm driving my car in rush hour traffic and it goes looking at the phone, never mind who I run over.
I love our Discord. I love how it's not like that active. I love.
Yeah, that's great. It goes
I love everything about our Discord.
I love.
You would have loved
really
my
awesome. Fucking Sleepville.
Active last night.
Yeah, last night. Biscuit
man, I
Babe
couldn't
showed
believe
up.
he posted it.
Biscuit
Like,
Babe showed up and lit a fire under
Oh my god!
everything.
Like that thing blew up.
It's like a year's worth of posts.
I didn't even I couldn't even read it all. But
Well,
I was
I was there
waiting.
live. I was there live, and he was firing off. I was trying to antagonize him and
Yeah, he
get
was
other people in there to get him going.
fired
and
up.
He was here tonight.
Biscuit on there kicking ass. That was nice.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Biscuit.
I know what you said.
Whoa.
You said Biscuit.
That's right. You said Biscuit too.
We're gonna have to separate your two pictures on the panel.
I know.
It's fine. It's fine.
What was the topic that got lit up? Like what was it?
It was yesterday's
It was the Trump.
the same thing that
All
took
right,
over
all right.
tonight's pub for so much of the time.
It caused a stink around the whole world, but it really is a nothing burger. That's what I love about politics.
You're kind of right.
It certainly.
Yeah, I
in
think
the
it will die
scheme of
out.
Things. It's less important than like the substance of what they talked about.
It'll die. Yeah, that's it couldn't be more true.
And
I think
frankly,
it will die out, fairly quickly.
I think people were shocked to see it, but I think that shit goes on.
I think at some point Trump realized that it was a shit show, and he sort of alluded to it, saying something like this will be considered great television or something. So at least he is somewhat self-aware.
Yeah.
Are you
At
not
the end, but in the middle, in the meat of it, when he went down as we talked about earlier, it did seem like he's not really there in the conversation. I gotta say,
people ask why I don't watch. Don't you watch Trump give his speeches? I can't do it. It's so painful.
Yeah, but I feel like
it's like
might be
nails on a
having a little.
blackboard.
I feel like he might be having a little cognitive decline. I'm gonna say.
Oh.
I don't know. It seemed like typical Trump to me.
The bar for that so high now.
I don't think he's having cognitive decline. I just don't think he had. I think it's just he was always like
Guy
this.
is. How old is he? He is in his late 70s. I mean,
Well, it could happen.
Yeah,
He's
he's
not
80.
79.
Very
He's
close.
like going to be 80.
I tell my mom all the time she's gonna be 80, and I tell
Right.
her all the time, I'm like, Mom, you could be the leader of the free
Yeah, right.
world.
You're just mature enough now to be the president of the United States.
We know you wouldn't.
that's
were
actually crazy.
unqualified last year.
Thank you. I look at my dad right now, and it's like to think that, and I mean, he's not even in his 70s, but like I look at him and I like to think that he could run the country. I'm like, nah, son, you need to sit down.
Yeah,
I see a lot of younger leaders coming up, so I think we're done with the geezer.
Yeah, not that I'm a real
Jesus.
fan of JD Vance at all, but
I am.
the fact that he's
Yeah.
young is, if he is going to be their next candidate, it'd be like, wow, a peer, even younger than me,
Yeah.
But wait,
which is pretty wild, man.
what? So, but your wife just made a comment, and she said Vance is a misogynist asshole. I don't know about Vance, but I know that Trump was being labeled as a misogynist asshole. He brought a lot of females into positions under his cabinet for that to have that vibe.
It doesn't matter. He is a misogynist.
I mean, but it's like, can't you just be a misogynist all the
Nobody
time?
even used the word misogynist 15 years ago. So
Yep.
Who's
it's,
misogynist asshole, you said?
it's just progressive
Vance?
gibberish.
Why is Vance
political language that I'm so tired of?
Well, yeah, explain the reasoning behind it. I'm not opposed to hearing people's opinions.
Well, you're gonna have to ask Smoke White.
Why is Vance a He-Man woman hater?
Aphid, were you agreeing with her?
Not
talking about Trump.
not with the Vance, but with Trump for sure.
Trump's a
Positively.
misogynist asshole.
Oh my God! Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
go
the
ahead.
whole
Lay it
thing
out
with
on
the
line,
whole thing
buddy.
with the locker room talk thing, that's just ridiculous. I mean,
Oh my God.
the fact that if anybody around me was to talk like that and take advantage of
Are
women,
you kidding?
to take advantage of women because
I
of,
knew guys that talked like that all the
I
time.
don't care.
I didn't do it.
With me and my friends. I would be like, "What a fucking asshole!"
Well,
Can
I'm
you
not
believe what that
defending
guy
it. I'm
said?
just saying it's not that uncommon.
I didn't say it was
It being
uncommon,
uncommon doesn't make it not misogynistic.
but-
Though.
exactly.
I said I didn't.
What
I
if
wasn't gonna
you
defend it.
sent a picture of some?
And I
naked
certainly
picture
wouldn't want that guy
buddy
to. I
by
wouldn't.
text?
Yeah, but that's a totally different story. Taking advantage of women because of your power, is just like I wouldn't want that person to run my country. I mean, come on.
I have
I
never
got
had
news
that
for
problem.
you. They all. That's what powerful men do.
Maybe that's true, but you
Well,
know,
we
I
know
haven't.
Slick
There's
Willie
no,
did
not.
it.
There's never been one. There's never been one politician for president that I've been like, oh, I'm gonna put this guy's. You know, I'm gonna support this guy and put his yard sign in my front yard. You know,
You're
promoting my
different.
support
Yeah, you're
for this
different.
person.
You're different.
Well, I feel like I don't feel like I
You can
agree.
mix up
I
your
think that
too.
the I've said this before, and I don't want people to think like me. I think that the two-party system is a secret to our success, and I think that it should stay in place. I just don't personally understand how anybody can put their support and devotion to one person like that. It's just beyond me. But
I
I hope
understand it.
everybody else does. I hope everybody else
I
does.
understand it, and I told you I voted for the gay guy.
Yeah, you did.
Exactly.
Yeah, me too. And I didn't even see him in the.
I don't.
polls
I
at
don't
the
see
end.
that. I don't see that. I don't agree with you guys on that. I don't see throwing
Yep.
your vote away. I think
Yep.
there's always one person I hate more.
I
and I'm
agree
always
with
going to
David on
vote.
that one.
I'm
I've
always
never
going
been
to. I'm
happier
always
than
going to
vote for the
support the
gay
other
guy.
person.
The only
Nope,
thing that
you're
does,
wrong.
like, you could say, "Oh, I didn't vote for him either."
Well, no. Here's the point. In Massachusetts, Harris got 73%.
As expected.
Or 171. I can't remember the number, but it was over
Yeah.
70. So, I mean, that is extremely high.
They
Didn't
must
matter who I voted for. So,
I did this last election. I did not. I thought Trump was probably going to win. The previous one that he won, I would have bet the farm on it. In fact, I did. I bet somebody that, especially after it was after that stupid whatever the video where he was caught, you know, talking about, you know, basically, you know, taking advantage of women because of his power.
What was it? Billy B. What was
Yeah.
his name?
Billy Bush,
That guy
Billy
was
Bush.
It's so funny because that guy was canceled and is no longer in existence. And the guy that said all the shit, became the president of the United States. It's bizarre.
Wow.
Billy
There's
Bush's
no justice
reaction
in the
was
world,
like
that's why.
frat boy. He was frat boy. He was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, yeah."
Just look at it this way. Maybe America doesn't want a woman president.
I agree with you, and I
No,
said that was.
Listen.
I think that especially the Mexican vote. I think that
Listen.
there was a big part of why she didn't get the Mexican vote.
I don't think so.
And listen, I always tell people, I said, look, America is not a racist country. It's a misogynistic country because they would much rather have a black man than a woman, let alone a black woman as president.
I don't know I don't know if what you say
I'm
is
just
true,
kidding.
but
It's a joke.
It's a
joke, man. Come
No,
on.
I don't know if what you're saying
evidence.
is untrue. I can't say that it's not, but
I guess
Yeah.
I don't believe that at all.
and I don't think that the United States is ready for a homosexual president at all. I don't think the United States is ready for a Jewish president at all.
Oy vey.
They have one right now.
Boy,
I'm
gay.
not yet 80. I still have a chance.
I mean, Trump is probably as Jewish as you're going to
You're-
get here. Like, I mean,
Last Dance, you're
mean-
like you're not even in your prime yet. You're almost to your prime, to your best shot of being.
Thanks,
the
buddy.
president
I'm
of
going
the
to
United
close the
States.
laptop right now because it's not going to get any better than this.
I'd vote for you, Last Dance.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would.
What?
Please, man.
What?
Really?
Topple, if you were running against Last Dance, I would vote for Last Dance.
No,
Yeah,
I would
I would.
vote for Last Dance. I would drop
Topple is so untrustworthy.
Oh
that there's
my
no
God.
possible way
Oh
that
my
you could vote
God.
for him.
Wow.
Aphid Lip says Topple lies about everything. Even when he admits to lying, somehow he's lying about
Oh,
that.
God.
too.
I can't win. Fine. Don't ever take my
I think he's right. 'cause
Topple once convinced me that his wife was a
Easy.
Well, she is. She
Easy.
And
Easy.
is.
Aphid Lip, you don't know what the truth
and then
is.
how could I possibly think that he
All
felt that way?
depends. Let's watch some locker room talk, okay?
Grab the weather thingy.
I gotta say, I think Topple's plan on remaining anonymous by
I-
direction was turned out to be brilliant.
I will say that the Topple's anonymous. That my wife has done nothing but compliment Topple and his capabilities of staying anonymous.
I agree.
And I know that some people have no idea what we're talking about, but those of us that do can appreciate Topple.
You just gotta be a liar. That's all you gotta do.
You know, and she used to be great. She's still very good. I moved on her actually. You know, she was down in Palm Beach.
He moved on her,
and I failed. I'll admit it.
Whoa!
I did try and. She was married.
Huge news there.
Oh no, Nancy.
Yeah.
No, this was. And I moved on her very heavily. In fact, I took her out furniture shopping. She wanted to get some furniture. I said, "I'll show you where to get some nice furniture." I took out furniture. I moved on her like a. But I couldn't get there, and she was married. And all of a sudden, I see her. She's now got the big.
That's Billy Bush clapping his hands like a fucking school kid. Like he's so excited.
Phony and everything. She's totally changed her look.
She's your girl's hot as shit.
That's him.
Whoa!
Yes.
Whoa!
Yes, the Donald has scored. Oh my man!
What are we?
Wait, you gotta look at me. You gotta be like,
That is very.
you give me the thumbs up.
You are a pig.
Thumbs up. You gotta get the thumbs up. Can't be too happy.
else off first?
Yeah, let me.
It's very
You
funny.
gotta give me the thumbs up.
You and I will walk in.
Oh my god.
Is Trump gonna get
Maybe
off?
it's a different one.
Better not be the publicist. No, it's her. It's
Yeah, that's her with the gold. I gotta use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. Just like,
Jeez, what an ass.
I don't even know. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
whatever you want.
Grab them by the.
No, I've never heard this whole thing like this.
No, I haven't either.
Congratulations,
Oh,
guys.
that's good.
Can I take my vote back?
Come on, shorty.
Yes.
Oh, nice legs, huh?
You got to remember,
Like-
if you
like-
lie,
like you didn't vote for
bragging.
Kamala. Don't kid.
I did not vote for Kamala.
It's always good if you
Well,
don't
that's how
fall
we
out
know
of the
you
bus.
did.
Like Ford, Gerald Ford, remember?
Down below. Pull the hand.
That is it.
Hello, how are you? Hi.
Hey,
Seeing you.
what's
Terrific.
going on?
Terrific. You know
How's
Billy
it changed?
Bush?
How are you?
Nice to see you. How you doing, Ariane?
Doing very well, thank you. Are you ready to be a soap star?
We're ready. Let's go. Make me a soap star.
How about a little hug for the Donald? You just got off the
Would you
bus.
like a little hug,
Okay,
darling?
absolutely.
Great wingman. Great wingman.
All right.
Yeah.
That was a great wingman.
What an asshole.
Oh
He
man.
apparently was not attracted to her because he did not grab her by the pussy as soon as he got the chance.
You didn't see his hands, neither did I.
I saw
Billy
him.
Bush
I was very
is-
aware of his hand location.
The whole thing is cringe, but Trump
Ugh.
Trump
All
did
right.
not look good.
Taffy.
Good night, Taffy.
I said
the good
dude.
luck wishes.
I remember I was private messaging Live Lurk. I don't know if you guys remember him from Live
Yes.
Leak.
I do.
But he was like, dude, you got to make a video. I need some entertainment tonight. So I made a video that night. I was so drunk, and I made a video about how it was over. You know, I was convinced that was the end. There was no possible way America was going to elect that guy after that video. And I remember that night there was like, because I made fun of Fox, there was like this weakest hurricane ever in the history of America, and Fox had like wall-to-wall coverage of this hurricane that was coming that was so weak because they didn't want to even touch that subject. And I was wrong.
This
I was
is a
wrong.
Category 1 hurricane.
He
We've
won
got
the
reporters all over.
election. I was totally wrong.
Well, you
Thank
didn't
God
make
for
me
the
a
hurricane.
Hey, see you later, Urban Roots. Don't be a stranger now, you hear? You've been great. And
He might be saying goodbye to Taffy.
Enjoyed you there in the chat, Urban Roots.
and of course, everybody who's a president here in the United States, we're gonna show every bad fucking thing they've ever done, because
Yep.
that's the nature of what we do.
Because we'll show it, they'll think twice about becoming president.
Our influence is pretty dangerous.
Yep.
It's
obviously
15 viewers.
Obviously-
entertainment is our objective, not
Obviously,
anything
I'm
other
not
than
gonna.
fun.
Obviously, I'm not gonna get into it, but I just want to say that this show is such an outlet to just have fun, and that's what the point of it is. And I appreciate every
There
second
you
of
go,
it.
buddy. Thank you.
Dude,
You're part of the reason
I
it's fun.
love and crave the ability to have a conversation. I mean, Incarnation was there last night on the Nexus when I tried to join voice chat and just have a conversation, and it was. I literally left that chat feeling disgusted.
Oh,
So
really?
I enjoy this. I enjoy this pub very much. Thank you.
Was
Thank
it
you.
like Bass and Grande going back and forth kind of
That
deal?
would have been a better experience.
Oh, really?
Itchy and Scratchy show, if you remember.
Well, you know what, RW, would you mind just giving a brief outline of what made you disgusted? It doesn't have to be
Yeah,
specific.
what happened?
People not being willing in any way, shape, or form to listen to what the other person has actually said, and then having the ability to not understand that they're doing something that's causing the whole chat to break down and fail, and blaming the other people for doing that thing also. It's just it's a level of insanity that I can't witness for long periods of time. It makes me disgusted. It's just a breakdown in the human factor.
I think that happens when you have too many people trying to prove an individual point over the conduciveness of the conversation at hand, and that we want people to deliver their individual points here, but we want them to do it in a conversational manner. And if it's not done as such, it's not pleasant for the people in the chat to watch. But passion is one thing. Passion.
I mean, unfortunately,
passion is good, but over talking is suck. You know, so it has to be a balance, I guess. You know what I'm saying?
Unfortunately, the Nexus brings out some really, really bad characters, and it's part of the reason why I've had to like largely disconnect from Discord. Yeah, I've just been buzzing around on my part. Anyways, but it's part of the reason why I've like largely disconnected from Discord. Nexus brings out horrible people, and those people and like those people personify everything. And I'll say this as a Canadian, and I'll say this as an outsider, right? Because this is an outsider perspective. But those people personify the worst of what people see of America. Like, you know what I mean? Like they personify the worst parts of America. Like when people say, "Oh shit, Americans this," and they complain about Americans, like those are the kind of people that in the bad corners of Discord, those are the people like that the world looks at as like, Jesus Christ, you know what I mean? So I can't deal with those people right now. And I say this because, you know, you have the president of the most powerful country that is basically, you know, questioning the sovereignty of my country, and that's not something I take lightly. I'm a red, white, and fucking maple syrup Canadian. Like I would die for this country before I would ever let it become American. And this talk about Ukraine, how they should just give it up. Well, I can tell you, if the roles were reversed and America was trying to turn Windsor into the United States, I would be out there and I would be putting my life on the line for it, because at the end of the day, the values that represent me as a Canadian aren't the values that represent you as an American. And I wouldn't want those values to be diluted. And I am plenty willing to die for them to make sure that my child has, you know, those values growing up. So yeah, I get a little heated. I get a little tense. I don't like this rhetoric of 51st state. And I'm sure if the roles would reverse, you guys would probably be thinking the same. Like this idea that you're subservient to another country when you haven't been. It's just, you know, it's annoying, right? So I don't have the patience.
I don't think the view is the issue. I think the issue is when people are in it. I come to a conversation to have a conversation and think with other people. But if the majority of the group is coming to the conversation to win, I'm not usually enjoying that conversation because we're not talking to each other.
Yeah, but I'm also tense. I'm also tense when that conversation comes. I'm difficult to have that conversation with, because I'm also a little bit on the defensive, with respect to these conversations, which sometimes, you know, muddies the water when it shouldn't.
Well, truth be told, my thoughts about Ukraine are only to stop people from dying, get this thing over with, regardless of our disagreements with that. When Trump came out with this thing about Canada, I was like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Yeah.
This doesn't make any fucking sense.
Right.
Canada, I've been there probably over 20 times. I love the country. I consider you guys to be, we're like North Americans, we're.
Listen, my brother lives in Charlotte. My brother lives in Charlotte. My nephews are American, right? Like for me, like it's not even a question. Like we're not even like up until a month and a half ago, this was never a question. right? Like I would never, I would never walk into the store and purposely pick not American items because I'm facing an economic turmoil here that's going to affect my ability to feed my kid for the next 4 fucking years, right? Like,
right. I mean, the vitriol for Mexico, the loathing for an uncountable number of people crossing the border illegally in a draw on our resources, that doesn't like retroactively switch to Canada. Like the two things are separate. I don't know why Trump grouped you in this thing. I guess there might be some drugs coming over the border, but it seems like that would be a fairly easy thing to control.
well, there's a few
Also,
things.
it's a huge
There's a few
border.
things I can point to. Yeah.
Sure, go right ahead.
There's definitely a few things I can point to, and I think that these are failures on Canada's part over complacency with just the greatest ally you could ever ask for, right? And that is in part, for Canada is in terms of military spending or a little bit more of a how could I say it? Not an autocratic approach, right? Because Canada, unfortunately, so we went through this in the 50s where Canada was the one who tariffed the Americans, right? And we tariffed the Americans because we were losing jobs in Canada. We weren't able to produce our own vehicles. We weren't able to be self-sustaining, right? We weren't able to basically have our own industries. So we decided to tariff the states. And of course, the American reaction was not good to that, of course. And it led the two countries to create this sort of understanding and agreement that in exchange for certain materials that, raw goods that Canada has, American companies are willing to set up manufacturing in Canada at a lower rate, like a lower dollar, right? So we're cheaper and we get some minerals. So this relationship created like the breadcrumbs of what has now become this crazy trading relationship that Canada has become way too reliant on Americans. But it's funny how it started like that, right? So anyways, number one is defense. We don't spend enough on defense. That's for sure. Strategically, we don't need to because no matter what, the airspace over Canada is of importance to America.
Yeah.
No matter what.
No
matter what. It doesn't.
That would be an area of attack across the Arctic from Russia.
Always. And any missile that comes over from Russia is going to come over Canada. So no matter what, right? No matter what, the airspace over Canada is of interest for America, and it always has been. So there is obviously a reliance on America, knowing full well, like, well, they need to defend that airspace. So do we really need to invest, quintillions of dollars in fucking air defense? No, we don't need to. So you see how like it creates this weird dependence where Canada becomes a little bit over reliant. And I agree with that. I agree that Canada needs to be a little bit more self-sustaining. But yeah, I agree with that. That's for sure. But this idea that we're in a massive trade deficit, that's actually bullshit, right? Like that's a full lie.
Yeah,
that's a full lie. If you take away energy and you take away oil, you take away the energy that America buys from Canada, you are actually in a deficit. We are you are in a surplus.
Wait, say that again.
If you remove energy imports from Canada, so all the oil and liquefied gas that we sell you guys, we are actually in a deficit. We are the ones who are in a deficit, not the U.S.
Yes.
Right. The reason for that is the trade agreement that Trump set up, right? Deliberately set that in play so that well, he's the one who set this up. Right? He wanted our energy. I don't blame him. Like the United States is the global leader in exports for fucking energy, so they wanted our energy. They wanted it for cheap. They got it. Like, okay, what the fuck is the problem? Why are you coming to tariff us now? Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is the whole thing that just doesn't make sense.
You're saying you benefit from not shipping your energy south anymore. You guys will benefit.
No, we don't benefit out of that. Come on.
If you don't ship south and you get to use it for yourselves and you put yourself in a surplus,
no,
understood.
No. Okay, so in terms of goods, right? So the amount of goods that Canada exports to the United States, in that you'll have stuff that we manufacture, goods that we manufacture, food, whatever, all that stuff, and you have energy, electricity, oil, liquefied natural gas. Okay, of all of the things that we export to Canada, to the United States, if you remove oil and gas, the energy, if you remove the energy exports, we are in a deficit to the United States.
So 9% of Canada's gross domestic product, GDP, is energy in the United States of America.
Yep. Yep.
My understanding of the tariff is to force Canada to accept a different negotiation on deals. Is that correct?
I don't know. You tell me.
The borders.
You tell me, man. You tell me. Because last time the United States tariffed Canada, we came up with this trade agreement where, the United States would buy a shit ton of our energy. So it's like, okay, cool. All right, we don't have to deal with this anymore. Great, no more tariffs. Now we're back to 25% tariffs on our steel, our aluminum, 10% on our energy again. It's like, well, what the fuck? Like, do you not want us to sell to Europe? Do you want us to sell to China? Like, we didn't sell to Europe. We didn't sell to China. We didn't sell to Japan because you said you wanted it. So what the fuck is the problem? Like, what the fuck are we doing here, right? So now Canada's like, well, all right, I guess we got to start selling to China now. Like who are we going to selling our shit to, right? We got to start selling to China. We're going to start selling to Europe. We're going to start selling to fucking Turkey. We're going to start selling to fucking Germany. We're going to start selling to all these fucking places that will buy it because now all of a sudden, our energy's not good enough anymore. You know what I mean? We don't understand it. We're all kind of like, doesn't make sense.
So there's no transparency on the deal. So the last time I heard any noise on that was they wanted the border to be more secure, which was compromised on, and then there was a stalling of the tariff, and then there was an installing of the tariff on metals. And since then, I've heard nothing.
Yeah, so on March 4th, so in a few days, he's slapping 25% tariffs on all of our exports and then 10% on our energy.
Yeah, I guess I have to hear some source of reasoning. I've heard no noise in that.
He says because of the border, the fentanyl, that we take advantage. I don't know, man. Like his tune changes all the time. He subsidizes us. We should be the 51st state. We don't have any defense. We want to be American, apparently, even though you would never convince any Canadian to be American. I don't know. We're all kind of just scratching our head wondering what the fuck.
I think right now it's just based on the border and the fentanyl issue. And then even though Canada came to Trump with the same thing they said in, I think it was December, that's when he extended it. And I guess I don't know what the extension is. If they have to prove that they're doing things, I'm not 100% sure. I haven't been looking.
Nobody knows, man.
Yeah.
Nobody knows, man. Nobody
There's
knows.
just too much shit going on anyway that 1 week's tariffs, the next week's Ukraine, the next week's this.
When are we?
Exactly.
So Mystery made a comment that American citizens will suffer from sanctions. I'm just curious, like, when are we meant to feel it? How long into the future until we're supposed to be feeling these tariff changes? Because if it's already happened on China and we already get a shit ton from them, I mean, are you guys feeling?
So here's how it works though. Like, because in my business, I actually buy my stuff from the United States, right? Because they're the main importer into the Americas, but I still have to import it again. Anyways, so basically, I just set out a huge fucking purchase, knowing that March 4th is coming. But so long as I purchase the goods before the tariffs set in, they don't apply. So if my goods, so I purchased them last week, let's say, so now they're on the road, they're in transport, right? So the tariffs won't apply to the order that I just did. So right now, if you think about China, if he imposes a tariff on China, well, all the stuff that's coming from China will probably take about a month to get through the ports and to get all done and yada, yada, yada. So you're probably about a month before the importer pays the tariff.
Right.
And then once the importer pays the tariff, then that cost will get dragged down to every level that falls, from the transport to the distributor to the retailer to whatever.
So for you personally, how long until you're going to need to restock and have to face the higher cost?
2 weeks.
So, okay. Twice a month is when you're feeling costs.
And my costs. So my cost of goods. So my basic cost of goods just gone up 25%. So if I purchase something for $1,000, it now costs me $1,250.
Maybe we can find a way to get out of these idiotic tariffs.
How? What?
your-
Present a way. Last Dance. Present it.
Yeah.
Well, with Trump, it's not about the bottom line. It's about his ego. So Canada needs to figure out a way to save Trump's face without giving up everything they need.
You're saying
Well, we did that the last
literally
time.
Stroke his ego?
Stroke his ego. Give up something.
We did that the last time.
Yes, so he can go up on the air and said, "Look what I did for you,
Yep.
Americans."
And then just be quiet about it and let him move on to his next thing.
Yeah, but I can tell you this: it's not taking 25% on the chin. That is just accepting it. Like we're not just going to accept our shit going up 25% for nothing. Like that's retarded.
Hell no. I wouldn't expect you to.
Yeah, but I don't know that you can. I don't know that you want to go toe to toe.
Why not?
Smaller economy.
Well, can't they shop around the rest of the free world?
Yeah, they can.
Well, so we can shop on our but that's not. Here's the issue, and I hate this mentality too that we're having a bit in Canada. Yeah, we can shop our energy around. Yes, that's fine. We can shop our energy around. We can't shop everything else, right? Like everything. Like so, Ontario and Quebec, where the most of the Canadian population is, also happens to be near where most of the American population is as well. So there's obviously economic advantages to trade in Canada there because our dollar is significantly cheaper than the American dollar, which means that American companies, if they deal with Canadian companies, they pay less. Right? Which again makes no sense why you're going to slap tariffs on Canada because it's like you're just making shit more expensive for you right now. Like it's, anyways, right? Like we are. Yeah, right. And we are a decent labor pool, like as seen in the auto industry, right? Because we are able to take our minerals from northern Canada, bring them to the southern parts of Canada, refine them, mill them, do what they have to do, and then start handling them out to the auto industry to build whatever they need to build, right? So it works really good, right? But now I don't know what's going to happen with that, right?
Lovely lamb
So,
lunch. All right.
I don't know. We don't know. We don't know. The only thing I can say for me is, I'm not going to take too kindly to like the idea that Windsor, Canada could be, part of the United States because the auto industry between Windsor and Detroit is like this, right? The two countries collectively just spent like $3 or $4 billion each on this massive bridge for commerce because the insane amount of commerce that travels between Windsor and Detroit is insane, right? A lot of the commerce goes there.
Sure.
So they just spent what, $5 billion on this bridge. So if the economic disadvantages of tariffing us outweigh taking them off, is he just going to say, well, fuck it, let's annex Windsor? Like, that's kind of what we're thinking right now, because if the idea is that we're going to allow Russia to take Ukraine, and I know it's different, I wouldn't expect Americans to have boots on the ground in Canada. That would be insane. But if the idea is that the leadership in America is willing to let Ukraine or give up territory for the sake of making a deal, right, as you're proposing right now, then what's to say that, the next step for the Trump administration is not taking part of our territory or effectively annexing it, right?
I don't see a connection.
For economic reasons. We do.
That would be
we do.
That would be cause for revolution here in the United States.
Yes.
I think so.
That's
right?
insane.
But
it's insanity.
But think about it. We as Canadians would never have thought of that, but now we're forced to actually think about it. Well, as insane as it is, we never once would have thought of that until now. And I was just like, well, fuck me. And then the tariffs, you just kind of look at the whole picture and you're like, what his rhetoric about the 51st state, and he says it a lot. He's not saying it a few times. He's saying it a lot. He calls our prime minister, our head of state, a governor in public. Like, what a joke. Like, what a joke here.
Look at this is the absolute true statement. Lovely Lamb once says Trump is quite impulsive. Obviously, like he speaks on impulse so frequently, it's almost nauseating. He
But
doesn't.
that was in retaliation to his decision making in government. I don't think that's the same experience. I believe the cabinet is thinking out ahead. It might not be appreciated or wanted, but I struggle to think that the cabinet is making decisions that they haven't even looked at one or two moves ahead of them.
There's no logistical or practical way for Trump to make Canada the 51st state. It's just not. It's not something in the powers of the president of the United States.
I don't even know.
No, but he's talking about annexing territory. He's even used this rhetoric about economically annexing Canada. Okay, about using economic pressure. So what he wants to do is tank our economy, right? And then somehow, some way, convince Canadians in the southern parts of Canada that they'd be better off as American. And then they start building this rhetoric that this weird separatist rhetoric within the populace in the southern parts of Canada that they are actually better benefited in America. I'm as crazy as Windsor, Ontario. The reason I say Windsor
region?
No, definitely isn't. Oh, no. Separatists is in Alberta, but the Americans don't want Alberta. Like that's bullshit. There's no point. There's no point in them going to Alberta. It's fucking stupid. There's Quebec, but Quebecers will never be Americans. Let's not kid ourselves. And who wants the French, right?
Nor do we want Quebec.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Nor do you want Quebec. But anyway,
I want Quebec. I like Quebec.
We'll give you Detroit. They rejected legalization of cannabis. One of the most foolish moves ever. Quebec.
Who's this? Well, it's legal, but they're very restrictive.
It's such horseshit. They should have just made it legal. I mean,
it's legal. You can go buy it legally. You just have to buy it at a government-owned store, and you can only grow 4 plants. Or no, wait, sorry, you can't grow. You can't grow any plants, and you can only. Yeah, you can't grow in Quebec, and you can only buy at government stores. Whereas in Ontario, I can smoke a joint wherever people smoke cigarettes.
And Manitoba is the same rules as Quebec, which is so fucking stupid too. But
yeah.
I don't get it.
I think it's retarded, though. Honestly, I think it's retarded. What we've done in Ontario is retarded. There's a weed shop at every fucking corner. I think it's ridiculous, the amount of overexposure and oversaturation for marijuana that there is in the fucking market. I think it's absolutely insane that I think it's absolutely insane the amount of exposure that we're allowing our children to these fucking to marijuana. It's insane to me. We worked so goddamn hard to flush out cigarettes out of our fucking like out of our society, and now we've got vapes, weed shops. We've got mushroom shops. Like it's a fucking joke, man. Like
losers.
You got mushroom shops?
Yeah, man, you got mushroom shops. You want to go buy legal mushroom fucking chocolate bar and get high and hallucinate for 4 hours? Yeah, you can go buy that, man. Your show ID.
Really?
That's pretty
cool. Yeah, show ID and cash, man.
So what you're saying is you're going to go visit Canada soon, Topple? Is that?
No. I'm anti-drug.
If you did mushrooms,
I pass on grass.
If you did mushrooms in your younger days, then you learned those sorts of substances are made for young people.
Yeah.
Late teens, early 20s, that's when you want to get introspective and you want to see the world and you want to see the things swimming in the sky. You know, once you've seen it,
world, man.
Once you've seen it, you don't do it again because your brain might not unscramble at some point. It might be constantly. You know, that's how I look at it.
Listen, I've done my fair share of mushrooms. I'm not going to shy away from it. Like I'm not innocent here, right? Like I've been a pothead for most of my life, though I haven't smoked. Like I don't do it anymore. But I've done a lot of mushrooms. I've dabbled in the lifestyle, but the idea to me that this is just
people that smoke weed are losers.
Yeah, they are. Big fat losers.
Okay.
No,
I just think it's ridiculous. There's a 24-hour
there's a 24-hour weed shop 5 minutes from where I live. I can literally walk down the street
Yeah.
any hours of the day and go buy weed.
It should be legal. It doesn't need to be on every street corner, but it should be readily available. I mean, Topple, don't you burn a long dart every once in a while on here?
No.
Oh, like a Marlboro or a Camel or
Especially
something?
if
You
it's
used to?
No, I went to this crap. That's not
Oh,
any.
yeah, that's a lot better.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not any better. I'm not, but
Is that nicotine?
What do you mean it's
but
not
I
any
understand
better?
what
It's much
he's
better.
saying is how it's advertised as to kids now. I don't see no kids smoking cigarettes anymore, but they're vaping. But
What
now,
about eating candy cigarettes?
what?
What the cares
See
about
kids-
candy?
Do you see kids eating candy cigarettes?
Well, when I was a kid, the ice cream truck would come around. You could get yourself a pack of
You
candy.
could get cigarettes from
Popeyes sugar sweets.
Yeah.
That's what we had back then.
But I understand where he's coming from. This shit is advertised to kids. Luckily, we're getting away from cigarette smoke, but now we're on this stuff where all the kids
That's worse, man.
are vaping now.
Smokers
Dude, we
are
have
just nasty.
Dude, we have 100 years. We have 100 years of data on cigarette smoke to show us that it's fucking awful,
But we
and
don't
we
have
have no data. So yeah, let's go peddle it out the kids. Let's put it on every corner.
Yep.
Oh man.
And they are popping up everywhere around here.
David Lip, ignore all that.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
original G. That's why.
Filthy,
honestly,
filthy
I don't
smokers.
think I don't think tobacco is a problem. I think the refined tobacco from cigarettes is worse than if you were to, just smoke pure tobacco.
It's all bad for you.
Can
Anything
I
in your lungs is bad.
listen? Can I say this? Can I say something without getting too banned?
Sure, you
No.
Well, we
The
don't
pure-
control that.
Start.
Okay, so the best white stuff, it's not dangerous. You'll never OD from the best white stuff.
Yes.
It's always the other crap that they. It's always the other crap that they put in it. But if you want to get some pure, get some. He knows what I'm talking about. Some pure coca. Right? So if you have some pure coca, chances are you're not gonna have any problems. You're gonna have all your runs, and you're gonna be really, you're gonna have your ups and downs, but you're probably not gonna OD. It's the other stuff that they put in it to, fluff it up and make it bigger that typically will kill you.
Could be.
Could
a lot
be.
of the times it's unpure. Like it's supposed to be vitamin B12, but a lot of times
It's
isn't.
a very interesting way to get your vitamin D supplements.
Doctor prescribed it.
Come on.
I am a straight edger. I'll never bother with that with any of that stuff.
No,
Never
listen, I'm,
touched
I,
it in your life, last dance.
What's that?
You never touched the old yayo in your life.
Wow, I haven't heard
I
that.
never touched any of it. Not
Never even
tobacco,
smoked a
not
little
marijuana,
grass?
not
Ed,
anything.
when he answered that question,
Last dance, you never even smoked a little grass.
No.
Wow.
Never.
Holy shit!
Good for you.
Yeah, but he's
Straight to
he's
LSD.
like he's like so old though. I mean, look at him.
Yeah, exactly.
he's part of the reefer fever, right? You're part of the reefer madness days, right?
A little after that, but I do remember the reefer madness though. I was a
He
kid.
doesn't smoke grass. He just eats it now, and that's all he eats. Vegetarian.
Last Dance was like in between a hippie and being cool, so he just sucks.
So I'm nobody likes me basically.
No, it's all right.
Wait. Did you ever
The
take
only way
your
I'm-
50s
the only way
kid?
I'm comfortable.
Have you ever
Is
taken?
that your 50s kid then, right?
What'd you say? Top
I said your 50s or 60s kid?
Hey,
I was born in '62.
I'm Canadian, eh? Like, what do you want me to say? Huh? Want to go get some hay? You want to go by the bay? What do you say, hey?
Oh, you ever take any prescription drugs, Last Dance?
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh, there you go. There's the problem.
Oh,
Pill popper.
He's a pill popping animal.
no good.
You know, I had a security clearance for 30 some years, so
They
it was
revoked
pretty.
that.
You know, even if I was tempted, that wouldn't have been a good move.
Right. Yeah.
Very
now,
noble of you.
now, if it becomes legal in your state, maybe you will.
Nope. It's all
Would
that
you ever
question has
dabble
been
in it?
that question has been asked and answered.
How about this? You have to take painkillers for something in the future.
That's true, Mr. E. That happens when you're old. Yeah.
Would you look at other ways instead of Percocets and all that stuff? You would just stay with the prescription?
I took prescription. So here's something that happened to me. I broke my leg when I was 27 or 6.
Okay.
And they put this enormous friggin' cast on, even though the break was like just above the ankle. They put a cast from my bottom of my foot to over my knee, and they
Hi, sounds hot.
It was terrible, and my knee was bent slightly, and my leg never hurt. My knee hurt all the time, and so he gave me like, I don't know, Tylenol 3, and I take it.
Codeine.
Well, I guess that it was in. I take it, and when he said, "Why you?" At some point, I got it renewed. And he said, "Why are you taking so much of this?" And is your leg hurt? I said, "No, my knee hurts." And he said, "Well, I don't want you to become addicted to this stuff. Just take Tylenol." So I took Tylenol. It actually worked better than no, not Tylenol. I took Advil, and it worked better than the Tylenol 3.
Yeah, and that's what is it? Non-steroidal anti-inflammatory, right?
It is, but man, that stuff worked better than Tylenol. Worked better than aspirin. It just worked better. It worked better than Tylenol 3. It was.
Are we talking about speed? I checked out for a second.
Advil. I thank the Brits for inventing it. It was one of the greatest British inventions.
It's good. Don't use it ever again. I'll tell you that much.
What? Advil?
I agree with Advil. Advil and a Coke or some kind of caffeine is like one of the best painkiller combinations I have ever had in my life.
Yeah, I don't.
And I agree with you. I've never. I've been offered OxyContin. Never took it because I've seen it how it kills people. So.
Yep.
So
Smokesteve, you're saying you shouldn't take Advil?
Definitely not.
Really?
Can cause
Why?
stomach bleeding.
No, it's definitely an NSAID. Any NSAID, including aspirin, can cause stomach discomfort.
Really?
I can cause stomach bleeding, stomach ruptures.
But I've never had that problem, and I've taken it.
Yeah. What? How do you know if you have stomach bleeding?
Well, here's the thing:
you take it and you double over in pain.
People who drink a lot
Well, I've never had that problem.
When you drink a lot, you can do a little bit of damage to your stomach lining. And a common thing for people who drink a lot is to take Advil the day after. And doing that, drink Advil day after day, day following, can cause serious damage to your stomach.
It's time to start taking slippery elm powder, the bark of the slippery elm tree.
Well, here's what I do know:
drink less
kidney
and
disease,
then
they tell
have
you not to
water
take
the
Advil.
next day.
That's also smart, Steve. That's very smart. Also, you do have a question in the chat from Urban Roots a little bit higher up, just so you know.
And Mr. E points out when this happens, then it's really time to ratchet.
Oh
down.
yeah. That's like a problem. You shit blood.
Yeah, that's like okay. Whoop whoop. Time to change.
Luckily, if the blood is still red, you're not as big of an issue as if the blood is black.
Yes.
Real dark.
That's always my gauge. That's always my gauge if I'm in a good place.
Yeah.
If I'm not shitting blood, then I'm all right.
You look at your
all right.
With RW, it's that the blood you're shitting is not black.
Yes.
If it's just red, he's fine.
Some of us have more problems than others, and we learn.
Some people have IBS.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what they say? If it's red, you ain't dead. If it's black, meet Joe Black. No.
What?
What? That was fantastic. I'm going to remember that.
Joe Black?
Yeah, he played. Yeah, Joe Black. Brad Pitt. He was the Grim Reaper. He was the Grim Reaper.
Grim Reaper.
Incarnation.
Yeah, but some people do have stomach problems like IBS and all.
Yeah, we lost.
Who left?
Incarnation. So,
Lost
so
Incarnation.
Urban Roots is asking Steve. I'm going to paraphrase. Trudeau did a speech against President Trump, and then Trump slapped on tariffs, and then he buckled and accepted putting more patrol on the border. And he's asking to have a thought on that about his buckling towards doing what Trump wants.
Well, I heard that they had already agreed to do that before Trump was even elected. So it was just.
It was something said in December already.
Okay. Well, yeah.
He was elected, but not in office.
Okay.
They said this in December.
Yeah.
But the same thing. That's what they came with anyway, and that's when Trump took the tariffs away. Oh, extended, should I say?
Yeah, he says he's going to impose them again March something or other.
And then he came out and said, "Look what I did," even though they already had that plan in place.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, it's never a bad strategy to just try and appeal to Trump's ego.
just one little thing. Give them one little
What you
thing.
shouldn't do is say, okay, we're gonna put more. We're gonna prevent fentanyl from crossing the border. What they should say is, we never were gonna do that, but Trump made us do it, so now we're gonna do it.
Well, it's impossible to do.
No, that's not the point.
No, yeah.
You don't say it's impossible to do. You say Trump made us do it, so we did it because we're his bitch. Then he'll be happy, and you can move on to something. He'll move on to something else.
Yep.
There's so many fucking lake and swamp crossings that you could get.
Oh, well, look at how big the border is between.
I mean, I could probably get 100 tons over in a day.
Whoa,
or two.
whoa, shh.
Well,
It
like
ain't that
you
hard.
Let's not
ever
put
been
that.
to the Boundary Waters canoe area?
Yeah.
Maybe there's nobody there.
As JD Vance has said, I've seen videos. I saw it on YouTube.
It's just like being there.
It's the same. Looks big. There's some water. Maybe a deer.
Lovely Lamb Lunch wants to come on the chat.
Well, come on.
Oh,
come
man.
on in.
Maybe
I'm
you
ready
just
to
join
bail,
us
but
rather than coming on it.
Yeah, I'm ready to go too. But Lovely Lamb Lunch, if they come on, I'll stay. I'll stay.
Before you
Lovely
guys
Liam
leave,
said they were a full-on
Did
Democrat, and now they're a Republican.
Yeah.
All right, last chance. You're steering the ship.
Crankle
you didn't pin the link.
The Crankle chance.
Well, the link, sometimes it doesn't get pinned.
It's
I think I
underneath.
did.
It's underneath the YouTube.
Oh, is
where-
it underneath the poll?
You don't
It's
have
right
to.
there.
But people on
Send
the
the
phone,
link.
it's very hard to find the link under.
Send the link.
Yeah, if you go to the description, there's a link to the StreamYard.
Senator
hard to
John
find that if
Kennedy
you're
is
on a
giving a
phone.
talk. Here we
You just
go.
my advice on this one is to put your camera on, Steve, once they join, and just chill for a bit.
There is that link.
With your camera.
Yeah, because we'll let this go the whole night.
We got to
Let them
scroll
run
it up a little. There we go.
All right.
Ram the
Yeah.
launch of the whole night.
Come on,
Hey,
Lovely
Philip
Lamb.
just posted a link.
RW has bad thoughts about this. He doesn't like it. I can see it.
It's just the timing, and we had a guy come in just before him that disappeared that had a very racist name.
Oh.
I'm not trustworthy of the internet, and Lovely Lamb had a good engagement, but the timing stinks.
I think Lovely Lamb should come on.
No, Lovely Lamb.
It's just
yeah,
midget porn in the end of the day. I'm not worried about it too much.
I'm quick on the button.
Do you guys think anything about Biden and Kamala signing with the Hollywood agencies after they got out? Like, did that?
What happened there? Explain further.
It's just about money. I didn't hear about it, but I
They
Explain
both
further.
got
About
signed
money.
into the same agency. That's all I know. But it's just like, who's gonna fucking watch that?
What agency?
they don't care.
What does it pertain to?
It's probably talent agency.
Yeah, the talent agency that takes them on for creating whatever content they're gonna create from their stories.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean that they do that. Like they all have that. Like Trump probably has the Trump talent agency. Fuck, like who knows, man? Like they all do that.
yeah.
It's like a way to keep. It's a way to like how do you do it? Like nepotism? It's like their own little like nepotist world where like people from their inner circles go into different industries. So that's where
I'm only gonna watch
they are.
Biden's movie if Pierre plays his part.
It's probably not even going to be a movie. Like there's probably not even going to be any media. It's just
Well, now I'm even more
talent.
disappointed.
They'll probably sell advertisements like most talent agencies. So like they'll sell advertisements, or they're probably connected to the DNC somehow, and they'll be used in like some form of marketing or whatever for the next Democratic run. Like that's probably what it really is connected to.
Biden needs a pair of shoes.
yeah, I don't think Biden.
Biden needs to just retire. Like I don't even think they want to roll this guy out in a fucking wheelchair. Like to represent the next DNC. Like just retire.
Hold on, last dance. Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on to what?
Don't do anything.
I'm not. That was never.
What are we doing? We're getting Trump watches now.
Yeah, Trump
Oh,
watches.
what?
Are we buying Trump watches?
Well, I'll tell you, that's not Crankle.
No, hold on.
I want a Trump
You're the
watch.
man.
Gotta
You
go with
push
my
the button
Trump
if you want.
shoes.
It's Lovely Lamb.
Is it about golfing? Watching him golf?
It's. I mean, it doesn't look at all like Crankle. That's all I can say.
Famous last words.
Yeah, I know.
I've said that before. It's true.
I didn't like the looks of it.
Okay, you're the boss, and that's the end of that discussion.
I
You
mean,
thought the
RW
glasses was a bit
is,
much?
foreboding, and now I saw, and I didn't like it.
You mean like the glasses were a bit much, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, I know what you know what
The
you're
looking from side to side, the glasses, it seemed like a video that was just being shared.
Oh,
Yeah.
The lamb's not coming on.
I mean, for Aphid, he would love it to be Crankle because he'd get some
gay midget.
I mean, I wouldn't mind.
Bizarre
You know, it's
teenager
it's the time,
titillation at the video.
It's the time of night that, you know, if I see something shoved up a man's ass and him ejaculating at the same time, it might be a good thing.
It's better than not.
Yeah.
Hey, Lamb,
listening to us drone on, right?
Lamb, can you put up the fingers like this backwards and then turn them forward?
Yeah.
Then turn them backwards again.
Yeah.
Even I couldn't do
Well,
it.
Can you do that?
You better put another twist into it, Smokesteve, because he might have had that one lined
That's
up.
it. Go like this.
This is like
go like this, and then back to that.
These are like the
1, 2,
sobriety
3.
tests that I couldn't pass at this point.
How about you just write your name, write Smokesteve on a piece of paper and hold
Oh my God, dude.
All right, watch my finger with your eyes, but don't turn your head.
Well, he hasn't done that. I haven't seen him do that, so I don't think it's a legitimate person.
Exactly, Smoke Wife. It's midnight. It's a different rules.
Yeah,
bit
it's
of
no
this,
biggie.
little bit of this, little bit of this, Lamb. Just the little devil horns, 1 way, 2 ways, 3 ways.
Like just one devil, just one devil. You're making it too complicated.
Well, no, one devil you could do.
Yeah.
Do the shocker.
No, he's banned. He didn't do it.
Oh. Man.
But he tried
so
Come on, dude.
Like
Crankle may be a failure, but he's definitely living rent free in our heads.
I don't know who that was, but I mean, I gotta
midget porn right
protect my grounds here.
So who's Crinkle? Someone that just does the video bombs? Is that?
Yeah, it's someone who's like
you never
he
talked
hates-
to him.
He hates. We have talked. He'll come on and wait for a little while before he does the porn bomb.
It's bizarre. He'll
never been on
engage
with
in conversation.
But he
Weird.
doesn't care. It's only based Welshman that he cares about.
I see why. That's likely.
He has some sort of, I don't know, some bizarre fixation on based.
But I don't think that was Crankle. I think that was just somebody else.
Well, I have no idea. Like you said, it could have been a pre-recorded video.
No, but I think that might have had no relation to Crankle.
Well, I just say I don't know.
We get others that occasionally troll here that are, old school. We've had them in the past.
There's no shortage of trolls on the Smokesteve International Pub.
Not even like the ones you guys may or may not be thinking of, but back in the day, we used to have just arbitrary porn bombers that would just fuck with us.
What a weird
no
hobby,
reason.
dude. All I can say is, what a weird hobby.
I mean, that's why you.
I put porn on people's live feeds. That's what I do.
I'm just surprised you guys let me join way back.
Did you used to do it, you bastard?
No, I don't even know how to do that shit.
That seems like a totally topple move. Is to
you see how long
troll live shows and porn bomb them all night. That's a total topple move.
You're a goddamn liar.
Man, I would say don't even joke about that shit.
If it's midget porn, it could be legit.
Lovely Lamb Lunch. We're kind of winding down here, so
I'm not sure we're going to be letting
Yeah,
on
I'm-
any
I'm-
new
Yeah,
guests.
I got a pizza. I got a pizza upstairs ready for me.
Oh man, I got nothing like that.
You're gonna eat pizza and go to bed.
It's a frozen. It's a frozen pizza.
Oh man, Smokesteve's gonna cut you off just for saying that.
Whooping cough.
Well, I mean, frozen
This fucking
pizza has
cough,
its
dude.
place.
I've been trying to take Smokesteve's advice and drink a bunch of water and shit.
That's not
Well,
gonna
did you get the peppermint schnapps I recommended?
No, I didn't. I keep forgetting to get that.
Yeah.
I look
well-
though. I look like every time I go to the gas station, I look for like in their little.
Why are you going to a gas
dollar
station? Go to a liquor store, bro.
dollar vials, and I'm like, if it says doctor, I'm getting it. You know, because I know it said doctor on
No,
there.
you got to go and get the Dr. McGillicuddy's, and you have.
But
you have
that
a
shit
glass
looked like
of
it was
that.
like it looked like it was like $20 or something. I'm like, you
No,
know,
mine is $2 for a double
is
shot.
not where
At the booze store.
Okay,
It's 99
okay.
cents for a single
for
shot.
$2.
$1.98
Because
for a double.
my not coughing is worth $2, but yeah, 205.
Yeah, you're pretty cheap. You forget how
Why don't you lay
forget
off
how
the
cheap
cancer
Lip is.
sticks too?
You're gonna love it, dude. It chills out your throat.
Why don't you just
got
stop
peppermint.
smoking?
I know, man. When I don't smoke, like when I get up in the morning, I'm like, get my coffee going. I'm like, dude, I'm like good, like no coughing. And then I start smoking cigarettes, and I'm like,
Stop smoking.
I start coughing.
Oh, like that's the easy thing to do, Topple.
It is.
Topple quit.
You know what? I quit twice. I quit twice, so
it's easy.
Once I was a 10-year smoker. The other time I was 5-year smoker. I'll pack and a half a day almost at some points. Like,
Man, I would do just about anything to another human being if they told me one thing that would keep me from smoking any more cigarettes, and it wouldn't be a big deal.
You know what I did?
There's nothing. There's nothing I would. There's nothing I would like more in life. Well, actually,
I mean, everybody's
ironically, there
different.
is another thing.
Yeah.
But most things, there's not one more thing that I would enjoy more in life than to just not ever smoke another cigarette in my life.
If
You know,
you
there's
put
people who have
in your butthole before you smoke.
people who have quit heroin and cigarettes, and they said cigarettes were much harder than heroin.
Really?
Yes.
You know why? Because smoking, there's no stigma to smoking cigarettes. There's stigma to smoking heroin. So for me, my trick the first time was that I just tackled that head on. And you want to go for a smoke with the boys, whatever you all the occasions that I had.
None of the boys I know smokes. They like look at me and like, I can't believe you're fucking 50 years old now and you're still smoking cigarettes. That's what
All
the
your
boys
buddies
are
say
saying.
that?
Oh fuck yeah! They give me shit all the time, and
you're the last
they only
one
mean
that-
they only mean the best for me. They don't want me to be like the first one that dies because.
So are
he's
you the
been smoking
unicorn?
cigarettes.
You're the last smoker?
Yes.
Yeah, last smoker.
Loser.
Mhm.
I just tackled it. Head on. Man.
I can't agree. I can't disagree with you, Smokesteve. I am the fucking loser. I am the fucking loser.
That's what I
that's
did.
Still smoking.
Listen, that's what I did the first time.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Cold turkey, right?
Listen, that's what I did the first time I quit. I just punked myself out of smoking. So like every single time
I quit smoking for like 5 months, and then I went to a bar, and we were like seeing a show. Me and my wife, and we were like, yeah, we can handle. Let's get a pack and smoke a cigarette, and then we were on our way home, and we were like wasted, and we were like, let's buy another pack, so when we get home, we can smoke a couple more, And now here we are, like that was like 20-something years ago now.
What was your
still
trigger incarnation? When you psyched yourself up to cold turkey, what was your trigger that got you back on?
I'm gonna have to go. My girlfriend wants me up in bed.
Last dance.
That's not
Last
my
dance.
return.
All
All
right,
right.
it's good to see you.
Hey guys, have a great week and see you next week.
Later, buddy.
Thanks.
All right.
Have a great night.
All right, see you, buddy.
Sorry, RW. What were you asking?
What was the trigger? You quit with cold turkey, and then there was a trigger that got you back in.
Oh yeah, divorce, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. I went through a very insane 4 years of just absolute fucking debauchery. Yeah, so that's yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's massive stress is definitely an excellent trigger.
Yeah, for sure.
Sure
For
is.
sure. For sure. And
But there's not
but
there's like when you're a smoker, there's like you look for some excuse to be a trigger. You know what
I
I'm
think that's
saying?
the same for alcohol, though. For me,
Yeah, probably.
well, I was addicted to multiple drugs, sex at the same time. Like I had every offer. I would smoke literally. Like there wasn't a time I wouldn't smoke. Like fuck. Like smoke a joint, have a cigarette, rip a line, have a cigarette, all coming down of a line, have a cigarette, like fuck, every excuse known to man, have a fucking cigarette. And it all started because I wanted a cigarette after I got laid, right? And that was like the chick that I was fucking at that time, having a cigarette, and it's like, oh, having a buzz, living the euphoria of, and it's just like, yeah. Oh, and then you take that haul, and goddamn, was that haul good, man? Oh, I tell you, it was fucking amazing. And I'd been like 5 years I'd smoked, right? I hadn't smoked in 5 years, and I took a hit of that cigarette. Oh fuck, I felt like a king. It like there's just the whole thing combined, the booze, the sex, and then the fucking cigarette. God damn, the head rush. It was amazing. And I was fucked right from there, man. And it started gradually, and every once in a while it was a cigarette, but you knew it. Like from the moment that smoke hit my lungs that time, like I was a goner.
dopamine is one hell of a drug.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
I always did cannabis after that act, and it really was really very relaxing.
I was asleep after that. Usually, I didn't even.
Yeah, no shit. I'm with Topple.
Did I mention? Did I mention multiple drugs? Yes. Okay, that's why I wasn't sleeping.
Understood.
Viagra and cocaine is a hell of a drug.
All right, dudes. I'm out of here. I don't want cold pizza. So always good to see you guys.
Enjoy your pizza, boys.
Everyone have a great weekend. I'll see you guys.
We're gonna shut this down, and I'm gonna Incarnation. I know
Yo.
RW knows about it, but check out a little guy called what's his name? The Canadian we love,
Are you going
RW.
for Scum TV?
Scum TV.
1 second.
He does live shows late night. They all
Yeah,
get
he's live.
wasted over there. He's in Toronto. He's a Canadian. I love the guy.
Give me a
And
second.
we're gonna try to end up there tonight. And I hope he's going already.
Yeah, he's going. The links in the back chat. It's
There
a
you
very
go.
different. It's a very different panel. This is
Oh man, they get shit faced. You'll love it,
Yeah,
Incarnation.
it's a very different panel.
It's drunk. It's
But I hope
high.
you appreciated the pub Incarnation.
I had a good time. If I got a little tense at the beginning there, my bad.
No, that's fine. Tense is good as long as it all worked itself out in the end. And I appreciate you fellas being here. I'm gonna
Yeah.
say goodbye.
All right, man.
And,
Cheers.
you guys
I'll
can
back out
X
and
yourselves
see.
off, or I'll X you off for you.
Nah.
There you go. I'll take care of that. All right. These guys were great. RW, Incarnation, Last Dance, Aphid Lip, everybody else who was here. You guys were all awesome. I really like our conversation. We want to have divergent points, differing opinions, everybody, just talking and having fun, getting a little buzz, getting a little wasted. It's what we do here. That's why it's called the pub, the International Pub. And I do thank you for being here, everyone. And, be well, spread positive vibrations, help your neighbors, help the people around you. I love you all. And I will see you next week. Hey, chat, you've been rock and roll tonight, y'all. Love you in the chat. You've been great. Peace.